people would actually go crazy.
Well, yes, people would probably be like, no, this is a very stupid idea, stop doing
No, not people would be angry. I think that people would try to accept it and literally go insane.
Yeah, I wouldn't even try that, honestly. I'd be like, nope, fuck this. Have a block, it works.
You know, when dinner time's now at, 9 a.m. And like, how does work work?
I mean, I don't really...
If you work a 9-to-5 job, are you on night shift now?
Yeah, basically, yes. It would end up with the night shift.
Like, just start asking a few logistical questions and you suddenly realize, no, people would actually lose their fucking mind.
They would, rightly so. I mean, I would fucking lose my mind over that. My PC. What are you trying to connect? Ah, you're trying to connect the phone. Interesting.
That being said, I do feel like we could easily eliminate some time zones.
We could probably make it a bit more compact, yeah, probably. But alas,
I feel like America does not need 3 separate time zones.
Well, you have them. If you need them.
I think we have 4?
Yeah, I mean, 3 I know, at the very least, but...
I know there's East, Central, Western, and I think Mountain?
Could be. Actually, I would have to look that up.
I do believe Mountain Time is a thing, which is just... Stop it.
Now then. I set up the game. I clicked on the start button for the stream. Let's see if this starts and works. Let me also, randomly invite you to the game, actually. To connection menu. Let's invite the... Where is he? There's the Cronos. Invite. And
hey, it actually fucking went through this time.
Oh, and look at that. Your stream has also loaded. Yes, everything is working. Oh, it's always a good start when that happens.
Yes, now while I pull up your... Thank God this game does not mind being tabbed out.
This game is actually very, very willing to cooperate with stuff like that. Like, no problem. Look at that, there's the little William. And he's taking a trip today. A very special trip, I'd assume, by his writing.
Are we our correct people?
I'll try to figure this out. Let's see. I have myself, I have my mage. How do I give you people again? Because right now you are just dead. Here, take that woman. And I think, yeah. I have the mages, and you have everybody else.
Yeah.
Now,
where the fuck were we even?
And that's why I'm asking myself where the quest log is. Filter completed, yes.
We finished the tunnel in the graveyard.
Mm-hmm. Detected by the fellowship.
So we have just this dumb shit around here, I believe. Investigating
snake elf or
murder.
Yeah, there are some things I can see that we need to do still. For one thing, we need to talk with the guard captain inside this little house here. Whoop. Yeah.
What can I do for you?
Damn it,
hunter. And so let the hunt continue.
Hello. Oh yeah,
I wish everything needs to stop running fucking in front of me when I click.
I'll have a talk with him, madam.
Well then, you talk with the guard captain, I go up and talk with the mage, so that we get all of the information. Then, what the fuck are we doing next? Clearing out some more quests, and I guess then we can adventure outside and do horrible things. The outside world. Where's the sneak button? There's the sneak button.
My hands smell so bad right now.
Let me
I was scraping a bowl of resin while I was waiting for you to finish your shower, and as a result,
yeah,
my hands smell really bad.
It's probably not the most pleasant. To be fair.
You've probably got some experience with it, consider at least in some vein, since you're a pipe smoker.
Indeed.
Tobacco also leaves its own black sticky resin.
Yep. Tobacco has a tendency to do that too. And you need to take care of that relatively regularly. You want to have fun with your pipe, otherwise you're going to feel somewhat bad. Can I steal more ship from you? Boop.
You've seen my gravity bong, right?
Pretty sure I saw it.
The Kool-Aid pitchers covered in stickers with a 2-liter bottle in it.
Welcome.
Pretty sure, yeah.
All right.
Or picture.
So one time long ago,
But certainly. What would you
when I was before I met my wife, before we were dating, all that, long ago. I'm over at the place I was living at the time, hanging out with a buddy.
But of course, it's handy. Oh, that I might.
For some reason or another, I
Thought
thought I'd lost something in the couch, right? And the couch had a notorious habit of eating everything, so
Yeah, that sort of couch.
go digging through, and I find what looks like a little roach. Now, for those of you that don't know anything about marijuana, a roach is the little bit left of a joint that's like too small to really smoke with your hand. If that makes sense.
Yeah, sure, I can follow.
And I was just like, yes, the ganja goddesses have been good to me once more.
Pretty nice finding, to
Because-
be fair.
And I had been out of weed for a little bit, and I was super happy. Now, a little bit of a different vein of note here. My friend, one of my best friends in the whole world, Jesse. He's the guy you want to roll your joints and your cigarettes because he rolls them perfect. One of his rolled joints looks identical to the old filterless cigarettes in the quality of how well rolled it is.
Yeah, some people are really fucking good at it.
So are his cigarettes. Well, broke this little roach down into my gravity bong, hit it with the torch, pulled that bottle up, took that cap off, and hit that motherfucker. And I took a gravity bong hit of a cigarette. And that was probably the most unpleasant smoking experience I have ever had in my life.
Oh, I can
I
imagine.
nearly vomited. I will say I did get high. Because it turns out when you take in that much nicotine that quickly. Because, I mean, you have to understand that this little roach in a gravity bong would have been almost the equivalent of, would have basically been the equivalent of smoking an entire cigarette in 2 drags.
Yep. That's really not how you're supposed to consume tobacco. Honestly.
It was bad.
Have you found us a job yet? What's
Yeah, that
I've infuriated this captain of the guard, by the way.
I'll just talk with him about the murder, and I talk with the mage. Yeah, let's not send him that. I don't want to invest any more people into that pyramid scheme. Seems a bit, bad. I'm just gonna finish some more side questy things so that we can then actually leave the village.
Do we actually? Okay, so I'm really stupid.
What you're trying to get at?
Do we have evidence of an elf wanting to kill someone called Victoria?
We have, yes. We have indeed evidence
Okay.
that a certain elf is ravenly mad, screaming about murdering an orc. Pretty much, yeah.
But we don't have proof.
Not really, apart from his mumblings. So,
No, there's not even a not really, because I was just like, hey, there's someone the Legion should arrest, which prompted the line of questioning. And now I have a dialogue option of, we don't have any proof, so.
fair point, fair point. I kind of need to deal with that too before we leave. Let me see.
Fucking damn it. Just let me scroll the map with my mouse.
Yes, we all would like that. I mean, what you can do is you can, well, it actually works, mouse buttons to move your character and your camera at the same time. But that too feels somewhat strange.
No, and it is. After an hour or so, I'll probably be used to it again. It's just some of the design decisions in older games.
Oh, look at it, William. You have a job for me. Huh? Walk open the door freely.
recently I've been playing just for funsies. Just a little bit of in some of the Brothers in Arms games. I own the 3 good ones: Road to Hill 30, Hell Let Loose, and or not Hell Let Loose, Hell's Highway, Road to Hill 30, and Earned in Blood. And I gotta say, they were easier to play back whenever I was on a console with it.
That's rarely the case, but some games.
So, have you ever played any of the Brothers in Arms?
Pretty sure I played one at least. Yeah, quite
So
a while
one
ago.
of the big claims to fame of innovation is the fact that you're controlling your entire squad via tactics. So like by control them, I just mean you just issue orders. Hey, take cover there, suppressing fire on that enemy, assault that position, so on and so forth.
I know. Pretty neat idea, sure.
I don't remember how the fuck the button layout was on the PS2 controller. But on the PC, because the way you issue orders is you bring up the little icon, point where you want to go, and then release icon, right?
Yeah, pretty easy.
You do that with the right mouse button. It's a first-person shooter.
That's
Can you see where suddenly some issues might arise?
that is kind of special.
You aim, which it's a toggle aim, not a hold, which I know some people do prefer toggle aim. I don't. Instead, you use the middle mouse button.
It's a neat. Okay, that really doesn't seem like they thought this through, does it? Just saying. Especially in a first-person shooter.
It's not the hardest thing to get used to, but when you fuck up, it's going to cost you big, you know? When you just accidentally click right mouse to take aim at somebody, and now you've told your people, hey, take cover on those Germans.
Yeah, just use those Germans as cover. The Germans are like, what? That could probably fuck you over very, very quickly.
It does.
Well, somebody didn't think that one through, I can tell you that much.
They are still fun. I will say, while I don't want to say that they have aged badly, but it hasn't aged great. Like, while you're playing it, if you're in the mindset of thinking about the game in the era that it came out, if that makes sense, then you'll sit there playing it going, yeah, no, I could see how a lot of this was really, really fucking cool at the time. Or if you're me and played some of these growing up, then it's like, yeah, I do remember this. This is why I thought it was so cool.
I mean, you know, I do remember the first time I played one, and I was like, okay, the system is cool, the idea is cool, and it also wasn't implemented practically enough that it doesn't hurt you to play around with it too much. I remember that
It was implemented great at the time, because this was a PS2 era game. Keep in mind, we were still 10 years from having any idea how to make a good strategy concept on a console.
Yeah, I remember the first tries for that. I played Command & Conquer on the fucking PlayStation. Ugh.
I never did.
Yeah, I can't recommend it, honestly. It's not an experience you want to make.
I can't recommend the first Command & Conquer.
Never
I
ever.
played the remaster.
Just don't play it on fucking console.
I'm just, you know, so I remember the first strategy game I played on console. I can tell you about it, but I cannot tell you what it's called because I don't remember that part. So it was this strange game about goblins. Like everybody was goblin. Those were all the characters, not just yours, but all of them. And it was like goblin wars, like between goblin tribes.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like, and it was really trying to be a real-time strategy on a console. Did you ever play Brutal Legend?
I did for a bit.
So the real-time strategy aspects of Brutal Legend are the closest similarity I can draw to this game.
Interesting. I mean,
Only instead of like you recruiting off of your person, you still have, buildings and resource management.
I do kind of think at least think I remember a game like this, but
Right? This is one of those B tier games.
but if you were to ask me now for a name, I'd be hard pressed.
I could never give you a name. I couldn't 100% tell you what console I'd played this on. I want to say GameCube, but it's as likely it was original Xbox.
Could be, yeah. I really don't know how to fucking look this up though. Let's ring a bell.
Here's the fun thing. I remember vividly, I think, having fun.
I mean, yeah, otherwise you wouldn't even remember it, probably.
Well, you say that. I remember most of the video games I played in my childhood, whether they were good, bad, or unfun, simply by virtue of I didn't have that expansive of a library.
Yeah, that's
so by the time, and we grew up poor. By the time I would have a new game in my hands. I would be so desperate for a new game that it didn't fucking matter.
Yeah, at this point it's just like, yep. Oh, mainly just new game, urgent. I know the feeling like stuff when you have something new because you played what you have fucking over and over and over again.
Like I think my earliest memory that I have actually is of playing a football game, American football.
Kind of figured.
On my Sega Genesis. I knew nothing about football, did not care about football. The only reason I had this game was because my dad had bought it for me before my parents divorced. I do not remember him buying it. Like I said, playing this game is my earliest memory. I only know he bought it for me because Mom told me, like, a long time later, I think. Because I remember poking fun at her for, like, Mom, you bought like a 3-year-old a fucking football game. She's like, I didn't buy that shit. It's super funny because, like, I knew nothing about football, right?
Yeah.
So
Is it like, okay?
I don't know how much you know about American football.
I know it's a game. That's pretty...
There is a concept in American football called the safety. All right, to get a safety is a bad thing.
Here I wait for thee. Yes.
If you get a safety, that means that you ran the football into the other team's goal zone. You scored points for them.
But the stab,
I thought this was a great thing. I thought that was what I was supposed to do. My earliest memory is of playing a football game, and my earliest memory of that is just running away from everybody. Getting the safety, associating, because I'm like a 3-year-old, safety with good.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, that sounds pleasant. I'll do that. I mean, I can kind of see...
And that was the first video game I ever played.
That would be the first one I ever played. On some JRPG on the Super Nintendo, if memory serves. Luna something? I don't remember off the top of my head, but I do remember it being rather fucking grindy. Classical sword and magic fantasy bullshit in graphics, as old as the Super Nintendo would imply.
I remember my first favorite video game
Please do
Golden
not
Axe
press me
1
further.
on it'd probably be actually it was a tie between the first Golden Axe and the first Streets of Rage.
Oh, what did I have now
I-
after it? Some Game Boy
I thought the
games.
first Streets of Rage had the better gameplay, but to this day I can still hum the first song in Golden Axe because it's such a banger and it was just so good. And the gameplay of Golden Axe was also really good, but
I do remember after that I had quite a bit of a stunt with the Game Boy. Ah, I had fun of that. Missed request and such nonsense. Ah, that was good
Yeah.
times.
I vaguely remember we had an original Game Boy. By we, I think Mom had bought it for maybe my oldest sister or something.
Mhm.
I never really played with it. In fact, by the time that I had found that we even owned one, because I think I found it in a box or something, we were long past the OG Game Boy. I think we were well into the Game Boy Color's lifespan.
Whom would you have serve? He
And I
was
think I
shipped
remember
to
playing.
theirs
I remember
as
playing
suspected.
Tetris on it, and I remember.
Tetris. Original Tetris.
I vaguely remember some game that was incredibly difficult, made no attempts to to help the player understand what the goal or what they were doing was. In reality, it was probably just a game not designed for like a 5 or a 4-year-old.
Yeah, they have actually a surprising number of games. I would assume that the Game Boy would start off with lots of games specifically
Well,
meant for kids, but no. Some of
Funny
those were
enough,
plain.
what's really surprising, what I still find surprising to this day, and surprising and not, like, go back and try to play a random original Game Boy or Atari 2600 game
I have. Not that
that
long
you've
ago.
never heard of.
Ah, shit. That I haven't done yet.
And you'll find you're desperate for the fucking packaging to give you any sort of context or goddamn directions.
What's it called? The first Gladius or something? You had a little ship and you play just the 2D screen, shooting things, getting upgrades to your little ship.
Here I wait for
I
thee.
remember playing this and I was like, okay, what the fuck am I doing? I don't know, but I'm gonna do it.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, how do I get this fucking elf
Victoria.
arrested? Because,
Well, we gotta find. Well, where
Here
is
I
said
wait
elf?
for
Because I've
thee.
just been kind of running around town looking at all these white stars that aren't.
the inn in the second floor, there he is. I can talk to him. I can tell him like, okay, so my goal would be the orc, and then he's like, yes. I have his confession basically. I mean, maybe if he closed the door and just attack him, that would solve the problem. But I kind of feel that that would be a
Oh, wait, if
crime.
you've got his confession,
Soon the last.
I mean, to talk to
Here I
him.
wait for thee. My name.
isn't confession
Yes.
evidence?
Yeah, I was thinking that, and I went back to the Legionnaire dude, and it was like, okay, I have somebody the Legion should arrest, and then it was like, no, we have no proof. We're back to basically the beginning. So I kind of want to try to maybe attack him, see what happens.
Soon the last.
I also tried to talk the orc into giving me her fucking amulet as proof that she is dead, so I can give it to him, but she refuses that.
All hail, Grog. All hail.
My only option is to, you know,
Instruments.
do that. And what does the fucking thing actually said? Elfogfort.
Can you
Let's
can you
do it.
remember the first video game that ever actually like blew your mind, or like wowed you, I should say?
Yes, I do remember the first one that actually left a fucking strong impression on me. Yeah, you do. Was Armored Core on the PlayStation. Because that fucking, the mechs, the fucking
Armored Core,
movement, the
really?
weapons. Yeah,
That's pretty great. That's
that
pretty good.
impressed me.
I didn't expect that.
By the
That fucking impressed the living shit out of me. I was like, wow. Ain't fucking blow. Quite literally.
The first game that really fucking left a lasting impression on me would be Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask.
Yeah, that too. I did play it. But it wasn't such a wow moment.
Many ways. Well, okay, so first of all, while Majora's Mask was not the first Legend of Zelda I had ever played.
Ocarina of Time probably before that.
No, actually, I played Majora's Mask. I had not played Ocarina of Time at this point in my life. The first time I played Majora's Mask, it was still new. I will always remember this day till the day I die, because this is, to this date, at 30 years old, this is still my most fondest Christmas memory, and probably what really started me down the path of like truly like loving Christmas and wanting to make Christmas something special for everyone. Okay, I fucked something up. There we go. Anyway, it was 1999 or 2000. And I'd gotten for Christmas. My mom got me for Christmas brand new box set of the Pokemon Stadium version of the Nintendo 64.
Oh, that's nice.
Came with Pokemon Stadium, 2 controllers, Rumble Pack, the fucking attachment. It had all the bells and whistles too.
Nice.
The fucking attachment that you could slap into your controller to play like your Pokemon games on Pokemon Stadium. It had the what I learned years later was not a standard inclusion, the Little Red expansion pack.
Ooh.
That went into that inserts into the top that is required to play some games.
I remember that shit.
She spared no expense. My mother put herself in debt for the rest of the year to make this Christmas so special. Like the entirety of the following year, she spent paying off the credit card bills for this Christmas. And amongst those games, I think let's see, there was Pokemon Stadium, Legend of Zelda: Majora's Mask, and that was it. Those were the only 2 games I got. And obviously, I was at the time infinitely more excited about Pokemon Stadium.
Fair point.
But Pokemon Stadium being the game it is, doesn't exactly loan itself to longevity.
Not really.
So of course I end up going to Majora's Mask.
Understandable. Good choice.
This game, Majora's Mask was a lot of firsts for me. It was the first game that actually scared me.
Yes, understandable.
Because the transformation with the mask 1,000,000,000% caught me off guard.
Yeah, I remember when I saw this the first time. I was like, yeah.
And I thought it was fucking horrible. Especially whenever like you put the mask on and Link just starts going, and then just like screams in pain.
Yes.
It was fucking horrifying.
It was fucking horrifying. Jesus Christ. Damn.
This was also the first time that a game had really stumped me without being bullshit. Now, like I said, I grew up on the Sega Genesis, so obviously a lot of those games, I don't think I've ever beaten a Sega Genesis game while I had the Sega Genesis.
Those could be fucking tough, yes. That's putting it.
Alright, because most of them were ports, weren't they? They were ports of arcade games, and what is an arcade game to do? Eat your quarters. It's supposed to get you to spend as much money as possible, so they made them as artificially difficult as they could without people just flat out not wanting to play it.
Yeah, early Metal Slug games, for example. Ugh, pain in the ass to play those. But hey, they got better. In time.
Beat 'em ups are especially fucking good example of this. But I will always remember there was only one part in Majora's Mask that truly stumped me for the longest time. And as I find this really funny and a little embarrassing, and everybody else finds it really funny too. So if you remember in Majora's Mask, in the very first part of the game, you're trapped in your Deku form. All right? You have to make it to the Swamp Temple to do some stuff. Well, not to the Swamp Temple, but to the Deku City in the swamp area, I think it was, to do some stuff that will then allow you to get up to the moon eventually, that will then allow you to get your Ocarina back, that will then allow you to turn human. Right? Remember that?
So I can roughly remember.
Do you remember the very beginning of the chain of events needed to do in order to get out of Clocktown? Because if you recall, Clocktown, you could not leave as the Deku. The guards would not let you. The guards that stood at the gate would be all like, hey, it's too dangerous for a fucking Deku scrub child.
I mean,
so you have... Now, What took me a year to figure out was how to get out and what to do. And I still remember figuring it out. So one of the mini side quests is to pick up the Bomber's Notebook. You pick up the Bomber's Notebook and to do some quests in there. But while you're doing that, it takes you to an observatory outside of the city where you get to observe a moon's tear falling. And then you pick up that moon's tear, take it to one big Deku that is sitting in Clocktown. He's a merchant. Trade him the moon's tear, and he will trade you the title deed for his Deku flower, which you then use to fly up to the clock tower, which will then allow you into the clock tower on the night of the third day, which will allow you to use your magic, shoot a bubble at the kid, get your ocarina back.
I kind of remember that. Wait for me, I hear you. Don't run away.
I clearly... Where are we going?
We're going outside the city. But before we do that, I'm going to heal everybody.
Vividly fucking remember it. Because it took me a fucking year to figure it out. And I ended up playing Majora's Mask so much because like I couldn't get enough. To the point I haven't played Majora's Mask in any form or fashion in probably 15 years at this point in my life. If you were to boot it up right now and start playing, I could still pretty much walk you through the entire thing.
Yeah, that's true for some games. Let's just stick with you.
I would go with Mom to Walmart for grocery shopping, which I hated. I always hated doing. Like, to this day, I do not want to go to the store with my mother. Ever. I hate it. I despise going to the store with my mother because she's one of those fucking assholes that is like, I'm just going in for a gallon of milk and comes out with half a fucking cart full of bullshit. Which it's like, I don't care that you coming out with that much bullshit. I care about the fact that I've been sitting in the car for 2 hours.
Yeah. Some people are really bad at that.
But I would jump at the chance to go. So that way I could run to the electronics section, sit on the floor with the Majora's Mask strategy guide that my mother would never just spend the fucking $20 to buy me, and I'm still upset about. And I would just... I've never had before, and I've never since been able to memorize information as efficiently.
Just say like, oh, I'm going to read all of this and I will memorize it. That's the last thing I do.
Because one of the things I tell everybody, like whenever, every once in a while I'll pop into the Majora's Mask category here on Twitch, and just to see, I don't want to see your randomized runs. I don't want to see your bullshit gimmick runs. Yeah, I'm looking for the first time playthroughs. I didn't realize that he was standing there. Whoops.
And you ate an attack of you. I mean, I can heal you. But first,
it didn't really do much.
I'm gonna make you an avatar of fire. Yeah, you can now be an avatar of fire. Which can potentially burn people.
What I always, anytime I find somebody doing a first-time playthrough, the number one thing I pop in, and I ask 2 questions. I don't even care where they are in the game at this point. I just pop in and I ask 2 questions. Have you played the inverted Song of Time? Which slows down time. It is a fucking necessity.
It is, because otherwise you will run out of time.
You run out of time quick. You're not gonna have time to make it through, you're not gonna have time to make it through one temple.
Yeah, no, it's one of the most important requirements. Yeah.
And you're damn sure not gonna have time to fucking do any side quests, really.
You know. You really need to do that immediately.
I ask him, have you played the inverted Song of Time? And show me your Bomber's Notebook. Because the Bomber's Notebook keeps track of all the side quests. Right? That's it. And that's where this game shines the brightest. I feel better than any Legend of Zelda game. Majora's Mask, you're not here for necessarily the main story content. You're here for the side quest. Where the fuck is the baddie? There he is.
Yeah, right in the bushes next to you. You picked up the flower.
Oh, didn't let me attack, but yeah.
Just, you know, randomly in the middle of battle, it's like, oh, no, let me just pick this up.
Let me get this mushroom real quick. Before you, hey, careful! I don't want you to step on it.
It's mine. Also, yeah, that zombie, the half-eaten zombie, just healed itself because it went through the poison nonsense there. Ain't a bit of an annoying ability they have. But hey.
But when it comes to, and I think I've actually just now, as we're talking about this, realizing why I feel the way I do about their side quests. I don't think I've played another Legend of Zelda game where the side quests and the characters were so intricately woven with the main quest. Not like you needed to do them to do the main quest, not or that they didn't make the main quest easier per se, although they could.
Fair enough, yeah.
But more of, because you know the plot of Majora's Mask is this big fucking evil looking moon that's about to fall, and every side quest has to do with with these characters coping with this fear and grief, or it's them coping with an insane, unimaginable loss.
I mean, very understandable.
It is easily the saddest, most depressing Legend of Zelda game in existence, and I love it.
True enough. It is fucking lovely. I mean, don't get me wrong, Ocarina's Majora's Mask and Ocarina of Time are both pretty damn great games, honestly. I don't think they will ever get out of style.
Ocarina of Time is the funner one to play, I would say.
Yeah, I can get behind that, yeah.
I will die on this, because I mean, think about it. Like, when you play Ocarina of Time, and everybody's played through Ocarina of Time, everybody can remember something about most of Ocarina of Time.
Like certain temples being a pain in the ass to do, yes.
But can you remember any like characters that were not only affected by the events that were the main quest, but also like deeply, like that was the point of this, was that you were trying to ease their fears or suffering, or like, can you remember any NPC that wasn't a sage?
Not on the top of my head, no. Mostly the side quest system was not as focused on the little side story itself. It had some connection, of course, to the overarching story, surely, but not to the point of absolute desperation over the situation, like Majora's Mask did. That is true.
Now, granted, part of this can be, now you can attribute part of this to the style of the different games. The style of Ocarina being it is a much more, it's supposed to feel much more large and grand of an issue. That's why, you know, you go and you beat in one of the temples and the entire fucking area changed. Whereas Majora's Mask, it is infinitely more personal, it feels.
Well, yeah, it's not as much a large world, it's very much focused on oh shit.
And instead it's a bunch of smaller areas with tight-knit communities. And I can name some of them. I can still to this day name a lot of these NPCs, even if I can't name their names per se.
Yeah, don't ask me names, please. It's not really my food.
There's Malin, I believe her name is, the little girl at the ranch who is terrified about the ghosts that are going to come and attack, and you have to protect her, otherwise she gets abducted by them and pretty much lobotomized, and their whole farm gets ruined. There's, let's see.
There's an exoskeleton that is coming closer. We should probably blow that up.
There's also a fucking poison cloud that I can't get through, and it wouldn't give me a line of sight on him for some reason.
The poison cloud itself, honestly, I'm not too worried about.
Well, I didn't want to take my ranger through it.
There. That takes care of that.
It's like I was like, hey, it's a ranger with a bow. I don't need to go into the fucking poison cloud.
I'm pretty sure I can
And then I
clear that
ended
with
up
some
using
rain.
my action points trying to get a line of sight on it.
Yeah, create water surface. Doses fires, makes characters wet. Makes less resistant to air spells, but more resistant blah blah blah. That doesn't help me. Okay, how the fuck am I going to do this? Do I want to heal someone?
First game to ever make me cry was Metal Gear Solid.
Metal Gear Solid. Oh, well, it was
Metal Gear Solid. Specifically, the final moments of Gray Fox.
Yeah, those were
Yeah.
fucking...
Now, full disclosure, my first experience playing all the way through the first Metal Gear Solid was on the remake for the GameCube called Metal Gear Solid Twin Snakes. It is the better version to play. I will die on this hill. I do not care what ignorant fanboys want to say.
Well, that was absolutely
Wait.
playable on the PlayStation, I would have you know.
It was great. It was good. Look, Metal Gear Solid 1 on the PlayStation was great at the time, and then they then they were like, we want to remaster this, and we want to bring in the quality of life improvements that you would put in Metal Gear Solid 2 over. And Hideo Kojima was like, okay, but you got to do one thing first. And they were like, what? And they were like, I need this to be a little bit more fucking ridiculous.
Make it even
Which
more
is
ridiculous.
which is why you get Solid Snake fucking backflipping off of a rocket.
Oh, I remember that remake being fucking ridiculous. Yes, I had.
Just, yeah, there's a lot of that's what it's like. The biggest complaint about that people have is that it's like, oh, it's too quote, and I say quote because this is the number one way I've heard it. It's too anime, and it's ridiculousness. It's too over the top, and it's like, do you not realize who the fuck Hideo Kojima is?
He does kind of like to overdo it. Fair enough.
Have you not played Snake Eater?
Ah, Snake Eater.
Did you play Sons of Liberty? What did you not find? Did you not find anything over the top about it?
I mean, you know, basically, yeah, but it's just a Hideo Kojima problem. Over the top is
Like-
kind of how he likes to run things.
For real. You can expect two things in every Hideo Kojima game. Three things. Over the top bullshit, movie length cutscenes,
Yep.
and more movie references than you'll ever recognize.
Fair enough. Ah, another undead that needs to be killed.
And the voice acting in Twin Snakes was better, which is what made the scene with Gray Fox dying, like, all the more powerful. I did not see the undead swordsman in the cloud.
Yep, that's the one I was referring to when I was like, there's an undead that needs to be killed quickly.
Look, you don't got me wrapped up in a conversation about shit I'm passionate about. My gameplay is not doing the best.
Let me see, can I touch you with that? I can't. Hey, I can shoot at you. I'm kind
I
of
shall
careful.
play more careful.
I'm somewhat, careful about not using too much fire while we are in a fucking...
I also need to be revived.
I can't really do anything with...
But if you can't make it to me, then I can make it to me. Probably. If I can find my body.
Yeah, I don't have enough points left to do that, and I can't really do anything else. That undead swordsman is
I'm dying.
a problem.
Let's see what I can
I can see the
do.
white light.
Jahan, how many HP do you have left? 4. Well, that's not good. I mean, I will assume the spider will keep the other ones busy for a while longer. That spider also only has half its health left, so, you know.
That's enough time for us to get some heals off.
Yes, avoided
But
spider.
remember, it's not even necessarily how long he lasts. It's about how much of the action economy he eats up.
Quite a lot.
He will. He'll eat up a lot of it, since all the enemies are really close to him.
Yes, I mean, I do have mages.
They're going to spend. This is what I love. This is where the D&D comes in.
Ouch. Ouch. I mean, if I
Right.
can get enough...
Fuck.
To get that would happen.
Good as a new penny.
Yeah, we have two people that need to be revived in order to fight. I mean, how many enemies are left? Technically speaking, only 3 little undead archers. That's not that much, actually.
No, I just needed to use my turn that time to cure poisoning and heal up. Otherwise, I was gonna get fucked.
Something
Okay.
exploded. Okay.
I think the spear did.
That I did not expect. To be fair.
Everything over there is on fire.
Well, I mean, yes, it's okay when it's on fire. Could be worse.
I guess.
Could be worse. At least we are not on
Hurry
fire.
up before. Will the loot in our chest burn?
The chest will burn, but if it goes
The
open,
chest will burn. Will the loot?
the loot not so much.
Fray once more.
Okay. That's what I needed to know.
Should not be a problem. Should not be a problem.
I feel
She just T-poses at him like, what? Okay, let me see. He's wet.
Shocked to the core.
Means I can stun you. Jahan still can't heal because that is on lower cooldown still. So, gonna take a while.
The undead archer has lots of health. Let's just make him a little less useful. Never mind, he's immune to knockdown.
Yep. And I figured as much. Of course it would fuck us up.
I did not. I'm gonna run over here. Loot this bone pile.
I mean, it shouldn't really be a problem to deal with him per se.
fire it up.
Fire it up indeed. Yeah, he's still stunned, so he's not gonna do anything. He has a
So,
one, gets in range. Miss.
Update on my hell let loose problems.
Aw. So which new?
It's just getting confusing because lately I haven't really had any issues.
I mean, that's good.
I do not understand it. I'm convinced it's a hardware, but it's a hardware limitation issue. But it happens with such fucking inconsistency.
That's strange. When it should be either or if it's hardware.
Right. I mean, I could understand it if if I could draw a parallel between the crashes and an event.
Time of
Yeah.
your death is at hand.
Like on my old PC. My old PC was not good enough to play squad. Not really, I should say.
Barely
Like I
works.
could boot it up, I could get in a game. The moment things started exploding, I didn't have frames though, so it was basically unplayable.
Yeah, I remember that feeling. Dark Souls 3, actually. That's the game. Booted it up, go to the game, frame rate drops to unplayable. Not engaging.
I've learned that I don't think I can really play Arma 3. Hey, strategy. I don't think I can really play Arma
Yeah, okay,
3
strategy.
because I think that that Arma might have a little too much going on. Which there's no I think. Arma always has a little too much going on. Anybody that's a fan of Arma 3 knows that it's just like, yep, performance in this game just generally sucks.
I mean, it's a fair point, yeah, it does. We're seeing many people playing it and not being too successful about it. Now it's time for
Well,
heal.
it's just more of it's one of those few games where you got to work within the jank.
Pretty much, yeah.
On the mend.
Now then, let's collect everybody here and heal. Which is going to take a while because that thing has a fucking amazing cooldown. Only one real heal spell, which is regeneration, and it takes forever to come down.
Well, once we revive me, I can heal. Once I find my fucking corpse.
On the mend.
You would not think a body so easily lost.
You would think so. But then again, you kinda fell into the floor there. To be fair. Don't run away. Let me heal you. Because you will need that. Same with the little ranger lady. She also needs some healing desperately, actually. Jesus Christ, this thing has so much cooldown.
Stand around and wait. Yeah, like I do enjoy the fact that I miss the quality of life improvements that came later in life, where they were like, hey, maybe most of these cooldowns that are like they make perfect sense in a combat situation. Maybe we shouldn't have those cooldowns out of combat.
Yeah, that would help quite a bit, especially this situation, but you know, you have no choice, you just have to sit through. Also means getting hurt is not really a good option. Also, I see that my armor is actually getting damaged. It's not good.
I'm starting to think that this game could have benefited greatly from a mana system.
Sweet relief.
Maybe it could have, yeah. Might have been a bad choice, but alas now.
Like, you could even do it to where it was like, mana is just for out of combat. And then you can stick with your action point bullshit.
I mean, on the bright side, everybody can at least use magic, which is kinda nice. Bale of Hay. Surprisingly, in a Bale of Hay, you find, well,
I feel better already.
hay.
Well, no needle in there.
Nope, no needle, just hay. Nothing else. Oh, there's a little shrine. Can be used to teleport. I see dead people. I don't think that's necessarily a bad or a good sign. Unring some bodies. I found a bit of hair, apparently. I picked up hair from the dead body.
Well, we can use that.
The question is for what?
More bodies up here. So, I love movies. I love talking about movies, right?
Oh god damn it.
And I understand that there's a lot of movies that I haven't seen or that I don't even know exist because I'm an American and we don't seek out foreign films very often.
Fair point. I don't
However, somebody brought up an interesting point the other day in a Reddit forum that I was perusing about, and I don't think they were trying to do it like dog whistle or anything, but they did make, and I do feel like they kind of made a valid point. How many World War II movies have you seen?
Few.
Probably a few, and you probably know of a bunch more, right?
Oh yeah, probably yeah. Not necessarily name boys, but I do know of them, their existence. Yes, sure.
How many World War II movies from the perspective of the Germans have you seen? And when I say from the perspective of the Germans, specifically, I mean the bad ones, the fanatical ones. Why isn't there a movie with the fanatical SS officer as the main character?
Probably because, well, that means you're the bad one. And it's pretty hard to portray him as the good one.
Exactly, right? They always, if it's a World War II movie from the German perspective, it's always from the perspective of a German soldier who's just like, he's one of the good Germans.
Indeed.
But that's just kind of not an accurate portrayal of history.
You know, they weren't just good Germans, of course. There were quite a few bad ones, obviously.
Schindler's List, for example. Schindler's List is well, yeah, Schindler's List would be an example of one.
I sing the body.
Yeah, Schindler's List would be a good example of one. And
don't forget, it's a little skeleton. It does explosions.
yeah, that's why I'm walking away.
It is a wise choice. That explosion worked very well. We weakened them quite severely.
I'm trying to think of another World War II movie I've seen besides Schindler's List from the German perspective. Which, I mean, Schindler's List is a hard watch.
I remember...
For me. I find Schindler's List to be heartbreaking.
Yes, it is. It's also meant to be. to be fair.
Well, yes, but like, okay, so hot take. I think Schindler's List is a sadder movie than The Diary of Anne Frank.
Ward of water.
Kinda depends, I guess, on your personality, what you prefer, be more emotionally invested in.
Well,
How did
okay,
you
so
go?
what gets me every single time in Schindler's List
Soaked to the skin.
is the ending.
Mm-hmm.
Where he is just having a fucking mental breakdown over the guilt of, in his mind, having not done enough. He takes off his Nazi pin. He's like, how many lives could this have saved? 5? He looks at his car. That could have been 120 more people saved.
Yes.
Why did I keep this thing? Why did I do that? And to me, that is just the most heartbreaking thing. Strategy says, but what I wonder is, where is a World War II movie from the German perspective where they make it clear the main guy is definitely not a good guy? Well, you get that through your actions. You don't have to just come out and say, this is one of the bad Nazis.
I mean, it's easy enough. You just portray him with a fucking SS badge and a skull on his head.
You don't really. I mean, any movie where it's from the Germans' perspective in World War II, you have to go out of your way to ham-fist it home that Nazi's not a bad guy. Because he's a Nazi. He's instantly the bad guy.
Oh yes, the first reaction people will have to the fucking very nice black uniform's gonna be like, huh, yeah, that's probably a bad guy. I see a skull on his cap. Yeah.
Not me fine. Where the fuck did my partner go? And how did she even die? Oh, there she is. How did you even fucking go down?
That's a very good question. That's a fucking good question. Now I need to heal again, and I also need to deal with the fire that I kind of started.
And like, one movie that I feel was a big missed opportunity. I'm trying to find my fucking revival scroll here.
Should be somewhere in your inventory, hopefully.
It is.
Don't forget to dose.
One movie that I think is a clear-cut example of a fucking missed opportunity is, oh god damn it, Valkyrie. I think is what it's called. Is that what it was called?
Could be.
The
names are not really...
Tom Cruise movie about the final assassination attempt on Hitler.
It could be. I do know the movie you're talking about, but...
No, it was conducted by nothing but internal German officers.
Yeah, the military did try to get rid of Hitler quite a few times, actually. Never really worked out. They tried to blow him up at the Wolfschanze, for example.
It was towards the end. That was this plot. It was towards the end of the war.
Yep.
And they had it wasn't because they were like, oh, Hitler is evil, blah 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 blah. I don't like the extermination of the Jewish people, blah 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 blah. No, it wasn't anything to do with that. They did it because they were like, hey, if we don't get rid of Hitler, we don't have a Germany, and that was it.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like, and this movie really did a lot to like heroize these German officers attempted this fucking assassination attempt. And I feel like they could have done less to heroize them.
Oh, probably could have gotten away with it, yeah.
I feel like they could have maybe... Because, like... And this isn't a, like, oh, I don't want people to have nice moments thing, or I've got to shit on everything. I want my movies to have the good nuance.
Difficult, yeah.
What's better? What makes a better story? The story of these heroic German officers bucking the system and trying to kill the Führer for the good of the people, or these fucking despicable men who sent off people to concentration camps and also participated in war crimes themselves that are only doing this for selfish reasons.
I mean, they're doing it for larger Germany, you know. To be fair.
They're doing it for the larger Aryans.
Well, yeah, you know, for Germany. But that Germany can continuously exist.
Forces, think about it, if you have a movie that's like that, where you're confronted as well with these bad, awful people doing something that you agree is a good thing, like assassinating Adolf.
This seems like a trap. I'm gonna make a quick save.
It makes the viewer, it forces the viewer into some introspective. What am I really willing to accept in terms of what I consider good and bad?
Seven seas with now those were swell times. Now, I'm not a violent, but you know.
He likes to fight.
I would say go play Evil Genius too.
Play Evil Genius 1, it's better.
Saying it's promoting Nazism. I don't see how. I don't agree with that. I don't see how you could say it's promoting necessarily Nazism, simply because if we had a we'll call it just in air quotes, a pro-Nazi World War II movie that only showed things from the fanatical SS soldiers' point of view, much in the same way that like Fury, the movie Fury, showcases the war from a fanatical American's point of view.
My staff broke. I think I need to go back to the city and do something about that.
But showcasing somebody taking just as I don't think it'd be promoting Nazism to show an SS soldier taking enjoyment or supporting of his atrocities.
And I figured that he would come at us and fight. Well then, we need to deal with him, and I mean, he's level 4. Huh?
I'm moving the Acho. Wait, let's see, he's a ghost. Can I? No, I can't even shoot because god damn it, this action point system.
Welcome.
I walked 3 steps.
Yep, I mean, that can be enough. He has weakened you. Well, that's not good.
Now, oddly enough, in this same vein, we don't see the same kind of lack of representation from other wars.
He's stunned.
Take World War I movies, for example, especially foreign-made World War I movies. I don't remember what it's called. I don't remember what this one particular movie was called, but it was about the Italian front. And it doesn't shy away from Italian officers machine gunning their own troops who are refusing to go over the top.
Yes.
But the Italians in this story are still, they are still clearly the, quote, good guys.
Freezing fact. Not good.
So I do wonder why we don't... I wonder if it's... Why do I not have... Oh, I see what... How the fuck did that go wrong, but okay.
He has weakened you, which means your strength is reduced, which means, well, your normal methods are not gonna work for the next 2 turns. And I don't have anything to cure your weakness.
So now I can just punch him?
Basically, yes. Okay, I'm gonna use a
because
heat
American
spell.
movies need a hero and underdog. You see that Italian movie I was talking about was not an American movie. It was a foreign film.
Now, if at some point my character will actually come back down from being knocked down, that will take 2 more turns. You're also weak for 2 more turns. So, let's hope that he stays stunned for that long, because he can hit rather brutally.
Nah, but I have a staff now. I can do more.
I mean, don't get me wrong, 1 more turn and you can actually re-equip your sword.
Immune to knockdown, because he's a ghost. I should have known. If they were American, they would refuse to shoot their own troops. Well, to be fair, I don't think there's actually been a war where Americans have machine gunned their own men for refusing to advance. I actually think that that's one thing we haven't done.
Well, at least not as far as I'm aware, but that doesn't really mean much, to be fair. Not like I follow every last conflict.
There hasn't really been a... Really, there hasn't been a situation where we've needed to. World War I, most likely? No. Because we were not in that war long enough for American troops to have the fatigue and...
I'm quickly going to go back and repair my stuff, because my stuff broke, so give me a second.
I was in here because you were still in here.
Well, I went out and went back to the teleporter gate so I can some healing for my poor little tools of trade that have been a somewhat overused. Didn't know my staff thing was so fucking weak, but apparently it was. Wouldn't take long.
Oh yeah, in World War I, we didn't need to machine gun our own men. Our men were very eager and motivated to fight. Just like all the armies were very eager and motivated to fight when they started that war.
When they started, yes.
When they started, exactly. And America was not in World War I long enough for the shell shock and the battle fatigue to truly set in and the mutinies to start. The mutinies didn't start until almost 2 years into the war.
Right. It's a bad shield. I have another ring.
And as for executions done by officers, that's a universal. That is not any kind of exclusive.
I'm an idiot.
And if you want to look, and if we want to start talking about officers executing their men in the field with summary trials and executions, then you have to go by a case-by-case basis.
Watch the undead quiver in their moldy boots.
Some sophisticated
I just
reason.
feel like if there was one people that could make an amazing and honest movie about like from a Nazi that is all in and for the cause, I feel like it would be the Germans. I feel like Germany would be the one to make that movie.
Well, then
Because-
you have to wait a long, long time.
Well, no, hear me out. What I say by that is like, what I mean by that is that like Germany wouldn't shy away from showcasing, right?
Oh, no, they would.
Because when it comes to showing the evils of Nazi Germany, there's no one better at it than Germany.
Yes, technically speaking, we do have taken it on upon ourselves to showcase how bad that all was. Over and over and over and over again.
It wouldn't be like a propaganda film like Enemy at the Gates,
They can't use
for
that.
example.
Uh-huh.
I would have brought up some Russian propaganda, but I don't think I've ever seen a Russian war movie, so.
I've seen one, was pretty showcasing the heroics of the fucking Soviet soldiers charging the enemy lines over and over again. Everybody's like, yeah,
I'm not against watching a Russian war movie. I just haven't.
I was sitting there like, this is supposed to be good, you know? I can see that they're dying. Of course, they're dying in very small numbers, which is fucking idiotic because they're running into fucking machine guns. But no, you know, spirit alone brought them to goal.
If you haven't seen Enemy at the Gate, I recommend you watch it. It's if you're one of those people that can make it through a movie without thinking too much about it, it's a great movie.
I found a skill book. Free one for you.
If you're one of those people that puts any amount of thought into the content they're taking in, you will see nothing. You won't be able to not see the American propaganda. And I mean severe American propaganda. I mean the only people that are like competent in this movie for the Russians are people that are against communism. Like, it's that level of propaganda. Like Soviet officers in one scene are being asked, how they could get the men to fight better and fight harder. And all these officers, the only things they can come up with are threaten to shoot them, fucking put them in prison, shoot their families. And then one dude who's anti-communist is like, well, what if we actually, gave them a hero, gave them someone to fight for, motivate them. Every communist is just like, put them in the gulag, that'll solve the problem. Nobody ever thought no communist could have ever came up with the idea of, well, what if we, motivate them?
You know,
and make them feel good about what they're fighting.
and instead we're just going to imprison them and torture them a bit, and I'm sure that solves the problem.
That's all that ever happened. It's literally all that ever happened in Soviet Russia.
Soviet Russia, making it easy for us.
If you didn't perform well, you went to the gulag. There was no other answers to any problems at all.
Okay, I have returned, and time to conduct more reconnaissance.
I mean, like every propaganda movie made in the Cold War. I remember watching Red Nightmare. I don't know of Red Nightmare. Is that... Do you mean Red Dawn? And yeah, like the majority of movies during the Cold War era, especially like American action movies, were propaganda to the point that you kind of still see the tail end of it still in movies today. The propaganda became its own cliche, you know, in American action movies, from the 70s through the 90s. I challenge you to find me an American action movie where the bad guy's not Eastern European.
Who's dying? There's certainly something fishy happening.
Or
The light
or
shines.
Arab.
You failed to mention was that it wasn't just the ghosts at the lighthouse we had to worry about.
Survival of the fittest, I say.
Okay, there's some strong undead at the lighthouse. That's not good.
So, what do you say?
You'll go to the light.
I should probably
There's Red Nightmare.
make
Yeah,
the save
let me
game
see this.
beforehand.
Yeah, save real quick while I take a look at this.
I'll make a
Oh shit, I picked up the chest.
my autobiography.
Oh, okay. That's why I haven't heard of it. It's a legitimate propaganda film made in the 60s. That makes sense. Not see, American propaganda got to be a lot better in the 80s. Red Dawn really is a good movie.
Okay, before we approach that,
Yeah, you're right. I did say propaganda. I did. I guess I was more referring to the insidious propaganda, the not blatantly obvious. But I do often forget the very real effect that the blatant propaganda had.
No, look, even the game makes a safe game. That's usually a bad sign.
The further we go, the more
Oh, that's a
bodies we
good
find
sign.
heaped around.
Are you
We
sure
must
about
be
that?
Closing in on where they were
Yes.
headed.
What gives you that idea? I'm assuming there's gonna be trouble.
Because it means you're going in the right direction.
Well, quest-wise, yes, but I don't even know if we're strong enough yet. Give me a second, Jahan has leveled up. I'm gonna quickly give him some skills.
Coffee, women get a say, kids can decide where they go. The good, oh, sorry.
Yeah,
The good old fashioned, the good old fashioned communism is desegregation of the 60s.
Okay, now we can move forward and see what happens. Oh god, this looks horrible. The ghoul that guards the lighthouse, he's level 5. There's some explosives, some doggos. Yep, this looks like a pain. Wanna try you? Wanna try your
Turning the
luck?
camera around made it to where I can see this a lot easier. Let's see. Let me hold on.
Yeah,
Do you think the big motherfucker is in range of that oil barrel?
Potentially, yes, but maybe step out of the water and try to shoot one of the barrels to make it explode. Because that water can be electrified. So if you're not standing in it... You know, you could have just walked back. Instead of walking forward.
I didn't walk forward or back. I walked sideways.
It's still kind of triggered the battle. I would like to point
If
out.
I had walked, it did trigger the battle, but if I had walked back, I wouldn't. There would be no testing. I wouldn't have hit anything. I'd have been out of range.
How far can I throw this?
Well,
Okay.
whatever. We decided we were gonna try this.
Well. Okay, I made some fire. Now,
You made the good fire.
the point is, you know, you kind of want to get out of the water because I'm probably gonna electrify that by accident if I use my stunning
I'm
skills.
working on it, you impatient fool.
I'm just telling you so that you don't have any excuse for forgetting about it. Because once Jahan uses any spell,
It is not my fault. Literally, everyone goes before me.
to be fair though, that's just because of your class. Do I have any bonuses? Nah, I think Jahan is gonna save his action points because, well, here comes the Dogos. You're bleeding. That's not good. Also, those doggos really don't catch fire easily, do they? I mean, they're at least oiled. I can probably put them in a nice fiery state.
Also, strategy too. I would like to challenge your point about that you made earlier. That if it's an American-made movie, it basically is propaganda. I've got a long list of Vietnam movies that can disprove that.
Yeah, not every movie is just propaganda, to be fair.
Now,
There are
now
plenty of
granted,
propaganda movies.
it's really, really hard to put a positive spin on Vietnam.
To be fair, yeah, that is difficult. She
Really, really, really difficult.
hasn't stopped some people from trying, mind you, but, you know. Okay, I'm gonna summon you a Spidey friend so he can help you.
Honestly, the best. Oh, yes, it is. What?
Can I fit in there? Yes, I can. Spidey powers!
To be fair, I think the closest I've seen. I've never seen like a pro-nom movie per se. The best I've seen is a neutral take.
That just
He's on fire.
that's already something. I mean, that archer is almost dead. If you could kill him, at least we have somebody less shooting at us.
I shot the wrong arrow. I'd already equipped it, but it's okay. It'll be fine.
To be fair, you know, it did solve the problem. That's all that matters.
It'll be fine.
Now we have 3 doggos left and 1, whatever the fuck that's supposed to be.
But I would argue that We Were Soldiers does a good job of both. It accomplishes objective A of stroking America's dick, but it also
Yes, I figured this would happen.
doesn't portray the North Vietnamese in like, and really in a bad light at all. Like it just, We Were Soldiers portrays the North Vietnam Army and the VC as the opposing side. Soldiers doing their job.
Weep.
Not like evil. They're not evil Nazis. They're just soldiers on the other side of this conflict.
Oh, was that
Which I feel is a good neutral take.
Okay, he is trying to... Oh god, he's reviving the doggos. Okay, we kinda need to deal with him because he's actually capable of surviving and reviving the fucking doggos. That is not good.
I'm hitting him every turn. Do we know if he's immune? What he's immune to?
Not really. Also, the problem is I can't really see him in that fucking cloud. I mean, the doggos will probably get stunned, but you're also stunned, which is not really helpful, to be fair. Nice.
That fucking ricochet shot is so good.
That is indeed fucking amazing. Can you actually hit him in there? That's my real...
I couldn't hit him directly. I could hit him with an AoE to try to stun him, but it failed.
I mean, that's my problem, actually. I can't see him in there. Means I can't directly aim at him. If that were the case...
I couldn't directly see... It was weird. I couldn't directly see him, but I could target the area 6 inches from him.
I managed to freeze him. That's...
He's half dead, and we've all got our health. Well, I think we're going to be alright. I think we might have overthought... We might have overestimated this.
Let's actually hope that. Not something horrible happened along the way. Okay, now I can actually hit him.
Blow of victory.
I mean, he can revive his little doggos, which is annoying. Oh look, the fucking smoke is gone. That's a good start. Because I actually think the doggos, I mean, it's stunned. We don't need to care about the one doggo there. The other one is probably going to go down either.
Alright, you can't blind him.
Nope, you also have more smoke now. Ah, smoke is annoying. Spider, go in there and attack him. Nice. Spider has almost killed him. Can I hit him? I can.
You were fucking worried.
Yes, I was worried. When the game actually saves of itself, you know, I'm sitting here like, okay, that's probably a bad sign for me.
Nah, I tried to tell you, but no, you didn't want to fucking listen to me.
I rather wanted to. Oh, look, we can have a conversation with ourselves. But first,
Everything we
collect
do
shit.
seems to fortify your abilities. It's easy enough to gain new strength when one is carrying an entire team on one's shoulders.
Yes. That's what a mage would say.
Vietnam was unpopular to begin with, indeed.
And yeah, it was.
Indeed.
I would know how to sell that to the audience. Like, yeah, this is totally a good idea. We're totally supposed to be here. What, have you heard?
So it wasn't the selling necessarily of the conflict that was the problem. It was the fact that two administrations had spent their terms prior saying that the U.S. had no interest or vested reason to get into the war in Vietnam. Everybody had promised the American people that, I believe it was Johnson who said, I will not send American soldiers 10,000 miles away to fight a war that Asian soldiers should be fighting for themselves. And then like 6 months later, he sent 10,000 American soldiers 10,000 miles away.
Yep. Everybody's sitting there like, are you serious? Good thing is I have teleportation. I can actually pick things up from a distance without going in there and murdering myself. Ouch. Jahan has managed to burn himself. He's a bit of a dum-dum.
Yeah, Johnson didn't get the get-out-of-jail-free card that Roosevelt got.
Actually, Jahan, could you take out the fire? Please.
Because for anybody in the audience that didn't know, FDR won his third term fucking on the campaign promise of not getting into a European conflict.
Well, I mean, you know. Wasn't a European conflict that you got into, finally. Be fair.
Oddly, yeah, if you want to be very technical, the only people we did not declare war on Germany.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
If you want to be technical, Germany declared war on us.
Well, yes, we did. To be fair, you know,
Right? Declared war on
circumstances.
the Japanese. Because you're dumb.
Yeah,
That was
there's a
One of
ghost
the-
on here.
that was one of the biggest fucking mistakes that Hitler made.
Your eyes before me still.
Amongst many other mistakes that Hitler did, you know. It's not like that guy has a...
Heard any good tales, my friend?
Dumb or just loyal to your allies? Dumb!
Pretty dumb, actually.
Very fucking dumb. If you wanted to be loyal to your allies, that one would have been somewhat easier to accomplish. For example, see the Americans' Lend-Lease policy in World War II.
Fair point, fair point. Lend-Lease, I remember. I don't know, what is this ghost telling you? Well, apparently he was called Samson at one point.
If so,
All I'm saying is maybe if the Luftwaffe had spent a little less time at Dunkirk and a little more time at Wake Island,
repent for my wretched sin.
Japan might have had an easier go of things.
That indeed is the
Well, I mean, yeah, the Luftwaffe was spread pretty damn thin at some point anyway. We couldn't really keep up the production.
years ago to the day.
I didn't brought up the Luftwaffe as just out of my ass. Equipment in general.
And watched on as a
If our Kriegsmarine instead had actually managed to get itself into the Pacific a bit more efficiently, that could have helped Japan a lot. Just, you know, but alas.
gone to do my duty.
Honestly, I think the most that Germany could, I think the best that Germany could have done to really aid the Japanese would have been armor.
Yeah, but transporting that is a pain.
The Japanese had horrible tanks and not a lot of them.
Jealousy, anger, the bitter anguish of a broken heart. Those
We could have at least sent over some, you know,
me to madness.
older Panzer III, Panzer IVs,
Mona was on board. As I knew
more modernized Ausführungen. Would have helped, probably, yeah. But no, we did not.
was betrayed.
There's a long-standing,
The dashing fat
unconfirmed theory that the reason Germany declared war on America like that was in hopes that because they had done that, thus clearly taking a good deal of pressure off the Japanese. Supposedly, the theory is that they had hoped that if they did that, Japan would strike at Russia.
Well, yes, we were kind of hoping that Japan would play a bit more of an active role there, to be fair.
Yeah, well, they were too busy getting bogged down in China.
Yep.
That moaning.
Looking at it from a tactical standpoint, attacking Pearl Harbor wasn't the worst plan. It was actually attacking Pearl Harbor was one of the best plans, actually.
What's the matter?
Taking down most ships at the start of the war is the best way to get to the edge at the start of the war.
So,
You'll go to the lot.
See,
what's the matter? There's certainly...
What's the linear?
Survive?
Ha!
So,
You'll go to the lot.
Okay, apparently I can't finish the quest.
there's certainly...
What's the linear?
Survive?
Ha!
So,
you can't finish the quest without me.
Well, that could be it. So, have you finished talking with the ghost? Anything
I have.
important?
Not especially.
We lost stuff at Lighthouse. We met the ghost of the Lighthouse Keeper Samson and admitted to purposely sinking a ship with his wife Desdemona and it was aboard.
Well, let me phrase that. Nothing that is not especially important that has come to resolution.
How did it
But I
go?
apparently have a conversation needed to be had.
So let me get this.
and I'm sure...
Did you already loot everything out of the lighthouse?
Indeed.
Nice.
Could turn around and then I decided that I could probably go ahead and just talk to the fucking legionnaires that we met along the way. And just as you finished talking with the ghost boy, I could actually finish that. Now we need to have a conversation with ourselves again because I have a
And
fucking
well,
exclamation
the
mark over
Americans
my
had way
head.
too many ships and they didn't need to explore Pearl Harbor. Actually, that's not necessarily true.
Quite a story.
I'm actually
ghosts have
right
to
now.
tell.
Well, not right this second.
Not every day one hears about a lighthouse keeper
hold on.
sinking ships just because his wife proved to be unfaithful.
Are you surprised by that?
Aye, a pitiful creature. Torn up so badly by the loss of love that it... Sorry. The man killed who knows how many innocents for the sake of a sick bout of...
Hey, you don't know how many were on the boat.
Yeah, but let's assume at least, 50 or so.
Let's assume one.
You don't sail a boat with just one person.
Do you see how easy it is to just turn that fucking shit around?
Yes, if we assume that you can sail a boat with one person, mind you, a sailboat.
It's a rowboat is a boat.
It was never said that it was a rowboat. We must assume a ship.
It was never said it was a ship. Why do we have to assume anything?
Because it was guided by the lighthouse. You wouldn't guide your fucking rowboat with a lighthouse, now would you? Because
Yes,
you wouldn't...
you would go to any boat that you can't see the shore by a lighthouse.
You are a rowboat, you're not gonna be outside.
Fog.
You would never go so far out that you wouldn't see the shore in a
You
fucking
live in
rowboat.
fucking Europe. Your neighbor is the United Kingdom. You of all people can know how much of an hindrance fog is.
I know how much of hindrance fog is. Believe you me, we have enough ourselves.
Wars have been lost on fog.
Yes, but still, I would like to make the point that you would probably not sail so far out that you couldn't see the shore in a fucking rowboat if you don't absolutely have to.
Typical German, guilty until proven innocent.
Well, yeah, in this case, precisely. In this case, very much precisely. Also, we have been kind of ambushed, I see. I wasn't expecting that, actually.
Do I have a ricochet? Yes, I do.
At least the big group down there hasn't attacked us, because that would suck. Let's hope they actually don't do
Ow.
that.
I knew I was going to take the attack of opportunity, but I wasn't going to just keep standing there. The Pearl Harbor did take America years, and not decades back in time, a ship build before they were forced into the war. See, okay, so the big thing that,
Understand.
that Japan and Germany, the reason why Pearl Harbor, for example, happened, the biggest reason, is because everybody knew, or at least felt they had a ballpark knowledge of the production capability of the United States. Japan knew that it had to be incredibly audacious to have a chance at winning this war, which is why you
Yes.
saw Pearl Harbor. Simultaneously, you saw launches of attacks on, what was it, Malaya? Malaysia, I
Pretty
think,
sure, yeah.
and Singapore.
I think the big group has spotted us. This is not good.
This is why at the start of the war, between like we're Japan anyways, when Japan starts fighting on the islands, if you look at their attacks at when they strike, it's a whole lot of naval landings at night from multiple angles. And on top of that, they were fighting against General MacArthur, who I go back and forth on whether or not I want to say he's a fucking idiot. Like, it's really hard to not say he's a fucking idiot, but at the same time, he really was a good general.
Might be an idiot, but goddamn, a man could lead troops.
And just decided that they didn't need defenses at the Philippines. MacArthur was just like, what's that? What do you mean you want to... It was at Bataan. That was what it was. Where MacArthur was told, hey, the plan here is to fortify the living fuck out of Bataan and put enough supplies in it that basically it can withstand a siege until it doesn't need to withstand the siege anymore. Because this island is undefendable. We do not have air superiority. We do not have naval superiority. We do not have fucking troop superiority.
Well, you have nothing. That's always a very good start.
And MacArthur was like, well, that's a defeatist plan. We're gonna push them back into the sea. That didn't work.
Surprisingly enough, didn't.
They got pushed almost back to Bataan, and then MacArthur went, all right, here's the plan. We're gonna fall back to Bataan, fortify the fuck out of it. But then it was too late.
God damn it, this armored killer is standing in my way. Let me burn you. Because otherwise I can't get to the priest, and if we don't take care of the priest soon, we'll have some trouble. Now I'm going to take that priest, and I'm going to take him over here.
No, typical German, never had big overseas colonies, so he never needed to worry much in lighthouses.
We had colonies, and fucking
Then
Africa.
big ones.
I mean, to be fair, not the biggest ones, no.
What do you mean? What do you mean Africa? Africa's a continent.
In Africa, we had colonies.
You
Not-
and everybody else.
Yes, quite literally. It was a prestige object, meant you. Not that we
Having
made
a
much of it.
colony in the continent of Africa doesn't account for much. That could
You know, that's basically what everybody did.
Congratulations, you got what? Uruguay,
That's
Uruguay, whatever.
Mitchell,
it's
West
called. You got-
Africa, I would like to point out, you know.
And how long did you hold those colonies?
Yeah. Actually quite a while, actually. I think 20 years in some of them. Nothing much.
Get on my level, kid. We've still got colonies.
You are a fucking colony, I would like to point out.
That is not true. That has not been true for over 100 years.
Yes, but that doesn't matter that you
And-
started as a colony, didn't ya? Same as Australia.
Oh,
shit.
so did everybody. Germany started out as not Germany. Fuck you.
Yes, we started as the Northern German Federation, to be fair.
No, you didn't.
We did.
You didn't.
We indeed did.
You started out as fucking Prussia.
Prussia wasn't Germany, though, because Prussia was just
You're
one
right.
part of it.
Because Germany didn't exist.
Yes, which I said, Germany
It was
started.
Prussia.
Before that, we were the Northern German Federation. That turned into Germany. Before that, there was no union, so there's no Germany. It's a fair point.
Germany didn't exist until the late 1800s.
Yeah, I know, in its modern form, it absolutely didn't. That is true.
As a nation, no. In its modern form, you mean the nation of Germany didn't exist? Yes, that is correct.
See? That is all I was trying to say. Before that, the only actually predecessor we have that is directly linked to Germany is Northern Third Generation of Prussia at its heart. Well, can I revive you?
It's like saying the German Federation was a nation is like saying the Entente was a nation.
Okay, where the fuck can I revive you? Where do you want to be revived?
I
Exactly
do
that.
want to be revived, and I didn't even realize that I had died.
Well, tell me where you want to be revived, because, well, there are 2 enemies. With more coming from the south. Where do we want to be?
Put me behind the undead swordsman.
Which one? The left or the right one?
I didn't see it. The left one.
Welcome
All
back.
the way to my boot soles.
Okay, can I do anything else? Nah, actually it's your turn first. For some reason you get your turn immediately. You might want to heal a bit because there's more coming.
Yep.
I would like to point out that's going to be a pain in the ass. Because we apparently dragged everybody at some point. Don't ask me how we managed that.
And all I had the action points to use to heal was my food. And if I move, I'm gonna get a fucking... Alright, let's see.
I will try... I mean,
No.
they're both wet. I will try to stun one of them at the very least. But no promises. It's a chance, it's not a guarantee.
Well... Fucking...
You know, the German Federation, my little friend, was Bismarck's small German solution. Most definitely not meant as a protectorate of the Netherlands. For good reason. The Netherlands were pretty much
I wasn't trying
not
to
considered
shoot him, but...
in that particular regard. Yes, smoke again. For fuck's sake, why is there always smoke?
Northern German Federation was mean to be the protectorate of the Netherlands after the Napoleonic Wars, since the Holy Roman Empire did no longer exist. This is true.
The HA did not exist any longer, that is true. And somebody makes, of course, claims to all of the areas.
One could
Nobody's
argue
surprised.
that Germany only exists because Napoleon said it could.
I mean, you know, we did fight against him.
You lost against him.
We did actually get to take a bit of revenge because, you know, that last battle.
Look, you don't get to say you won
Yes,
whenever you're
Revolution,
like, look, a third coalition war.
Yes, because nobody could do it alone, apart from, you know, Russia's winter. Russia's winter
Right.
could beat Napoleon. Quite easy, even. Good times. Actually, who's... Oh, it's your ranger's turn. I was about... Who the fuck is the turn? The situation is not turning out too well for us, I would like to point out.
It isn't, but because I can't fucking heal, or I can't move away from this guy without getting my shit kicked in, and my heals don't seem to be healing as much as I would like.
Also, it wasn't probably not a good idea to move your archer up there where she gets attacked from behind. By everybody that is moving there.
Yeah, I didn't see them there.
I'm overheating here.
That is probably not going too well for us.
Do not.
I feel...
To be fair, the biggest issue with fighting Russia strategy, to be fair, is logistics.
Yeah. Because the fucking land is fucking large and not really easily travelable. I really don't
Not
understand
even
how
that.
this goes.
Even if they were easily travelable, I mean, that's just a lot of ground to transport supplies on.
Yes, but if the elite has fucking decent roads, you could at least be like, okay, there's the railroad, there are my roads, I can do this. I need to go through fucking nowhere, no man's land there, it's not too pleasant.
During the Napoleonic Wars, it was more of a they were kind of forced to go to always use the tactic of live off the land, especially Napoleon's army. That was their style. That's one of the things that made Napoleon a great general, was while everyone else was fighting fucking line battles, he was advancing and doing quick, hard-hitting maneuvers.
Yeah, I think we will have to reload this. This is not turning well.
Yeah, we need to reload this. We should probably go ahead and reload this.
Yeah, we need to approach from another angle, because if we face all of this together, we are fucked.
I don't even think that if we face all of this, we're fucked. I think it's if we take the high ground first, or
Yeah,
if
I
we
mean,
start.
the
if we
problem is
spend-
this is like 3 different encounters all triggered together. If that happens, we're fucked. If we have, like, you know, 1 or 2 of them, like if we start
So
down
I don't level
here,
up.
you know, if we just take this group down here and then work ourselves up, that should probably work a bit better.
And I'd like to point out as a complaint about this fucking game is it could definitely do more to let me know that I have a level up.
You know, it just tells you the basic bitch, like, yeah, have a little marking.
It doesn't. Yeah, it just puts a little arrow next to my picture.
That's all you get. Don't forget, if you want to have more man-at-arms things, you need 2 points to level it up now, not just 1. Because that's how the level system works. 1 point for the first level, 2 points for the second level, which is why I'm saving my points so I can get more magicka.
Right, time to fucking fight.
Yeah,
Are you over there? Where are you? There you are.
I'm waiting down here before we approach that building full of the undead. Because I think we can do this. Let me heal you. They're still somewhat wounded. Because if it's just this little group down here, I think we can manage that much. Just not everything in combination. Okay. Where's your ranger hit? Yeah, she also doesn't have full health. No! Oh, that's cool though.
Where I wouldn't want to fight in a modern day conflict. I would not.
Yeah.
I would not want to go to war with like Italy right now.
Now we wait until the cooldown, and then you can go forward and trigger the combat slowly but surely. I'll tell you when.
And I specify Italy simply because we're in the modern era, and
okay, you can go.
Italy is very mountainous. And the last 80 years or so of war history... Wait, I didn't mean to go in there. Have shown that whatever side has the most mountains is probably the side that's going to win.
Mountains are a pain in the ass.
I can't be alone in noticing that.
Onslaught from afar.
No, I don't want to shoot. I want to move. How do I turn that off?
Usually right click.
Am I going to be able to hit them from here? Yes.
You should be able to, yes.
I won't be able to hit them that turn, but yeah.
Can I hit the mage?
You done?
Out.
Ask Anakin or Darth Vader how that went for them. If I doubt the high ground, why don't I ask Obi-Wan how that went for them? Oh, you're right. I could ask Vader, who had the high ground when he fucked up the Emperor.
You could not, nicely. Yes, you could, but we all know the answer to that, don't we?
Why did not having the high ground never affect Yoda?
Yes, are you sure you want to go in there, right next to 2 poisonous barrels?
No, but there's not a lot that I can do. Except apparently wait for him to explode one, run through it, and then come to me.
Yeah, I mean, they will come to you because they can't really aim at you. Which is precisely what I had hoped would happen. Because now we actually have a bit of an advantage here because we have a little choke point. That also means that their fucking mage needs to come forward. Now that's good. Also, did you know that poison things are very much explodey?
Yes.
Good.
Also, I would like to point out that in this modern era, I don't feel 100% that the high ground is as important as it historically has been.
I mean, you know, with heavy reliance on air superiority, probably not so much. You can do a lot of damage from the sky.
Reliance on superiority and field artillery.
Neat. Some places you can even fucking flatten the mountains if they displease you. To a certain degree. Not a complete degree, but still, that's quite impressive. Ah, this is a nice little choke point we have here. Now the undead have a choice. They can either run round.
Can't see target. Why can't I see target? There's a hole in the fucking wall.
Mostly because of the smoke, usually is what stops me. Oh, yeah, okay, the fucking wall stopped you. Okay. Yeah, what are you gonna do about this, huh, undead killer? Ah, figured as much. Because now they actually consider going around again.
To be frank, aside from the actual physically capturing of cities, it's kind of hard to fathom why we even use troops on the ground, per se, for offensive operations.
The question is,
I do have some air superiority. Any idea?
should I actually douse the flames so we can walk in there and drag them here again, or do you want to wait and see?
Let's wait and see.
Okay, anything I need to heal? No. Because then I'm just going to collect some action points so that my mages can go full ham. You really shouldn't try to poison an undead.
I didn't. I thought I'd thrown a nail bomb.
Yeah, I imagine there was some...
Which I did, because the zombie's bleeding and poisoned.
Yeah, I'm assuming there was some more of that poisonous thing, which then... I mean, the smoker can't explode. I mean, I can,
You
but
have
it's
that's
not
on
going to...
air superiority. Air superiority is 100% a must strategy.
Yep.
You want, and you talk about things like Vietnam and the bombing run, the ineffective bombing runs of Vietnam, which, yeah, I will concede that point. America by itself dropped more bombs in Vietnam than it did, than any two nations counting America did in all of World War II combined.
Can you hit that zombie, though? Especially with a flame arrow.
Ooh, maybe.
Because that would blow up that fucking cloud.
Ooh. I just have to hit the cloud?
Yeah, should work. Damn it. Did fucking trigger my explosion. I mean, he's bleeding. So...
Because he was just out of range.
God, that's such a pain. Well, I guess I will come from the outside. But see, this is a lot more that we can handle. Number-wise.
How do I just pick stuff up to move it?
You click the left mouse button and hold it, usually. Then you just drag it around.
I guess I just put it in my inventory.
Well, that's an option too. You now have a water barrel in your inventory. I mean, you do know that I have a water mage. I can just douse those flames easily enough.
Yeah, well, it didn't... that didn't go as smooth as it should have. If it did, I could have just put the barrel there and hit it myself.
I'm just going to sit here and
my
wait a bit.
plan, but instead I put shit in my inventory.
I'm just going to sit here and wait. That means they will come to us in like 1 or 2 turns anyway. Apart from that zombie who's taking fucking forever, but meh. We can just wait here and, you know, take a few pot shots at them when they get close.
Yeah, I'm waiting on them around the corner.
Eh.
I know it's a must, but if you talk about taking down some points of interest like bridges and other hard to fully destroy infrastructure, I would say it's not the end-all be-all anymore. It isn't. I would agree that it is not. In fact, I would say that there is no...
But if you have the scouts, who can actually tell you there's the infrastructure, then you can have your artillery deal with that far more easily in a, you know, common ground war, which we usually don't have any longer because meh.
Especially with surface-to-air missiles being a thing. Fair. First, but there's a couple of issues with that. If we're talking about modern day, take the American F-22 fighter jet.
What a nice fighter jet that is.
An incredibly nice fighter jet. And a fighter jet that can outrun the majority of the world's surface-to-air missile systems.
Yeah. Not like we stopped developing those things precisely to resist stuff like that. Not easy to shoot down.
Like the F-22 is so fast that most SAM sites can't even target it. And in terms of air superiority being like an end-all be-all, there is no end-all be-all.
Yeah, not in common normal warfare. If we assume that we're not using anything excessive.
Considering, you have to burn your ass, but you might not make it back to base if you do it. You're still alive.
I mean, that's good. Very good of a start, I would say. Damn.
One problem at a time.
Yeah.
They thought it would be in World War I, though. And you can understand them definitely thinking that. With how absolutely new the technology was and the potential offered by it.
Yeah.
you can 100% see why in World War One they would have thought that that air superiority was the end all be all, and in World War Two, air superiority was kind of the end all be all.
It really, really changed how naval battles were seen because, well, suddenly battleships weren't fucking unsinkable monstrosities any longer. Dreadnought was dead.
That's right. Suddenly something that I can build in a couple of weeks can take out something that it takes you a few years to build.
Yes. Basically, I have 20 fucking planes, you have one ship. It took me like a month to build my planes. It took you like 5 years to build your ship. Yeah, you can see why it would be fucking annoying to lose that. Doesn't take a genius now, does it? Really changed how people perceived that whole Dreadnought thing. Because until then, Dreadnought were the shit, basically.
Yeah, I mean, in World War II, well, actually, even to this day, Japan in World War II created the largest, most advanced, like the largest battleship that has ever existed in human history to this day.
Indeed, the Musashi.
It was bigger and more powerful than the Bismarck, and more powerful than any battleship America has ever fielded.
Yeah, I mean, you have to give it to the Japanese. They took the German idea of bigger, stronger, fucking even bigger, and, well, indulged themselves.
Unfortunately, they also what they didn't take was the lessons that the Germans learned on why it didn't work.
Yeah. Like,
the production time.
And they also didn't learn the idea of, no matter how much air I put in it, it's just one ship. Very important lesson to learn, I can tell you.
And even then, you come in now with the big issue of, hey, we've got this super powerful, super big, super expensive ship. Well, then we have to be insanely cautious about when and where we use it.
Yeah, because otherwise, if that thing pings, that's going to break.
It's not getting used to its full potential.
Yep. It was such a waste of resources. But yeah.
In fact, and to hammer home the point that air superiority in World War II was the end-all be-all, this is the point in history, in human history, where you see the battleship no longer the king of the ocean. Instead, any navy that wants to be taken seriously needs carriers.
Yes, even the Germans were actually starting their plans for a carrier. Because even they realized, change your tactics.
America even put so many eggs in the air superiority basket that's a big part of what led to our creation of the airborne.
It worked out pretty damn well, actually, when you think about it. That was the
Germany also had paratroopers. Germany was just really stupid and didn't use them.
Yeah, Germany was... I mean, everything was new in now.
A couple of times Germany did deploy paratroopers as they were intended. The Germans saw insane success.
Yes, but the
best example of German paratrooper capabilities would be Operation Market Garden.
Fair point. I mean, nobody questions the efficiency, but your average old-ass military guy is going to be conservative.
The fear of the efficiency.
Very
An invigorating fight that was. And what a killing blow.
Which is just stupid, because it's like... It's not like Hitler had to deal with the logistical issues that America did. You didn't have to fly over an ocean to drop your troops.
Nope. I had a bit short to go. Luckily,
yeah. Like, if I'd been Hitler, I'd have been airborning everyone all the time, everywhere. What's that? We lost Normandy? Airborne!
Yeah. Quick response would have been far easier that. But no. That, once again, missed opportunities over missed opportunities. But that's what you have, the conservative military apparatus is usually not that interested in new concepts. Even if they show promise. They're like, no, we're gonna stay with what we know.
Japan was lucky when the war started. They designed the Zero when World War II started on our end. The Zero wasn't a phenomenal plane.
Well, for a specific purpose, and it, it had its... it had its time, its moment in the light, and then it was eaten.
I think the only Allied plane that if I remember correct, and correct me if I'm wrong on this one, I think I might be, but if I recall, the only Allied plane that that could go really toe to toe with the Zero was the P-51.
If we're just going off stats, probably yes. But the problem is, even in the air, stats are not everything. Numbers
Oh no,
is what makes
no,
and
they're
breaks
not.
the battle.
But what I mean by that is like the British Spitfire, I don't believe, which was I think Britain's most advanced aircraft at the time. I don't think the Spitfire was able to go toe to toe with Zeros.
Yeah, no, not one-on-one. As I said, one-on-one is not the only thing that matters. That's the problem.
No, it definitely doesn't. And we definitely should not be talking about this in a one-on-one situation, considering the overwhelming majority of the air battles that Japan won, Japan was outnumbered.
Which just
The
shows its
zero,
quality.
but for 1-0 getting shot down, there were 6 Spitfires lost.
Yeah, it's just true. I mean, I'm not saying it's a bad plane per se. It is a good plane. Very specifically created for specific purposes. And, later on when they actually had to travel longer distances and had to use fuel tanks, that was not good for the purposes, of course. Because that costs you a
Right.
lot of speed. And, well, you have two options then. Either I, fight at full speed, which means dropping my tanks. Then I don't come home, though. That's a problem. Soon as the losses come up, that's a problem. So let me just quickly...
I don't know about German aircraft. My knowledge on German aircraft in World War II is a little lacking outside of a few novelties. Like I can tell you about the Stuka.
That's actually not a plane, that's a method of fighting. Stuka is just Sturzkampf, which is basically flying high and dropping down low as a method of combat. I think the Grumman is actually the superior variant to the that gave the Zeros really some trouble later on. The
Well,
F2?
when we
I think pretty sure it was the F2.
when
name...
we Americans are talking about Stukas, though, we are referring to that
the
one
Junkers,
type
yes.
of high altitude aircraft that Hitler was like, we should put whistles on it.
Yes, you're referring to the Junkers 80 something. It's one of the Junkers, yeah. It's the one that whistles when it goes down at a certain speed. Then it makes sound. Which is amazing.
Japan was seen as a
amazingly
technological
German.
inferior before the war. Actually, strategy, fun fact, Japan was seen as inferior, mostly for racist reasons.
Well, yeah.
That is not even kind of that's not a leftist take, that's not a hard stand. It's just the fact that America as a whole, and there's so many documents and letters and journal entries to back this up, that America had no belief that the Japanese
Could even put up
because
a
they were
resistance.
a backwater Asian island.
Yeah, they were uncivilized barbarians, basically, from your point of view. And you made made absolutely clear that that's how you see them.
And it's definitely, and America didn't look at it like this because, like, oh, Japan's technology could never rival ours. No, they looked at it as Asian people could never rival white.
Right, too much.
That is exactly how they looked at it. Again, there is no shortage of documents. A quick search will show you more than you wish to see.
Well then.
And that's why in the opening salvos of the war with Japan, the Allies got their asses kicked.
Mostly because they weren't actually expecting such fierce resistance. It's like, oh shit, they're actually fighting,
Not just even the fierce resistance, the fierce offensive. Because remember, when it came to the island hopping campaign, we had to retake those islands. We lost them in the beginning of the war.
Yes, you did.
Japan just came in and fucked us up.
That they did. Ouch. Those fuckers hurt really badly. Bandit clubbers and the armored killers. Fucking dangerous. We'll probably deal with this asshole first. I mean, they have a lot of XP. I'll take it. We also still have to
I think my favorite. Everybody's got a favorite gimmick weapon. I think my personal favorite gimmick weapon from World War II would have to be the Katushka. I fucking love love the Katushka rocket system.
That
The
is funny.
sound it makes, the fact that, like, if you're anywhere within, like, a few thousand clicks of the Katushka, you might get hit.
That's not
And I
the
say
book
might because
system.
they didn't fucking. It was just, here's a bunch of rockets, go!
Basically, yes. Just like, okay, I have rockets, here go rockets. Where do your rockets hit? Well, I don't care.
Them fucking Germans, they think they're the only ones with rocket technology? I'll show you rocket technology!
Now we have a problem. That undead priest just revived the fucking undeads. This is not a good sign.
Just the sound of a Katushka rocket is just so cool.
Oh, well, well. The group up here is surprisingly strong, actually.
They really are.
It's kind of surprising, actually. I mean, I wasn't really
If you shoot
expecting
enough of them, you'll have carpet bomb artillery. Actually, one of them was in fact, they did use them as basically carpet bomb artillery.
Well, yeah.
Mostly because they didn't have a choice.
Yeah, it's not like you could really precisely aim those things.
Let me check my inventory. I know I've got other... And you... What do you do?
I mean, you are shielding,
you're
but
not
you're
gonna help.
frozen. That is a bit of a problem there. Really need to deal with
Well,
that
you're
fucking
gonna
priest.
get pissed, but I don't care.
We really need to deal with that priest, because if he can revive,
Doing what I can.
revive more people, that would be a bit of a problem. As such, I will actually do a nice little job of getting him over here. So that we can actually deal with him mano a mano. How does
Well, what
archers?
piece-
No pain.
You know what piece of World War II history has really always baffled me? Germany's fucking insistence on using the Kar 98 throughout the war.
Oh please, that's a classic.
Yeah, so classic. Your 5-round bolt-action rifle is going to stand up against my 8-round 30-06 semi-automatic M1.
As I said, you know, most of the militaries were conservatives, but that doesn't mean that they're necessarily stupid. When they saw the Sturmgewehr, or these three, they were like, yes, please. Sir,
Y'all did
fucking
have a,
Hitler.
Yeah, y'all did have... Yeah, y'all had a fucking semi-automatic rifle.
Yeah, we were the first ones who had one. We should have used it. Because everybody that used it on the front was like, yes, please, more of that.
Were you?
But
Were you?
Hitler.
Were you? I think you might want to fact check that. I don't think that Germany was the first with semi-auto rifles.
In an actual warfare situation, like a big conflict, yeah, I'm pretty sure we were.
I'm looking this up right now.
You do that. Go correct me if I'm wrong. I'm willing to admit to being wrong sometimes. Do I want to... Actually, but I can't do anything else. That undead swordman is a problem, but the undead priest is a lot more of a problem. Ah, your little huntress needs to shoot a priest, I would like to point out.
I know, but I'm... Aha! Get fucked! The first semi-automatic rifle adopted and widely issued by a major military power was France, and it was the Fusilet Automatique Module 1917. This is a locked breech gas-operated action, which is very
please.
similar in its mechanical principles to the future M1 Garand in the United States. Get shit on, Nazis!
Oh please, what did the French ever do with that?
Eat your ass in World War I, that's what.
Well, I mean, they basically did the same thing with it that we did. I'm like, oh, that's nice, and then just put it, you know, far away from everything else. Now
We had first semi-automatic rifle. Yeah, and strategy. Germany had fucking...
Now, shoot the fucking priest so that he dies.
I can't. I have enough action. Is it giving me enough to do it? For once, I have enough to shoot twice.
Ah, God bless it. Now that that asshole is done, we need to deal with a few other things. Ah, we have an asshole-ish amount of problems here.
And yes, Germany did have Hitler's chainsaw, the MG42.
We did. That's more of a gimmick
that
weapon than
being
anything else.
Well, the MG42 was like a lot of the MG42's design aspects and technical aspects would get used to make machine guns for decades, and it's still used.
They're still used,
today.
but you know, you needed a faster, cheaper, and better variant in order to sustain yourself. There needed to be some, you know, more development in that particular area.
I would argue that I would say, and for me personally, I view the MG42 as just a machine gun.
Yeah,
Like, I don't view it as anything in particularly special.
Yeah, no, it goes back to the idea of, you know, using the group with one guy having actually the need for a heavy machine gun, which goes very much counter to the idea of having everybody equipped with a, you know, automatic rifle, which is a lot more efficient in the long run. Which is why, you know, it's a nice weapon, but apart from static defense, you're not really something you necessarily want to have around.
Exactly. The MG42's biggest claim to fame was its rate of fire.
Yep. Which, you know, it is impressive.
Yeah, especially at the time, it outfired every other machine gun in every other military in terms of fire rate.
Was a pretty damn fast. Yes, it is.
You know, it outshot the Browning 30 cal, and we just don't need to go into how garbage Russian weapons were.
Probably not.
We just don't.
Do I need to? Yes, I need to heal you again because you're fucking dying. Also, you have lowered armor.
Even their fucking machine guns, god damn it.
The problem is also now.
I don't remember what the fucking British machine gun at the time was. The Bren? Was it the Bren?
Pretty sure it was the Bren. Ouch. These archers hurt like a bitch. Jesus fucking Christ.
I will say that
Aid me.
the MG42 might be... I would be willing to grant it the title of best light machine gun in World War II.
In that specific area, yes, I can absolutely agree with that.
Yeah, specifically in the light machine gun. Because, yeah, the MG42 does outperform the Browning 30 cal that the Americans used. And that would be the closest competitor in light machine guns to the MG42 because the Bren just was too unwieldy and had too small of ammo capacity.
If you still have fire arrow, you can probably light the oil up there.
I needed that.
Gotcha. I'll move up and get it.
You do that. I'm trying to shock the clubber. That he's stunned. Bitter cold is probably not going to help me.
I will say, I feel like America easily had in World War II the absolute best heavy machine gun, which we still use to this day, the M2 50 caliber machine gun.
No reason to change something that fucking amazing, I guess. That's good.
It really is. The only thing that we have changed in like 70 years is what the parts are made out of.
Yeah, I'd imagine there's really not much more you need to change with that thing.
You know, we made the barrel better so that way you can shoot more 50 caliber rounds without changing it.
Yep. Sounds about right. Sounds about very much right.
Nothing really beats that fucking machine gun.
Come on, oil.
It's so fucking iconic and well known. I can't even think of a heavy machine gun from any other nation. At least in World War II. No, really, I can't think of another. Well, I guess there's the Vietnamese Dishka. In the Vietnam War.
Heavy machine guns. Let me see if I can actually see something.
Yeah, what the fuck was a Nazi heavy machine? Did the Nazis have heavy machine guns? Surely, yeah.
I'm pretty damn sure something, yeah.
Surely you didn't just like, alright, we've got the MG42, we need something a little bit bigger. Alright, well we got Flak 88s.
Well, yeah, which is technically speaking an AA gun.
There was a middle gun.
I know, technically speaking, it seems that, as far as machine guns goes, the MG34 and the MG42 are basically the box standard we have. And there are some better lists.
Here's an easy way to check. Here's an easy way for you to check. What was the common machine gun armament on your fighters?
On my fighters, what actually was that?
Because you had two for American fighters. There was the 50 caliber M2 and the Browning 30 cal.
Fighters, let's see.
You would find one of those two guns equipped on American fighters.
Just fly.
I imagine Germany went the same route with wanting a heavy machine gun for its planes.
Yes, we do have Luftwaffe. Let me see. That would be a good example, but I don't think we actually used that apart from that. There's the
Maybe we
Hinekats.
should switch to Holy Force soon if we're gonna have to keep Wikipediaing it. Which I'm down.
I mean,
You're getting me into a war-like mood.
Understandable considering what we're doing and talking about. General characteristics, blah 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 blah. Performance. It doesn't tell me immediately, of course not. Actually, it's my turn. Yes, it is my turn. Let me just quickly do my turn.
That's fine. Yeah, do your turn. You don't even have to do it quickly, because I might be able to find this a little easier.
I'll do tell. You'll find it. Because the next I need to watch for the fucking skeletons shooting me in my face again. I think after this we should anyway return to the city probably. To recuperate a little bit and sell some loot.
Does the Maschinengewehr 131 sound familiar?
Das Maschinengewehr 131.
It's a German 13mm caliber machine gun developed in 1938 and produced from 40 to 45.
Gewehr 131. Das Maschinengewehr, das MG131. It's a later one. It hasn't been used though. Let me see.
Only meant to be used in static positions. Flexible or turreted single or twin mountings in Luftwaffe aircraft.
Well, yeah, it has only been used in... Actually, not necessarily even in fighters. That is a... God, how am I even going to translate it? That's a very specific way of using planes. Nice little Rhine metal weapon. Specifically made for aircrafts, though.
Now, granted, I don't think that, like, a wider usage of heavy MGs would have helped Germany.
Probably not, honestly.
Well, and I can say that just because I can look at how America utilized its heavy MGs. You know, they were they were put on jeeps, tanks. They were defensive machine guns, essentially.
I mean, yeah, something to, you know, take care of the infantry when it gets too close, because you really don't want to use your main weaponry.
Well, not just infantry, because originally the 50 cal was designed to take out armor. Back when a 50 cal could take out all the armor.
Well, probably not all
Originally. Back whenever you just had the tank.
I mean, yes, basically, you know, interwar
It's a
tanks.
different kind. There wasn't any kind. There was just the tank.
Indeed, people had the tank, and that was it. And they started to branch out a bit. Lighter variants, heavier variants, all the nonsense. For example, you know, on the most famous of Tiger Panzers, we actually had we had two MG-34s. Just, you know, shits and giggles. So why not?
I've heard people talk about it, like, you know, back to the whole. Well, what, if Germany had, you know, existed in an alternate dimension, it could have won the war.
But yes, in an alternate dimension.
But some people have been like, well, if they had produced, you know, which obviously this argument ignores any logistical issues, but they're like, if they had produced Tigers instead of Panzer IVs. And that's one of those very few arguments where, like, okay, maybe, right?
Yes, I mean, we did start heavily producing those. It's just that we don't have the capabilities.
If you had spent the whole war having as many Tigers as you did.
Yeah, but that would mean we would have to develop the Tiger before the war even started, and we kind of came up with that idea in the middle of it. Then we were like, hey, that's nice, let's build those. At this point, we had so many Panzer IVs, though.
Not only that, you also would have required the resources to mass-produce Tigers, which you didn't have.
Yeah, not nearly as much as we needed. Let me heal you before we continue.
And to top off even more of that, you would still run into the same issue that the Tiger ran into in the first place. And that is that while a Tiger can just take out a Sherman tank with a single shot every time, for every one Tiger that you can produce, I can produce 12 Shermans.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem, actually. Yeah, if we had 2 million more of those, then we would still have the same problem that actually the end of the war kind of showcased very nicely. Most actually tigers and panthers weren't actually taken out, they were abandoned because no fuel. And no fuel means no use. Okay.
I mean, then it's still a fixed gun position.
Yes, but you know, a fixed gun position is not going to stay long when stuff like artillery is around. Let's check out this house, and once we are done with it, we are going to go back to the city. There's a diary here. Don't mind me, I'm just stealing some shit. Also a dead body.
I guess I could talk to this Doge.
You can, go ahead. I'll read the diary. Okay, some zombies came around apparently, and
The dog drools and shambles closer, but speaks no words. A low moaning growl rumbles from its throat.
I'm scared. I'm gonna go back
What
inside.
about... And the other dog is the same.
Are they going to zombify? They're probably going to zombify, aren't they?
Well, we'll have our conversation first.
According to his diary, this bloke couldn't put down his dogs even after he knew them to be infected. Who could bear to harm his best friends, especially when they only showed signs but no symptoms of turning? They are only innocent beasts, after all, and appear to pose no threat of harm.
I mean, yeah, who had the heart to kill their doggos?
Wait. Especially when they showed signs but no symptoms. What's the difference?
Maybe a sign is like something, you know, they look a bit unhealthy, but symptoms, a direct symptom for zombification would be, you know...
Like drooling, shambling closer, and having a low moaning growl rumbling from its throat?
Yeah, that might be a sign, yeah, but not necessarily a
symptom.
symptom. A symptom would be if the flesh starts falling off in places, you know, if it starts smelling rotten and stuff like that.
I mean, that would be a symptom. That doesn't... But, like... It's not like, oh, I'm a zombie. Rotted.
The question is, can you get him to zombify?
If you put them down, maybe? Can we cure... I'm gonna try to cure wounds on him. That did nothing.
I mean, I don't really kind of want to just let him sit around there for no good reason.
I mean, but at the same time, I don't want to just fucking attack a dog.
Yeah, me neither. The problem. I guess we're gonna go away for the moment.
Things are they signs they have been bitten but are not showing zombies yet? Fuck have I? I don't know.
Don't ask me. How the fuck am I There seems to be a random person around here. Hey, random person.
Me. It walks, but it's not dead.
You don't see him.
I'm entirely certain I'd ever meet anyone any more fitting that description. The
What, is he
name's
following?
Wolfram, and it's a delight to make your acquaintance.
No,
Not
not.
reckon my chances any higher though, especially with
They're not following us.
Quite zombies. Should you encounter these ones, be
Skeletons.
and don't be, I'll never make it.
Yeah, okay.
We certainly can. Let's be off.
We're supposed to be escorting this guy back to
Hold
the
on.
city.
Why risk our hides for the likes of him? Remember that both he and the Legion might reimburse us well for our assistance.
I mean, yeah, it's all about the money. If we bring him back, we might get some money out of it. Also, our goal is to go back to the city anyway, so
10
this
died to
seems
protect
to fit
this
with.
man. You'd make it 12?
Oh.
Da 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 da.
I love rock, paper, scissoring our argument.
It's such a useless thing, though.
Why do I have to keep winning?
And mostly because I don't care, I just pick rock all the time, basically. Or make it very easy for myself.
No, I'm not asking why it is I'm not losing. I'm asking why I have to continue winning.
Have it your way.
Well, you just abandoned that poor man.
Car. You're as bad as the undead underbred.
See, now he will die a horrible death out here. Hope you're happy with yourself.
I mean, there's those two dogs that he could convince to protect him.
You're talking about the two dogs that are probably going to turn into a freaking zombie soon enough.
They're showing no symptoms.
But they're showing signs.
But apparently that's not the same thing.
I will steal everything in this fucking basement here. Well, you keep the guy company and steal everything that is up there. Still, you know...
I'd already stolen everything up there, and... Why did my screen suddenly randomly shake?
I mind it too, but I kind of figured that was something to do with the fact that I'm down here in the fucking, you know, basement.
Is there anywhere else we can go from this basement?
Okay, so he was killed and now there's a zombie skeleton up here.
Oh, so we just went alright.
Well, now he's dead.
Well, wasn't gonna expect it to be quite that quick.
I know this game has a very quick way about dealing with that. It's like, okay, you abandoned him, now he's dead.
Secretly, Cronos is the world champion in RPS. I'm not certain I know what RPS is.
Well, since he's dead now, let's steal more shit and let's go over to the city so we can find a nice place to sell our loot and then save. Maybe get some
Indeed.
more skill books, especially for you. God damn it, there's
But I have so much that it's a sick looking dog. I'm gonna go see what he needs help. Rock, paper, scissors.
rock, paper, scissors.
Should have probably been able to guess that one.
Well, that looks like combat.
It'll be okay. While you take your turn, I'm gonna get me some vape batteries. Be right back.
Yeah, you do that. I'm just going to, maybe I'm actually going to summon me Speedy first.
Spin your web for me.
Okay, it's my turn. And we wait for the Cronos.
So after we have gotten back to town and I've sold all our shit, do we want to do some Hoi 4?
Yeah, why not? I mean, I still have at least 3 hours in time, so see no reason why we shouldn't.
That's just enough time to get started.
Yeah, it is indeed.
While we're waiting on our long as fuck loading screen, I can walk my dog.
Sounds like a plan. Do I want to do this? I don't think I can do this. Let me try to paralyze the dog. Also, there's a priest there, or is it a mage? That's a mage. It's still a pain, but not nearly as much of a pain as it could be. Protect, spider! Damn it, spider missed. Well then, you have been frozen. It's always a good start when that happens.
You know what I've always found kind of funny and cool about like the World War II era is just how many fucking soldiers were just like, no, fuck your bullshit. I'm gonna take my own handgun. No, fuck your stupid M1. I've got a pump action shotgun I'll take with me.
Yep. Probably not a bad choice though, if you think about it.
One English guy was like, fuck your rifle. I'm going to take a longbow. That is a real thing that happened. The guy went through the war with a longbow and a broadsword.
Yeah, I would assume that to not last long, but you know, sometimes fate just has a sense of humor.
Weird shit happened in World War II.
Yep. I mean, in such a large conflict, you really can't avoid some strange shit from happening. Little zombie boar. Could you stop being there?
Hey, that longbow did end a lot of lives. That's what I was about to say that too. Yeah, he actually killed a lot of people.
Yeah, that would be one of those surprising moments when like, okay, and how did you die? Well, longbow. It's the 1940s, please.
Some dude that died 6 centuries earlier. Hey, man, you.
Yeah. They will get along splendidly. Like, okay. Good to know. Ouch. Spider gets annihilated.
Some dickbag from the 12th century who died to one of the first gunpowder weapons. I told you it wouldn't catch on.
Yeah, no, that would never catch on. Never. Okay, first the dog.
I always say, why pick on someone your own size when innocent creatures are so much easier to slaughter?
Well, internal voice, you know, it's not like I choose to murder the dog. The dog attacked me first. Okay.
Let me get a Total War game that takes place in the era of pike and shot.
That would be amazing. Yeah, it's
It
really...
actually could be really fucking cool.
It could, yes. Ah,
Granted, I've never really understood that particular era of warfighting. Like it falls for me into that weird timeline of warfare where it's almost like they didn't know if guns would catch on.
kinda. I was somewhere between
And
yes
so-
and no.
And so guns were more
Cold Lake.
support.
Uh-huh.
It was weird. It was fucking weird. And like, if you ever read anything about how they use these battle tactics, like guys would walk up their matchlock rifle and a stick, stab the stick into the ground, and and then rest the rifle on it, fire, pick it all up, move back.
Yep.
Your grave opens to
You do that until the enemy gets into pike range, and then just lower your pikes.
Which is, you know, probably a lot less painful to do than just the fucking before.
So I've got a lot of questions there. You mean playing as Spain and Empire? You can use pikemen and arrowmen in the colonies? Oh yeah, no, that's not what I'm... But you're still using that era of weaponry. One moment, wife calling.
Yep.
Yes, my love.
Probably going to deal a few.
My electric fury.
Blood. Blood. The fucking blood made that stun go over. To be fair, that's kinda amazing. Okay, how many enemies are left? Not that many. God damn it. I mean, he's at least stunned. Let's try to deal with the fucking undead clubber, shall we? And the fucking mage, because the mage is actually doing some rather horrible things to us. To be fair. Okay. And you... Yes, sir. Jesus, that came out of nowhere. No, I don't think I can actually avoid the undead swordman. Because he stays smack dab in the middle of fucking the road. God fucking damn it.
You play with fire, you get burned.
Okay, I need to get rid of that one. Fucking clubber. Cleaning him away. There's so many things to kill. A mage, a clubber, and well, at least one is stunned. Here's the start.
Death is its own deliverance.
Well, that's a statement and a half. Nice. Only leaves that bloody freaking archer.
Meet your demise!
I hath returned.
Welcome back. Battle is progressing smoothly.
I know I was in it.
Seems like we'll have this in the back relatively soon. Then I actually need to remember how to actually go back to the city.
Like, how is... Okay, it's not. I was really confused. I was like, for a second I thought combat was over.
No, we still have one little archer to deal with. It's just the last one. I mean, he is already wounded. This shouldn't take that long. Just managed to walk out of attack range.
My turn, and then I'm gonna go pee. Be right back.
God damn it. Eh. Now we have to wait. Now we have to wait indeed. But Cronos to come back so that we can see more horrible things happening to the undead. Oh well. I'm gonna play some Hoi 4. What actually are we going to play in Hoi 4? I mean, we do have some options there. I mean, I should probably be a bit more precise there. There are really many options we have at this point. Oh, yeah.
Misclicked.
Misclicked, walked right through the poison.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it seems that these dogs wish to be fucking impatient. So, while you... Can I attach myself to you?
You will get automatically attached to me as soon as you...
follow? No.
No, you will automatically attach as soon as you leave the game. Characters will be reattached to me. Just leave before and I'll walk us back to the city. Make a nice little save game.
Sounds... Wait, do I... Yeah, we gotta save first, right?
You will save here, and then I will make another save game inside the city.
Wonderful.
Indeed. That worked. I just quickly walk back to the city, sell all of our stuff, and then I'm gonna start up fucking Hoi 4.
I shall exit game for you to be able to have me follow you.
Yep. Immediately your characters attach themselves automatically. Just run back to the city. There's the city.
We were doing a Kaiserreich run, right?
I would say so.
Okay. Couldn't remember if we were in regular Hoi or Kaiserreich.
Kaiserreich Road to 56, or ponies.
Yeah, the Kaiserreich ponies rode to 56.
I managed to trigger a fight. Well, that's not good.
And now how are you going to do that?
I'm just running
Flee?
directly towards the city. Ah, doesn't matter, it's just 2 skeletons. I can deal with 2 skeletons. Doesn't take long.
Fly, you fools.
God damn it, game. Why did you put those there?
Okay, now that that's popped up, I will be right back.
Ah, and you do that. I'll be soon gonna load. Come on. Let's finish this quickly, shall we? Okay, he's stunned. Spidey's gonna take a nice little bite. of the freaking undead, who is immune to poison, to be fair. Cure your wounds. Now we deal with the last fucking undead.
Meet your demise.
Joop, joop, joop. Now that we have all the stuff, we run into the city again. Go to the marketplace. Wherever that fucking was, because I apparently missed it. And sure, see, let me see, what do I have in my inventory? I have a lot of stuff in my inventory. I mean, mostly stuff to sell, to be fair. Like there's that much here that I need to actually keep. That one. That one. Da, 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 da. Read all of the books.
Toe of snake, wing of worm, brew and spice 'em, stir and churn.
You just need to identify all of the weapons and things. Next skill has observation check. Many is water damage. Sounds fucking useful. See initiative. Take that over. Identify it.
Potions to bemuscle you, scrolls to entussle you.
Yeah, identify the little head. Yeah, one leadership 12 HP. Yes, it over. Don't have anyone to use that weapon.
Join the Spud Club if you got an eye for farm potatoes. Toe
Okay, that
of
is
snake,
done.
wing of worm, brew and
That.
spice 'em, stir and
Nothing
churn.
there. Drop back type.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Let us see if you can choose the finest greens.
More perception. Is that good for you? Not really.
Watch the undead quiver in their mouldy boots.
It's probably better for you. Is there anything else? Doesn't really look like it, so
Potions to bemuscle you,
probably the rest is to
scrolls
sell.
to entussle you.
Get it while it's fresh. This batch is only hours from the sea.
Identify that.
Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Okay, now then let's shop the nice little lady here.
Dearest customer, I've never seen an aura so plagued by ether. Thank
Beep, beep,
Astarte, I've
beep.
just the earth scroll to ground you.
Beep. That's all of the arrows. That's Plague Frost, Fire Grenade. That's something else. Lockpicks. Club. That actually could be useful.
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
Chill. Maybe
Let
take.
us see if you can choose the finest greens.
I can't do this one here. I see, game. You're gonna not allow me to do as I please. Doop.
Pay the big cheese on your book with a wheel of the good stuff.
Okay, let's not sell the shovel. Might need the shovel.
Get it while it's fresh. This batch is only hours from the sea.
Now, take this
Join the
again.
Spud Club if you got an
Send
eye for farm
to-
potatoes.
You. You and you. This goes to you.
Let us
you,
see if you
to
can
you.
choose the finest greens.
It also goes to you. Okay, I think I have it all sorted out for this character.
Join
Then we
the
have
Smoke
Jan.
Club if you got an eye for farm
See,
potatoes.
do you have anything in inventory? You don't. Okay, that makes it a lot easier.
How lovely to see you again, haver of the beautifully shaped shoulders.
Not in the mood for cheese. That excuse is more holes than a slice of this fine Gorman there.
Heavenly herring, delicious dogfish, yours for a scrambled omelette.
Get some good official money for that. And we have finally done that. Okay.
Friends as the man with many cheeses.
Type. With the better booties, and that is actually not
Get it while it's fresh.
better.
Catch is only hours from the sea.
And that leaves you.
Potions to bemuscle you.
Come here.
Scrolls to
Oops.
entussle you.
Much left. Yeah. You.
Halibut, sheep's cheese,
It's
tomatoes.
that one is actually better. To be fair.
Toe of snake, wing of worm, brew 'em, spice 'em, stir and churn.
Fucking finally done with that. Okay, let's go back to the exit. Out here, make a final save game, and then I'm gonna start loading Hoi 4 too. Hoi 4. Hoi 4. Hoi 4 time. Indeed. I mean, I guess before I do it, I could actually heal all of the characters.
I feel better already.
Those bony
Back on my feet again.
excellent.
It might actually help.
Sweet relief.
Because, you know, at the point when we're going to load this, I would really like to not having to sit here for half an hour and just fucking use healing spells again.
Into the fray once more.
Come on, regeneration, come back to me.
I have returned.
Welcome back. Almost done with this game.
Jeez.
That took a while. I had a fucking full bag of shit, and I needed to put all of that shit to the market. Now I'm just sitting here and quickly healing everybody. Till it's over. Last healing spell. Rabam. Ah, fucking finally. Just take a while.
Sweet relief.
Now, save game. Save. Go with the game. And let's change this around. Try run 4. Okay, would you start at some point, or are you just gonna let me wait here?
I wish any of my friends that smoked weed would hit me back.
And play Kaiser. Awesome. Now then, while this loads, let's change things around a bit. If it starts, that is. It's slow. Jesus, is it slow.
I mean, I half expected to come back to still seeing the loading screen. Yet I'm just at the main menu.
I mean, you kinda get used to it. It just likes
Not
to
really.
take forever.
No.
It's just a matter of getting used to, because, you know, it has loading times forever that are really not understandable for why.
Yeah, because it's not like it's loading a great deal of assets.
Yep, you would assume so. But then again...
No, there's no assume I play this game. There's not a lot of assets here. I do wonder though, Cronos, seeing your background and all, when and how did you change your mind on politics and the bigoted background you grew up with? Or at least I take it you at some point in your life grew up with it. So the interesting
Look
thing
at
about that,
Look at that.
I was I just did not necessarily care whenever I was growing up. I definitely, you're right, I 1000% grew up in a very bigoted environment. Wholeheartedly grew up around it with it. It was an everyday part of life. I didn't even have a black person that went to my school until my senior year.
Okay, what is this loading? I am going to go to the toilet really quickly. You keep the people entertained.
Honest to God, I did not start getting involved politically until I went to jail. And not even because I was in jail. It was more of a, how to put it? I was bored, and I picked up a book at the library that was touting to be basically a book about Democrats and Republicans and the differences and history and stuff like that. And while reading that book, something in my brain just kind of triggered. All my life, I kept hearing things that didn't seem right. Like, you know what I mean? When you hear something and you're just like, that doesn't feel right. That doesn't seem like that's correct. But you can't quite put your finger on it. A lot of those things suddenly clicked. And then that started me down a little bit of a rabbit hole, which led me to learning about like policies and things of that nature that definitely, it's not even that I was programmed not to. But what was I going to do as a kid? Whenever, what was I going to do? Question this stuff? To whom? The people that believe the bigoted beliefs? It's not that I was programmed not to question these things, because I did question them quite often. But the person that is spouting bigoted beliefs is only going to justify them. So asking or calling someone out on something that you don't really know much, if anything, about, and not to anger your parents and just assume they know better. I knew my dad didn't know better. I did assume my mother knew better because my mother is not bigoted. I mean, I'm sure she has some of that old world closeted bigotry that she doesn't even necessarily understand is bigotry. In fact, I know she does, but my mother's like the textbook centrist. You know, she is the Joe Biden voter through and through. If that helps nail the point home, you know, she is the middle of the road person. Hey, how you doing, little Chris? Welcome. But strategy in terms of where I got like my personal beliefs, and how I came to form them. A lot of it was a culture thing. A lot of it came from Well, I mean, I very vividly remember when YouTube was nothing but like that anti-SJW scene.
Also, you have been invited. I have to say about that.
I have accepted. I
Nice.
say I've accepted it.
Ah, yes,
And
Ukraine is getting
I thought the
fucked.
game was going to crash.
Yeah, of course it's now going to crash.
Oh.
Ah,
And the
okay.
password, oh no, send me another invite.
God damn it.
I put in the wrong password. I didn't know my caps lock.
Okay, caps lock, I know that feeling.
You're good. I'm glad to hear you're good, Chris. We are wonderful here. This is our little co-op day. We just got done with some original sin Divinity,
Indeed.
and now we are going to have the Ironest of Hearts.
Let's be precise about this. We started Divinity, then we started talking about World War II, weapons, planes, everything, and then we were like, okay, we can probably just start playing with one. Right then and there. The shorts and the magic
Now
did
I
not
bet.
keep us bound. No, weapons were more important.
But yeah, like I remember vividly the anti-SJW YouTube era. I never really got a lot of entertainment out of it. Personally, I just mainly because it's like, okay, you're just making fun of some people that are kind of losing their shit. In the context that they would always show it, they would be losing their shit unreasonably. But a little bit of common sense can just kind of disprove a lot of that. It's like there's people of every belief that are going to act irrational and unreasonable. So this means nothing to me. And that kind of ended up leading me to, I think the first big lefty YouTuber that I started watching at the time. Now, if anybody that is more progressive than me feels the need to correct me on what I'm about to do and say, feel free to. I am not all-knowing in etiquette. At the time, the channel was known as Hugo and Jake. Also, well, it was the Bible Reloaded with Hugo and Jake.
I forgot how long it takes
You
to
might
write a safety.
they're still great friends and they work together. That they also now do a lot of their own independent stuff. And the person formerly known as Hugo came out as trans, and her name is now Hannah. And these two got their start doing. They spent for years. They did an atheist Bible study, which I just thought was just incredibly interesting.
Oh yeah, Kiev is still trying to defend itself.
And it just kind of led down a rabbit hole. And I would argue that it's not even that like, oh, I've adopted certain beliefs. I think the more accurate term would be I unearthed what my beliefs had always been. Because I feel like when it comes to bigotry, without a lifetime of conditioning, you're not going to be a bigot. Like, it's incredibly hard for. I don't think I've ever met anybody that just flipped the switch one day, right? Nobody was just not a bigot, and then
One day
they got mugged in New York, and now they hate all black people. Like, that's not how it works. And that conditioning had never took with me. The closest to bigoted conditioning that took in with me, that took me years to break. I'm trying to focus on what you're saying, but my brain doesn't want to cooperate with me. Little Chris, I live that issue. That is my lifetime problem.
It is difficult sometimes, to be fair.
I stand in solidarity with you.
I mean, don't we all do sometimes have moments like that?
It's more than sometimes.
I mean, it is normal, you know. You do something, you're just going like, okay, I can't follow any longer. Continue.
I think the most bigoted conditioning that almost and kind of did take with me growing up was homophobia, but it was like not direct homophobia. It was the homophobia that's like, you like Batman? That's gay.
What? Batman is not gay. You're gay.
Right. That was that level. It was that era of homophobia. It was a lot of F slurs, but thrown at everybody, you know, indiscriminately.
Yeah.
Whether it applied or not. It was definitely a lot less.
It's pretty
considerate.
unimaginative as far as insults go, but you know.
Right.
Widely used, widely used.
Exactly. But I definitely was not as considerate as I should have been towards like learning disability. I was a lot more able, like I say unknowingly, just uncaringly ableist back in the day. Threw around the R slur a lot, just like everybody else that grew up from the 90s to the mid 2000s.
We can finally start. Now, this is gonna be fun. Ukraine is getting fucked. Slowly but surely. Now, I will have to take a moment to actually see how my front line is going. I think I'm still holding on to Kiev.
Of course, I must say that politics in my country made it a lot easy to not fall down the right-wing pipeline. Because by the time I got interested in politics, was about the time politics started going batshit insane. The first election I really paid attention to was the 2016 election. Been politically motivated and involved ever since.
Okay, let me see. How does it look for me? I see.
How does it look for me? It looks great. It looks fucking great.
Oh, I'm so fucked. You have no idea.
I forgot I was at war in Morocco.
I have not forgotten that I'm at war with fucking Soviet Russia, or Socialist Russia in this case. Fuck me sideways. Jesus Christ. Oh god. Okay, let's put this to 1 speed and let it run. I think that's reasonable. Now then, we are trying to push back the Ruskies. As much as we can, that is.
Need some caffeine, BRB. We go for a cup of coffee. I just don't feel like getting up and making one.
Yeah, I could also need some fucking coffee, but it's far too hot. Ugh. I don't want to get up. Actually, I feel like I could once again take a
don't want to
shower.
get up.
No, I feel like I could take another shower and I would still feel fucking sweaty. Fuck's sake.
Yeah, that's just where I live. I don't want to hear it.
Yeah, but I'm not used to that. That is not how it's normally. Which makes my suffering all the more pronounced. I might actually be able to deal a few small blows to the Ruskies. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
I'm still apparently just... I'd forgotten how much I was struggling in Morocco.
I'm still holding on to Kiev. That's amazing. I have you know.
Well, I also forgot I had turned off my tune. Which, since this is Hoi, I can just turn on my tunes.
Hard attack, roll inventory.
It's not like I've ever actually cared about what Twitch has to say in terms of what I'm playing.
I mean, I basically handle it the same way. It's kind of like, I don't give a shit if YouTube's gonna give me like 15 claims. Gotten used to it now.
I'm a little more cautious on YouTube, but I also don't stream on YouTube.
Fair point, I do. But still.
I just make strategy content, which I finally got past first bull run.
Fucking finally.
Yeah, well, I had to cheat a little bit to do it.
Yeah, sometimes that's just how it goes. That is this, but you know.
Had to do the one fucking thing I did not want to do. But I couldn't fucking stand it anymore. And I will go back and correct the mistake, and when correct the correct way once I've gotten a little bit better feel for things, or they release a couple more updates.
Now I have to decide the fate of Lithuania.
Creator of the mod even reached out and was like, man, I get it. You should just go into the configuration files and do this, this, and this.
I have released a loyal Lithuania. They shall be our bitches now. So
You're trying to use WASD to move this fucking map?
Yep, but you can't. I also tried to use spacebar to unpause, but as you know, that doesn't work on multiplayer.
I've gotten to the point where I forget sometimes about them simply because I'm so used to you being the one in charge.
Ah, look at that.
I do not care if your army organization is low. I said advance.
We're pushing the Ruskies. We're pushing them out of Ukraine.
What am I? I don't care that I don't have fighters at the moment. Or that I'm not producing fighters, I should say.
My fighters are trying to deal with East Ukraine. Are trying their bestest. And thanks to the fact that the Germans have actually at some point managed to send some troops. So how are they actually dealing with the French? I think it's actually dealing pretty well with the French. Germany's actually tough. Jesus Christ. Now, can we get a few more troops?
Patch bombers to you.
We
Who the
can.
fuck is you?
God damn it, we can't. I can't really enhance that process either, can I? What does my logistics say? I need more infantry equipment, more trucks, I need more of everything. Shit.
Ah, yes, Cronos' army at the gates, Russia. I don't care morale is low. Go further. Yeah! It's not even morale. They're just like, oh, well, we've still got some planning to do. I don't give a fuck! What's been a plan? Advance, kill, win.
Yeah, but would be that easy, then I wouldn't have this problem.
Sounds to me like you don't plan as good as I do.
Yeah, you know. I had to kinda start with a nice little defensive line, then I was pushed back to the fucking Kiev, and I'm still kinda fighting right next to it, so... It's improvised as fuck.
How's construction coming along? We've gotten started on more military factories.
I need to repair all of
and
my
then
roads.
back into the roads.
I need to repair so many things.
You need to repair your front line.
Yes, I do. Railways
Are
need to
you
be...
also fighting? Are you also at war with Romania?
Yes. I have basically a three-front war. I have Belarus, I have Russia, I have Romania. I'm surrounded on all sides and I'm keeping the line. Don't ask me how I keep this fucking line going. Even I don't
Meanwhile,
know.
no one pays attention to little old Spain.
It's not Spain, it's the Iberian Federation at this point, isn't it?
That's still Spain.
Yeah, but they don't call themselves Spain any longer. They're somewhat strange. Actually, what is my navy doing?
And I do wonder about that, like, it's like, oh, yeah, but you're not Spain, you're the Iberian Federation.
Yes.
Yeah, the leader of which is Spain?
Yes, you claim
Right?
the whole Iberian Islands for yourself at this point.
I'm still the country of Spain?
I mean,
Or of this-
yes.
I almost said the continent, but it's not. It's the European continent. Spain doesn't have a continent.
Yeah, for Spain is just the Iberian Peninsula, basically. But now you speak to claim for all of them, and usually Portugal has a problem with that. You know, whenever Spain tries to speak in their name, Portugal is like, no, fuck you. Usually. Do I want to invite some German advisors?
You can probably take us up to 2 times speed.
I'll do it. I need to be really watchful here, because this battle is not going that well.
Well, that's why I didn't say 3 times.
Somebody canceled their land lease with me, that's nice. Denmark is called Iceland as an ally.
No, Denmark is called Iceland as an enemy.
Yeah, as a friend. Oh, we're all friends here. No, but screw it. I'm gonna join every little last fucking war at this point.
The Netherlands has joined the Kingdom of Ukraine and as our enemy in the and the whatever in this fucking war.
What's the war called at the moment? Which war is it? Russian-German war? Is it that one that we are part? It doesn't matter. I'm part in every war anyway. I'm in the Russian-German war, I'm in the Russian-German war 2, and I'm in the Russian-German war 3. Because apparently Ukraine doesn't have its own wars. We're just part of Germany now, screw this.
I would love to know how I'm losing in Morocco. All right, time to redraw some shit.
Yeah, I need to pause a moment and redraw my front line too. This doesn't bode well.
I'm lucky. I don't have to pause because my front line is very small.
Really wish my front line would be a bit smaller. I really fucking wish. Let me give you an order to march all the way up there, just because we can. As for the small army, you will have to... split yourself a bit thin. I know. You're not going to fucking like it. I know that too.
Macros. I once heard a dude say Germany could have made a nuke with Dutch uranium. I asked him how they would mine it in a swamp. He said, but digging.
Okay, now we wait until everybody's
that's how you
positioned.
do it.
I need to repair quickly because I need my front line to be sustainable, and it is not if I can't get shit there.
Well,
Surprising,
stop
you know?
taking so fucking long.
Well, I mean, you know, I would really like some Iberian help, but the Iberians are technically speaking my enemies, so...
And whose fault is that?
Germany's? I would like to
Yeah.
point out. It is indeed very much so Germany's fault. At least we have regained some territory, but by fucking god.
Seem to get a swamp isn't for digging out deep enough to... Well, it's not that I mean, you could. You just have to drain the swamp and then do a bunch of other dumb shit, and it's just really difficult.
Well, then are there more repairs waiting? Of course there are more. Why is everything getting fucking damaged all the time? Oh right, because we have an active fucking front line. Why am I even questioning this? Right, and is
It would
everybody
literally take
actually
a long
positioned?
Germany to win the war than to get that nuke from... Yeah, exactly.
Oh, tell me when you actually are in position, little ones. This war is going to wander the sides of the faith of the world.
We drained the swamp, still not made for mining. Oh. Well, there's a will and money, and enough money, there is a way.
Fair enough, yeah. And how do my logistics actually look? Was not the right button. There's the right button. Even with the help of fucking trucks, not good. Okay, let's use more trucks everywhere, especially where we need it. I mean, believe you me, I'm fucking trying.
Is that supposed to be... No, that's not one of mine. It's just... Okay, I guess it's just telling me. You would think with the amazing amount of air superiority I have right now over Morocco that I would make it through here.
You would assume so. It doesn't necessarily mean that you can just walk right through there now, is it?
I'm just waiting on men to finish positioning so I can start. You know what? Fuck it. I'm about to start this plan anyways.
Yeah, I'm going to push back the Ruskies once again. Or at least try to. Would really like to get them to be away from fucking Kiev for once. Because you know, Kiev, my capital city, really like that to be somewhat safer.
That music is actually pretty relaxing. Well, I'm happy for you. That is, I have not... Yeah, I'll turn it up a little. Let me know if it's too loud.
Ah, storming Irashki's back. Land lease. You want to give me trucks? Well, I do need trucks. As for you,
Come on, push the tanks into the fight.
go for good, I suppose. Really is a bit of a world-changing battle. Yeah, Finland is not looking good. I would assume that the Ruskies are pretty much spread very, very thin, but for some mysterious reason they still managed to hold enough troops to be at every bloody fucking front.
It's incredibly hard to spread, 10 million people thin.
It should at least be possible.
It's possible, just difficult. In fact, I would argue that they're in the process of trying to make it happen, but you're in the way.
I mean, just imagine how many fucking front lines Russia has at this fucking point. If they take some troops away from my front line, that would be amazing. And helpful.
Meanwhile, Incius is still collecting his waifu army. He is.
Yes, I will not change.
He's not even I wouldn't say he's collecting his waifu army anymore. More like he's trying to protect it from obliteration.
Oh yes, I'm basically, the Russians are basically, yes, they're basically the tentacle monster, and I don't like where this is going, which is why I'm going to stand at this fucking border and protect it. The alternative is not nice. Quite literally not nice. We're pushing them back in the east. Ukraine shall be a long, long, long kingdom. I have some distinct fear, though, that this is not going to work too well too long.
I'll have to do something else for dinner anyways, because it's still frozen solid.
Okay.
I think Christy gave us this little Salisbury steak gravy thingy. It's the big one with like 6 of them, so I'll just make that with potatoes, mac and cheese, some kind of veggie.
Okay, that sounds fine.
I don't even have to do
Almost.
my bacon bits for croutons. We can do salad.
You.
Yes, March
That all
over
sounds
there.
fine to me.
Take over some more defensive things, because I think those defensive fortresses belonged to me in the first place. We conquer them. Yes. So far, so good. We seem to be actually holding on for once. Things are not nearly as dire as they were.
I seem to be finally fucking advancing.
War propaganda doesn't really help me, I would say. We need probably more repairs, though. Those recaptured forts need to be basically prepared and repaired and reinstated immediately. United States of Great Austria changed their diplomatic stance. They cancelled their land lease. I don't give a shit. They should help me in the fucking front line. Ugh. Austria,
I
come
send
on.
those 2 tanks to there. And then all of you into this zone. You should win, or not. Alright.
Okay, let's get it to that point so that we have that again. If I pull this back by 1. Okay, I can't. Well, that explains that.
Let's see. I can turn off my camera so that way everybody can see the full might of my under-equipped army.
No, for it's really difficult where to fucking put your little camera thing. I mean, you could put it to the lower right, I guess. Ah, look at that. They're pushing them
Oh,
back.
a naval battle going on right there. Wonderful.
I'm pushing them. Oh, I'm bloody fucking pushing them. Do I have any planes in high numbers? I don't. Well, since I don't really have the necessary planes and numbers, I'll just put everything out and send it into the air. Even if it's just minuscule 1 plane thingies. Ah, this hurts my conscience.
Meanwhile, how is the American war going? It's somehow gotten messier.
That's actually surprising when you
Alright.
think about it.
Oh, man.
Now, look at all of those mini wings. Mini wings! Fly. Fly to the eastern Ukraine and help us. Just the simple fact that we are actually doing some very smallish pushbacks is already fucking amazing.
I'm really just flabbergasted that Morocco has put up this big of a fucking fight.
Don't underestimate the small nations. Believe you me, I am one.
I don't think I underestimated them. I think I overestimated me.
And that too sometimes happens. It's like, yeah, there's no way we can lose this now, is there? And then you're like, oops. I'm stuck now.
Not even that I thought there was no way we could lose. I just definitely didn't think that they would so resoundingly stop us.
Oh, they will fucking try. Naval strike. The Black Sea. Go for gold. I have precisely 1 naval bomber. He's flying and he's doing naval strikes. That's what it means to be a small nation. Oh boy, we're really now going for gold, eh? We are pushing. I don't think the Ruskies will at some point actually get more troops down here to stop me again, but until then, I'll fucking take what I can. Also, half of my army is actually repositioning itself at this moment, so not really good. I've actually kept this small little island. If we can only get rid of these whole 10 fucking units here, that would be amazing. Fucking look at
Help them take that line. Everybody's providing me with equipment except what I need, and what I need is tanks!
that.
You know what it takes to fucking build a tank?
Building tanks is fucking pricey. But those 10 units actually don't get necessarily enough out of Gibraltar. Mighty Rock of Gibraltar has fallen.
Womp womp.
You got navally invaded, I suppose.
How? What?
You're Spain. Gibraltar is your area. In case you have forgotten about that. The
Yeah, I did.
southernmost point of Spain.
I did. Yeah, you.
Yep, the southernmost point of Spain. Gibraltar. You lost that.
Yep. Do you see how important geography is, kids?
Yeah, you should really learn, because otherwise when you play Hoi 4, you're gonna find yourself in trouble. We were slowly pushing them back. Oh, that is such a struggle though. I'm not to say now, it's not like we're pushing them back very successfully, it's just very slow minor gains here and there, but that in and of itself is already amazing. It's free, yes, Kiev. Kiev, you can breathe again. Well, Kiev can breathe. It is fucking amazing. It's really David against Goliath nonsense, and it's kind of working actually.
Form an emergency third army. hope the French are gonna come down and help.
The French are busy with German, I would like to point out. The Germans at their border are kinda pushing them hard.
It looks like they've got a couple of units they're sending my way.
Let's just hope that doesn't break up their front line too much. Because if Germany gets rolling, that ain't gonna be pleasant for you either. Look at that, Ukraine is fucking doing it. I never question you, Ukraine. And who's my leader now? Danilo. Yes, Danilo the Great. I liked his predecessor more, picture-wise. Meh. But hey, let's not say everything about his powerful abilities, apparently. Oh, we're pushing into Russia at this point.
Start training another division of less well-equipped folk.
Ah, fucking amazing. I mean, this is still not a fucking victory, this is still just, you know, the end of the stalemate, at the least. Once again. One's in my favor, actually. Now, fucking Austria, if you could actually deal with Romania, that would be most helpful. Because if I don't have to care about them in my bag, that would be pretty neat. I'm not opening a fucking third front line. I can barely afford 2 armies. Well, technically speaking, 1.5 army.
Meanwhile, I'm sitting here having just started my 3rd.
Yeah, those 24 divisions are not that easy to get by if you're now a small country. God damn it, Russians. Russians are trying to push back. Stop them from doing that, please. I don't want to fight myself over those rivers again. Jesus Christ. Kaiser Wilhelm II is dead. That is not good. Let's just hope the Germans actually don't stop doing horrible, they do a horrible job of defending me, but at least they are here still. To some degree, that is. How does it look down here at the border? At least defensively, Germany has no problem against the French. I don't know if they actually managed that at some point.
For fuck's sake, can you guys not take one measly territory? How many more fucking days is this gonna go? It's 16 divisions against 2 divisions. I'm losing.
No real reason to play around with that tactic at the moment. We need more trucks. You don't say, game. We need a lot of things, game. Trucks amongst them, yes.
Okay, I'm going to take this little, very fucking humble, meager home defense force and tell them that their job with their 2 divisions is to defend every fucking port. To basically the entire perimeter of the country.
Well, basically, yeah. I mean, you're basically an island. You have lots of water around you, so it's not gonna be easy. Now, with right news, we're not getting pushed back overly much. Our advance also has kinda frozen again. Back to the stalemate that we had before, just standing around and staring angrily at the enemy. Like, it's not like we haven't done this before now. Do I want to look at the logistics? Oh, good news. I really didn't want to look at that.
We've almost pushed them out of Casablanca.
Well, I guess it could be worse. That I mean, precisely that.
Push that line a little further back. Get those two into that fight to end it sooner. Put them into that fight to help take that line.
Romania. The Russian Socialist Republic is 0% towards capitulation. And I figured. God damn it, they're once again getting closer to
As soon as that little fucking pocket's closed, I might actually be able to start a well-planned offensive.
We're holding. We're still holding. Which is, to be fair, rather amazing. No matter how you look at it. Don't worry, just spit out those units. They will get some training. Because then they might like.
They come out.
Okay, Austria, have you finally managed to get at least one fucking foot into fucking Romania? I know they're fucking mountains, but come on, you need to fucking port.
I have closed the hole in my line, or started to close it. A couple more tiles need to be taken.
No manpower. It don't say game. They're quite literally bleeding manpower. To be fair, we're also pushing like mad, which is not doing wonders for my manpower either. We took Belgorod. Take that, Russian scum. You might get Lugansk. Yeah, probably able to take it. If somebody were to march in there, that is. I think nobody really cares about marching in there. Do you wanna go over there and just take the place? No, we're just gonna put it out there now. Crazy assumptions, but come
on, keep pushing. We've almost progressed a little further. It'd be great if my other army would hurry the fuck up and finish getting in position. Because this advance is untenable if they don't.
Front line makes me nervous. This fucking front line makes me nervous as fuck.
I'm gonna go ahead and just start executing the plan, even if it doesn't have a high rate of success.
Let's invite some German advisors to get more organization. The Germans will organize my army now. Yay! And we've got pushback from Belgorod, only to try and retake it immediately. Now, what else is damaged? Basically everything.
On. Get into these fights.
You would assume that at some point we should see something decisive.
I love being able to just kind of move up one coast and not the other.
Yep. It's fun for the whole family, isn't it?
Makes this shit go quite great.
Ah, look at that. We are pushing them back down here at the very least. No, actually take the fucking
won
areas
that
that you
fight.
played.
If that puts us where it needs to, and it does, wunderbar. Form an offensive line to there.
What a continuous back and forth, back and forth. And America...
Pacific States has declared war on the American Union.
Yeah.
Does that mean...
Means that America...
No, CSA is still there and pushing into Canada.
Greens, they're back to doing what they do best. Civil war.
They were already at Civil War. I guess they're just now in a three-way Civil War.
Okay. Once again, we've gained a small piece. Question I have is, how could I actually pull my army out here, position it northwards to strike northwards? Really would like to do that, but letting my allies sit on that border is probably somewhat dangerous, honestly. Sounds I don't really trust the AI to do a good job defending this. I guess at the very least we should at least go to Rostov and Novorossiysk. At the very least. Training more troops also.
Hello, motherfucker. How you doing, Venus?
Look at that, it's the little Venus.
I saw you triggered the sound alert seconds before that it fucking came in. Sorry, I missed your initial chat. I am just trying my damnedest to break through Morocco. How are you?
Little Venus.
Fuck it. This plans are ad.
Yes. Let him enjoy his little ad. I can tell you, he's back from camping. He was gone. He's better than ever.
Ad gone.
Yes.
Let us
Minions, push! Push those Ruskies! Long live Ukraine!
Fucking come on, boyos. Yeah, you was camping? Oh, I hope it went well. Hope nobody got ate by a bear.
That happens rather rarely in Germany. We don't have bears.
That actually happens pretty rare in general.
I would assume
Actually,
so.
like-
Yes, Russia invading. I've seen the enemy called Italia.
But believe it or not, there's not a lot of species of bears out there that will just on site a person without like a reason.
Yeah, I'd imagine so.
Except polar bears. Polar bears, it is on site 10 times out of 10. If a polar bear sees you, it's going to try to kill you.
Just shows you how much it would be, you know, little strategy. Remember, I'm not really good with names, and I think you asked me that same question, and I'm pretty sure I read parts of the manga. If it's the same one you talked about last time. Yes, push them back further. Push those Ruskies. Push them like you never pushed before. Oh, the front line. I mean, front line against Belarus has not moved in fucking decades at this point, so, you know, I'm not even surprised any longer, but...
I'm into that fight. Get those tanks into that fight. Get all of them into there. And send those remaining men into there. The Pearl of the Baltic has fallen to Russian forces.
Russian?
And the
Disgusting.
Baltic state has capitulated. That's great news.
Baltic states have capitulated. That's dark times indeed.
I love our different fucking newspapers.
Basically the same news, but the interpretation is like, hey, great news, one of our enemies has capitulated. On my side it's like, oh shit, one of our allies has fallen. Collapse of the Union. The peace of the Union States government is its last leg. Once again, it's on its last leg. Time for civil war again in the United States. Nothing has changed.
So, the Union is gone. Now the combined syndicates of America only have the Pacific states to deal with.
I mean, I would spend more time
And-
watching America's conflict if I weren't so fucking busy surviving against the fucking Soviets.
If you were to take a peek at their map, though, you'll see that the CSA has that position that we all wish we could grab of our enemies. You can hit them from all three sides.
Ouch. And like when the fire brigade came and we thought, oh shit, then we went around and we went out. And that the two fire trucks, boat and helicopter were called because of Swan. Because we saw a Swan dive into the water and didn't go up again. Okay, Goldham just explained it in a way that sounded like human. What the fuck? That's one hell of a misunderstanding.
You hungry?
Not right now. Okay.
I mean, not the first time we had some problems communicating things, but Jesus Christ.
What are you talking about? What I miss?
I did much, and just a little story from when the Venus was camping. Basically, you know, a whole brigade from the fire department was called because a small miscommunication, because, you know, a Swan went into the water, didn't come up again, and apparently the person who called the fire department made it sound a bit too dramatic, like a human was drowning, and, you know, that triggers a lot of responses.
I can believe it.
Yeah. The nice, fruitful things that happen through fucking miscommunication. So imagine being the poor little fire guy coming there like, okay, where's the person drowning? And it's like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna go home now, fuck you. Would piss me off quite a bit. But hey, I mean, better they were called and nothing actually happened than they get called and shit goes down, to be fair. I'm still thinking about, you know, reorganizing my front line by completely pulling my army away from the Eastern Front. Focusing them up north. I really don't trust the AI to keep that front line. That's my main problem. I've had a human to hold this line, that would be amazing, but the only other human is on the other side of the Iron Curtain at this point. Yeah, Swan later. Jemma didn't even die. Nice. Swan survived too. Let's just assume so. Because, you know, positive thinking is rather neat. Can we pull out of our ass a few more troops? We can. Our little troops, you don't need any training, mind you. Do you know why you don't need training? You'll get training against Belarus.
Yeah, you'll get your training. Frontline training.
Indeed, the best training. You will learn by doing. Or you will die. Those are your two options. There's no in-between.
Victory or death.
Pretty much, yeah. Although, you know, not even necessarily victory, just holding the line is already considered quite the victory at this point.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, if you look at it, the Ukraine is actually slowly regaining some of its territories, and we're even gaining some Russian territories. The battle for Ukraine. Indeed. This battle is lasting for fucking 2 episodes at this point. It was a nice, easy summer day when suddenly Russia decided to be like, hey, Ukraine, I'm gonna fuck you. Royally, in the ass. They did pretty damn well. It took the Germans a lot too long to actually come down here and help me, but frontline is actually somewhat stable at the moment. That is the most amazing thing. I mean, yes, we get some pushbacks. God, that's not good. It's the sort of person that not so supposed to get wounded. Yeah, I mean, I didn't provoke them or anything. I just sat there, you know, I had some fucking defensive things on my borders, but you can't really hold that against me, I would say, considering who my enemy is. Then suddenly they were like, okay, I wanna attack you now. And what I think I might actually do before I do that... Oh, enemy Ukraine. It is indeed enemy Ukraine. Look at my leader. At least she is so absolutely convinced that we will win this fight. Still like the guy before better. Her father was a better anime waifu. That's a statement and a half. The question is instead, which army I'm going to pull away to help the other army. Also kinda comes down of how much I can actually manage to repair stuff quickly enough.
Yes. Go into this combat.
Technically speaking, I need all of that up again and running. As logistics are once again the thing that is really, really cacking ya. I mean, I would build more supply depots, but building a supply depot takes bloody forever, and I don't think it would be making any reasonable change.
Okay, now we will trigger their assault, and hopefully this goes better, because I've nearly divided their army in fucking half, and I'm still struggling.
Okay,
Good for times 3 speed if you are. If not, it's fine.
Yeah, I will probably, as soon as I have actually made the decision what the fuck to do with this.
By the way, the Pony Mod had a big update, adding a new long-awaited continent. Very cool. Going to have to check it out.
Oh, did the ponies get an update?
A big one, apparently.
Oh. I mean, you know, we can probably take a look at it.
Well, speaking of doing new things, so I finally got around and sat down and did a Caesar's Legion run.
Ooh.
And it went... Not only did it go good, it was easy until Caesar died.
Well, yeah, I'd imagine so.
Once Caesar died, and then the Legion split into various factions at war with each other for control, I was quickly eliminated.
I'd imagine that can happen rather quickly, yeah.
But before it got to that point, I was making good preparations and I'm well on my way to being able to take out the NCR. Because let me tell you, the Legion can fucking pump out some troops.
I have no doubt about that.
I didn't either. I figured I'd be able to pump them out kind of quick. I did not expect to be able to quickly amass 4 full armies.
Aww.
That the Caesar cosplayer, the Legion would collapse, and the Legion did collapse.
God damn it, Russia.
At least in my playthrough.
Russia
And that's mostly because... And the big reason why it collapses is just because Kaisar never really... He never makes an heir.
Just the smallest little bit of a problem, because one man will only live for so bloody fucking long.
Well, you see, because I don't know if you know this, but he dies because of a brain tumor. And he knew he had it for. He knew he was on a time limit for a good long while. But he wanted to portray strength, so he never let on. You know that times were growing short.
Yeah, that's not a good idea, to put it mildly.
That's why the NCR democracy ensures there's always a new leader. Yeah, but no, yes and no.
Jeez.
NCR democracy is very similar to American democracy, in which case sometimes you get a new leader, but most of the times you just get a different name.
And basically the same nonsense as before. Nothing has changed.
And that is especially true with the NCR, because the NCR is... The NCR does a really good job of portraying that it is strong and then unified. But in reality, the NCR is all... And almost all the time that you as a player are dealing with them in like New Vegas or in Fallout 2, the NCR is suffering from such extreme instability that it's why that there's such a strong argument for why the NCR might not be the best thing for the Wasteland.
Just a tiny little bit of nonsense. And another tiny bit of nonsense. And another tiny bit of nonsense.
Alright, let's see how much of Ukraine is Russia now.
Not much, mind you. We're still fighting around Kiev, though. Kiev is not really safe. It's basically a border state now.
Yeah, I just learned that the Supreme Court is full of, like, Christian fundamentalist guys. And girls. And yeah. Yeah, welcome to my fucking nightmare. Well, IRLCs are also didn't have an official heir, so he picked the closest thing he had as an heir, his nephew.
Yeah, we get pushed back again.
Really? Because I didn't think he picked anyone. I thought he just got stabbed.
Or maybe we might be able to do this. Come on. Hold it. Hold it.
I don't want to fight Canada and India. Why am I suddenly at war with two huge nations on opposite sides of the fucking world?
Don't ask me why you're at war with anyone. I am at war with basically everything.
The minute that Canada has called Norway in as our enemy in the princely Canadian War. Southern Rhodesia, New Zealand, Portugal, the Dutch East Indies, Sardinia, and the South African Federation also joined the war along with them.
I have a feeling that's not going to really change much for you, though.
As Will stated, that is nephew Octavius. No one knew why. But comparing the Roman Empire to Caesar's Legion is a big difference. It isn't as big of a difference as you might think. It is and it isn't. It's a huge difference in how the Romans ruled their empire and what they prioritized. Militarily, it's pretty similar. Go forth, conquer, and then the people that you have conquered will become part of the army or die. That was kind of the Roman Empire.
I mean, it worked for quite a while, to be fair. Not the worst system. Yeah, but you can't conquer, you can just put behind a wall and forget about it. It also worked pretty damn well.
No, I'm just saying.
Yeah, Morocco has finally capitulated, eh?
I prefer our Rome over the Roman cosplayers. I do too, because like I said, it only happened militarily. Morocco has capitulated finally.
I know. I've told you so.
I think you found out before I did.
Indeed. I just got the message and I was like, yep.
Why am I still at war with Morocco?
Because you're part of a larger conflict and Morocco is not the main player, so it still goes on. This is a fight to the last man, woman and child, basically. The war to end all wars. Why? Because afterwards nobody will be left alive to fucking wage war. Yeah, so I'm rather keen on just sitting here surviving.
Ace pilot promoted. Who dares wins.
Dash wins indeed. How are we doing with rebuilding shit?
Go forth and take them.
I'm actually not bad at it, but still. Since we get continuously newly damaged things, our fun times never end. It endlessly rebuilds. Only to get destroyed
You know
again.
there's 19... Oh, now that you beat the government, now you need to fight insurgents. Yeah, right, rebels. So all of y'all just looked... I looked over and said so many people are like, rebels, you gotta fight the insurgents now. You're an American, you should be used to this. I know that there's an... I think I saw something about that. I didn't look super into it.
This will never end. How are we pushing? No, we're actually getting pushed back on that side. How is Finland holding on? Not well.
Oh, have you played it, Venus? If you have played it, tell me about it.
Oh, 1984.
I get really cautious whenever people start getting into 1984, if it's a reference to the book, mostly because I'm so sick and tired of people in my country, all of them conservatives, that want to be all like, that want to like say that 1984, that's how we're gonna live, and they like hold up Orwell like this fucking like prophet, and then they get really mad and in a lot of denial whenever you point out that George Orwell was a socialist.
Well, it did describe a rather obnoxious place to live in, to be fair. I wonder people are so much scared of the idea of actually arriving there at some point. Get behind that at least. Bottom of Denmark, Western Ukraine, dangerous naval invasion. Romania, did you actually did a naval invasion? I am impressed. Not that I can do much about it, to be fair.
Not only that, but we are there to agree of being watched 24/7, just not no. No, yeah, and like that is true, you know. I mean, and that's just you're not gonna stop that. You're not gonna stop most government. You're not gonna stop any government from essentially spying on its citizens and becoming its own kind of surveillance state in its own micro way, without completely stopping technology and then just going back in time.
Because it's far too easy to spy on people nowadays. What's they doing? What they're buying?
And not only that, but like, what are we considering spying? And where do we draw the line?
Oh, technically speaking, the less information the state has about its people, the better for us.
True, but then there's the argument to be made about security and safety.
Well,
And I mean that in all seriousness, because you think about it, like all the arguments behind a surveillance state are to prevent crime.
Yes, but take that to the extreme and nobody's free to move any longer without getting immediately suspected of something. Which is why we kind of have to strike a balance.
Oh, so, okay, it sounds kind of neat. Another fun fact, did you know that the dude who added the under God part in the Pledge of Allegiance was a socialist? I did not.
Now then, I have repurposed one of my armies down south. We have a fucking Romania, of all the fucking things I could have to deal with. Oh, Romania, you fucking cuntish country. Can you stop your plan? Get into position, try to just hold on for a while. Army 1, Army 2 is hopefully going to be somewhat successful at this.
Sure, I'll take everyone's fucking non-aggression fact.
To march forward, please, immediately.
I will take every non-aggression pact thrown my way for no other reason than Sardinia has capitulated. That's great news. For no other reason than the fact that I don't even know who I'm at war with.
Basically, the world. At large.
I know, I'm at war with everyone.
Indeed, you are. Kinda choose that for yourself. By being a socialist.
That's why rather than continue to fill up my 2 main armies, I started forming a 3rd army. In its defense, this is when being a socialist was seen as being another part of the political spectrum instead of being seen as treason, aka just during World War I. It's funny you saying that. That's not necessarily true on that part.
Push.
Because, oh wait, yeah, World War I. Never mind. I think you missed your message. Oh, the one about your mod? The nations. They aren't an ideology. It's literally the last 3 people got brainwashed by the 3 superpowers. And you try to survive or even fight back while the 3 superpowers are basically the same, but in different ideology. But the 3 powers are basically like North Korea, but 10,000 times worse. It sounds like one of those mods that'd be really good for like a game.
Yeah,
like
but
you do one.
Give me key. Now then, let's take back Odessa because, just going off the name, I will assume that belongs to me and not to fucking Romania. Fucking Romanians, I swear to fucking God.
Let's send the entire 1st army into 1 tile to wage war.
Okay, my army has recuperated a bit. Now we'll send them to capture more Russian territories. Because if I can't gain land in the north, I will gain fucking land in the south. Swear to God. We'll push those bloody fucking Romanians back where they belong. Wherever the fuck that is, actually. Come on, push. Push harder.
Why the fuck is Peru justifying against me?
Maybe because they don't like your socialist ways. I mean, I don't know. I don't know whether Peru's even a thing still.
Fucking.
Actually,
but
no.
look at where Peru is.
Somewhere over the rainbow, basically, from your point of view.
They're right below Colombia.
Yeah, on the other side of the pond, basically. But don't ask me why the fuck they have a problem with you. I probably just.
Not only are they on the other side of the world, they have to go through the rest of the world to get to my landmass.
Yep. They just looked at you and were like, huh, I don't like this guy.
Yeah, fuck that guy.
Yep, pretty much. More than enough of a reason for them. Travel throughout all of the world, basically.
Fucking whatever, bring it on, Peru.
They will. Okay, we're making some small gains against Romania. The good thing is Romania is not nearly as big as fucking Russia, so at least I will not have to travel that fucking long in order to see something happening with my gains.
Just trying to queue up more roads. The free nations seem the most fun to me, trying to fight against extreme authoritarian states against all odds in the name of just having the right to think. Like, I personally feel like a hero commanding the army to fight against an enemy against all odds. Like I did liberate South America, or Africa, Turkey, most of Iberia, and the Southern Balkan from Eurasia and Oceania. Pulling a World War II China saying you will send aid, but being too far away.
Which reminds me,
Who did China promise aid to in World War II?
Weren't they quasi rather busy with themselves in World War II because, you know,
I don't,
China
yeah, I
needed
don't
to
recall
fucking
them
form?
recall them promising aid to anyone.
Yeah, mostly because China wasn't a thing. China had to actually form itself, first and foremost. You know, that whole internal struggle to decide which is actually the right China and which is not. Which still needed to be fought at that point.
Russia and England. Well, England had a vested interest in China still, because they still had colonies there.
Indeed.
So I wouldn't say so much it was China promising aid to England, so much as England just protecting
its interests.
its own national security interests, as we would say in today's lingo.
Indeed. If we can just cut that off. We can cut off this little pocket, that would be nice of a victory. Come on, march in there, cut them off. Cut them off, please.
Imagine being a German at the gates of Moscow and suddenly millions of Chinese people come running at you completely naked and screaming.
Well, you know, MGs. Many MGs.
I mean, that didn't help them against the Russians.
To be fair, I mean, it did help, but it wasn't enough. We had too little MGs.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's just like, no, yeah, you don't need, you need more than MGs. You need the ammo.
Yeah.
You did not have the ammo.
Nor the parts to actually keep those things working long enough, because there are many fucking Russians. It's like, okay, the first wave is done, there's the second and third wave already coming, and you're sitting like, okay, yeah,
and I would say it wasn't useless when the war was over, because, now, correct me if I'm wrong, but, if I recall, wasn't it right after World War II that China and Britain, and I'm really foggy on the details, but China and Britain came to an agreement over Britain's possession of Hong Kong?
I do think it... China needed to actually form, and once the communists actually got into power, they did try to get...
The communists came into power in the 50s?
I mean, you know, technically speaking, Britain still held Shanghai as a free city, if memory serves.
Maybe it was Shanghai I was thinking of.
There was quite a bit of a debate about it, because...
there was an agreement between China and the United Kingdom over...
Also, there's the problem with Taiwan, which, you know, still, technically speaking, Taiwan can actually claim to be China. The original China. The diplomatic and democratic China, that is. And China doesn't really like that.
They're not gonna do that.
Yeah, but I mean, it never talks about that. What to do with that, and, well... Brits actually for once stood on the right side. We're like, okay, no, we're not just going to bow to fucking China.
Hong Kong was never over, they just kept it to Japan. No, I didn't. Let me... Boy, I sure am Wikipediaing a lot today.
Somehow, it's one of those days, you know. But we are fighting back against Romania. Odessa will at some point belong to us again.
There we go. British agreement with China over Hong Kong. The Sino-British Joint Declaration is a treaty between... Okay, so... I was thinking of a correct event in the wrong era. The agreement between China and the United Kingdom over Hong Kong was in the 80s.
Right event, but wrong timeline. Just happens sometimes, to be fair. Quite often, actually. Yeah, there's so many shit going on.
My history of the Asian continent is not great.
Fair point. Kiev still loading. Yes, Kiev is still safe. Kiev has never fallen. I mean, it has fallen for 1 second and it was immediately recaptured, and since then we have not lost it. I'm fucking happy about that, I can tell you. Well, I mean, look at that. We are pushing
leaves something to be desired.
We are pushing those Russians back. We are pushing and pushing and pushing those Russians.
I am going to just say you're wrong about that. because I'm looking at how much you'd have to push.
Look to the south. We are behind them.
Look to the west. Or the east. Look to the east.
We're still pushing them, though. We're still pushing them also.
That's gonna be a long push.
You don't say. I never said I will win easily. I never say it will be fast. Those Russians will learn their fucking lesson. Swear to God.
I have almost entirely eliminated the Moroccan resistance.
I'll be happy about it. Right. Something.
Am I at war with
the capital is at attack.
the French Republic?
Still is the capital. So does the government still sit around there in the building and once the city is fallen, teleport to new capital? I imagine that in the event of an attack, the actual government will be moved away before the government, the capital city actually falls. Would be sensible to do. I mean, you don't really need the government, just the military part of it. So, you know, who knows?
I'm just gonna wait until I've taken this territory and then find out if I can just keep pushing, because there's so many flags in the "this is the area you're at war with" section of my screen that I am not. I can't find any one fucking flag.
Ah, Odessa belongs to us again, and we're pushing into Romania.
Fairly certain that I am at war with the French Republic. Let's see.
Pretty certain you're at war with pretty much everyone at this point. Relatively certain at the very least. Encircled is
Yes, I'm at war with the French Republic. Oh, there's like 3 different Frances right now. Look at how many Russian winters he has to survive when getting into their land. Yeah, how are you gonna manage that? You've got a lot of Russian winter. You don't even have control of Kiev.
I have control of Kiev. Screw you.
Not according to my. Never mind. I was looking wrong. You barely.
I have control of
half. You have control of half of Kiev.
I control Kiev. That's my Kiev. Screw you. Nobody takes my Kiev.
Yeah, well, Russia's going to.
Never.
You just wait if and when I get over there.
Yep, but you know, until then I have other things to worry about. Including,
I know,
but not limited
because before I can get to you, I have to go through the French Republic, the Ottoman Empire.
Yes, you do that, and while you do that, I'll deal with Romania.
And then once I've gotten through the Ottoman Empire and I'm there on the border of Iran, maybe I can attack you.
Yeah, maybe. But maybe at this point we can actually start peace talks because the war will be over. Look at it.
Passionately planned for war up until the moment of peace.
Indeed. We can lower weapons when there actually is war. Peace, I mean. War is there enough of. There's more than enough war. For fuck's sake, there's enough war. Everybody's at fucking war. Hey, Ukraine is striking back. Even if it's slow. I mean, come on, I'm a small nation. I'm just very happy that I can actually do some striking back against the fucking Ruskies. Boy, do they deserve some fucking dead.
Also, now, to finally carry out the goal of infiltrating the fucking American government.
It took you quite a while.
It takes a long time to prep it.
To be fair, that it does. Most of it takes a lot of resources that I most definitely do not have at the moment. Principal Federation joined to co-prosperity battle.
What the fuck? When the fuck did the prosperity sphere? Where is the?
Don't worry, it's just a thing. You kind of have to get used to.
Wait, I'm so confused because it's not. Like, I don't know what they're calling the co-prosperity sphere. Because Japan doesn't have the territories it would need to form the historic East Asian co-prosperity sphere.
Well, you would assume so, but, you know, it's still formed. On one side, Ukraine is taking the Caucasus. On the other side, Ukraine had big territory losses. Yeah, I mean, we kind of lost quite a bit of a homeland, but, alas. I can, for the love of God, not do anything about it. All I can do is continuously repairing all of the shit that gets damaged and hope to God that we can hold on. But since we need to find some sort of weak spot, somewhere at the very fucking least, you know, going south seemed like a good plan. Once we actually broke through, that is. Stop, whatever.
Come on, boyos. I just need these last 3 tiles, and then we've got them. And then this fucking fruitless war in Morocco is over. And then we start the much more difficult war.
What can we find enemy? Oh, come on, Japan. Don't be a bitch about it. Stop calling enemies. I have enough enemies as is. I mean, quite literally. Now, if the front line actually gets bigger, that means that all of these troops will actually stretch themselves thinner, which means as long as there's some logistics, we'll not have as much problems.
This war might be a little easier than I initially thought.
And Romania is, well, I mean, we're pushing them. So slowly but surely, Romania is going away. Jesus fucking Christ, takes that long. As soon as these cunts are gone. No, actually, I am the main pusher into fucking Romania. I have a whole army doing their work there. Because nobody... Austria, the big fucking country, does shit all sitting there just staring at them. Until I got sick and tired of it, and so I sent my army. Even if that means I lose a few more territories. Good old Ukrainian territories it is. Second, stop doing that. I need my troops.
I feel like I don't have more intelligence officials. I'd be infiltrating you right now.
To see what? You wouldn't even be able to see much. Yeah, Opel Blitzers. Give me Opel Blitzers. I need trucks.
What do you know I'd be able to see much? I'd be able to infiltrate your whole fucking government.
Yes, but my government is a mess anyway. I mean, I'm fucking Ukraine.
Like, my intel department is completely maxed out.
See, I don't even have the resources for stuff like that. I'm a small nation. What do you expect from me? Try my best.
Better. I expect better.
I'm trying. You'd be surprised.
I'm surprised at how much you suck.
I'm actually surprised that I'm still alive, to be fair. Once Russia
Me too, actually, really, me too.
Yeah, I mean, Russia basically rushed towards Kiev and almost basically defeated me in the first fucking month of the war. Here we are, months later. Actually reconquering territory and gaining new territory. I'm actually surprised this is actually still working. But hey, you know, small wonders, I'll take it. Now that we're fighting actually on territory that was not originally mine, I'm actually feeling a lot more comfortable losing and regaining that territory too, so... Well, once well.
Deploy more units. Yes, I can. I will deploy more very poorly equipped units.
I mean, you know, my units, I don't care. Fully equipped, fully trained, doesn't matter. You will get your experience on the fucking front line. Faster than you liked.
I'm lucky in the fact that I have the luxury of being able to just deploy these troops as my, as my home defense force against naval invasion, while I wait for them to finish getting all their supplies.
That's a start.
Sir, I believe the Spanish are undermining our government. What do you think that? Because over 70% of our damn senators are suddenly Spanish.
It's like, huh, that's strange.
That's what I'm currently doing to the... what am I doing? Am I doing that to the Pacific? Yeah. Right? No,
worries.
I'm currently infiltrating the combined syndicates of America.
I mean, why not, I suppose? No supply connection from capital? What do you mean? There's... Oh, probably the fucking tracks up.
I am in the process of preparing to infiltrate the Pacific states in that rare event that they win.
Also, yeah. There's actually a nice system here that actually makes absolute sense, because we need to actually convert newly captured rails. Because they, of course, have a different span than what we use on our trains, so we need to actually convert all of those railways. Actually use them. Isn't it lovely? When realism bites you in the ass, it's like, yeah, screw you. Not getting any supplies over here. Oh, look at Ukraine growing. We're like the little cancer that grows into Russia. Slowly but surely. It's good to be cancer. So, Romania, What do you think about this, Romania, Do you feel good about yourself? What you get for fucking attacking Ukraine, you bitch? Yes, whatever you can give me all of your stuff, people. And write some more German advisors and just keep pushing, I suppose. Bucharest is not that far away any longer. Bucharest is actually very close to us now. I don't mean close to my heart, I mean close to my fucking armies to get bombarded. So, can we convert some equipment? No, we can't. That's saddening.
Come on. These last 2 tiles are going to be what provides all the defense for Morocco, huh?
What the fuck even there's Morocco?
Oh, never mind, comrade.
They're still fighting. Morocco
Isn't
really
that
doesn't like
weird
to
that
lose.
suddenly all our union leaders are Spanish? I mean, they all came on a boat. To be fair, there's actually a good justifiable reason why there would be so many Spaniards in the combined syndicates of America, because what you had missed was in the previous episode of Hoi 4 Co-op, I spent most of the time with volunteers in Mexico and the combined syndicates of America aiding their civil war.
Kinda did, yes. I remember
In
that
fact,
much.
arguably my volunteers might be the only reason the CSA didn't get overrun.
Look where that brought us now. Now the CSA is a pain in the ass for everybody.
No, that's not true.
Maybe
I
not
don't
for
have a
them.
problem with them at all.
Yes, the rest of the world looks up there and like, ah, shit. Look at those fucking scummy people.
No, there seems to be a good number of syndicalists here in the world. So.
Sadly, yeah. Quite a few too many for my personal taste.
What ideology is the Pacific States? I forget. Let's
Pretty sure
see.
authoritarian if memory serves. Relatively.
Republican is the majority. They seem to be the more traditional USA faction now. The Pacific States do.
I mean,
because
now that the actual USA are gone, yes, they're probably closest.
their ideology. Well, no, because remember what was called the United States of America when this war broke out was authoritarian.
Under MacArthur, I think. But hey, let's go on.
While now the Pacific States, the majority party ideology is market liberal Republicans, followed by progressive Democrat, then conservative Democrats, and then the Farmer Labor Party of Social Democrats.
I have no manpower. I'm out of manpower. I would really like some extensive
I am
conscription.
officially under 1 million in manpower.
I'm at 0. And we're still pushing into fucking Romania. Oh, these cunts, what? Let's take Bucharest from them. Before we actually, you know, can't afford this any longer. Because keeping up this war is actually rather fucking costly, to be fair. Especially in manpower. That's fucking costly. Army troopers. Damage reduction against cast, plus 50, is very bonus. It's not bad.
Yeah, we're going to change the laws, and now it is a martial law.
Come on, push.
So that way I can stomp out the fucking resistance everywhere.
Oh, we're so
Syndicalism isn't necessarily
close.
bad, but still not perfect. Well, then I think I'm for the syndicalist, but also the Pacific States, if they would become social democrats, would seem way better than the syndicalists. But they're conservative, I'll take the CSA. Right, and it seems to me the CSA is going to have the most likelihood of making it.
Yeah, Romania, how close are you to capitulating? Where would you be? Romania, there you are. 56%, okay, we're getting you there. Very slowly, but...
Come on, Russian. Let the Russian Socialist Republic supply me with some steel.
Bloody fucking Russians.
Yeah, they're a big help.
Yeah, I'd imagine so, if they're not your enemy. The Ball of Bucharest. Ah, tasty. I've taken it personally. Yes, it's mine now. Ah, I'm feeling better about myself. Ah, da, 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 Bucharest is no more. I'm going to fucking
You guys just
let me
push
get.
to there.
Keep on bombing, battle support. Give me some battle
While
support.
I'm fucking sorry, what?
Could I send you to Romania? I could, but I don't really want to risk losing my air support in the fucking eastern Ukraine. Now the question of all questions is, can I actually push down, cut off a few of those units? If I take you, go here. Go here, go here. Maybe we can. Storming those mountains, though. Ugh,
Okay, let's make
that
changes
gives
now.
me nightmares of fucking China. Storm into the mountains! Ooh. How goes the Eastern Front? Not good. Guess it's time to stop the plan for the moment and take a rest along the borders. Take a look here, see what else needs to be repaired. Everything again. I think I will never start actually building something at some point, at least in the near future. That is not going to be the case because, well, I'm busy repairing everything.
I'm still running low on steel somehow.
Maybe they can't fulfill your request. Weapons. Ah, more weapons. It's a good start. Now then, Romania. Would you just please stop being a thing and just capitulate at this point? I mean, you're not gonna get Bucharest back, I can tell you that much.
Dude. Oh, what is my ideology actually? This is not the end of Spain. The French landing a piss poor force in Gibraltar is not going to be the end of Spain. Also, my ideology is syndicalist.
Did you lose your little Rock of Gibraltar again?
Yep.
Fucking French. I mean, normally it's the British that land there and just keep it forever. Much to the chagrin of fucking Spain. Look at that. Come on, push through there, please. And so we can just push through here and actually fucking stop this. And I think Romania will be done soon. Yes,
Well,
yes, we're not keen on
take
that.
it. I suppose that's because you're supporting this. Actually, I became syndicalist before the split of America.
Yeah, mostly through that revolt thing.
The Spanish Civil War.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
And, you know, suddenly you lost control of your game and the AI fucked up all of your building queues and stuff. For a second.
Right.
I remember that.
Yeah, it fucked up everything when it changed.
You were like,
I went from just being the Kingdom of Spain to being syndicalist. All of a sudden, the AI took over for like a second, shut down everything I had queued up, and then decided to implement a couple of its own things. So I had to go through and fucking redo everything.
Ah, I remember that. That was fucking painful.
But we are pushing against the French Republic now.
Ah. The last bit of fucking Romania is painful. Really painful to deal with. I mean, you know, to be fair, of course it is. I don't know why I'm even surprised at this point.
I was the royalist spies trying to sabotage you. Probably.
Okay. I can actually tell the AI to use fucking trucks in their units joined to certain
Australian is joined. All right, I don't. All I know is Australia joined somebody.
I don't know how to. Yep.
Hey, they joined me.
What to say? I don't know if the game fucking lagged as fuck. Man, well. And now we have a reason for that. It was a bit of a change. I think nobody was expecting.
I have no expectations.
Probably better that way. Okay, we're still not finished, but we are getting fucking close to being finished with this shit. This shit specifically being called fucking Romania.
He's doing a good job. How many more days on that?
Pushing, 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 hooray.
Fuck it. What's the worst that happens?
I mean, don't worry, I'm in every war too. You kind of get used to it after a while.
Hey, Francis sent me a call to arms. You know what? Fuck it.
Aren't you at war with the fucking Frenchies?
Different France.
Oh yeah, I forgot. There are multiple ones.
Yeah, I'm allied. Do you know the song?
Yeah, that's one France, but you hate the other France.
Which side are you on? I feel like I have heard that song. And in essence, yes, you see, I'm at war with the French Republic, but I'm allied with the Commune of France.
Well, I think in my case it's specifically the other way around.
And the Commune of France is not doing a great job of holding Gibraltar.
Well, they'll have to kind of retake their territory though.
Or they're not doing a great job of holding their actual turf.
Like, are you surprised about that?
I expected to be up against more, but that could still come.
To be fair, yeah, they could send in more troops now that they have a foothold. I wouldn't even be surprised, actually. Fucking Romania, I swear to God. Couldn't you just fucking give up at some point?
So you're allied with the French commies? I am allies with the French commies.
He's basically allied with all of the fucking,
I essentially started the domino effect of communism, which is why I'm so annoyed that I'm not leader of this fucking faction.
Technically speaking, it's not even communism, it's a mixture of socialism and syndicalism at this point. I don't think there's actually any real communism around.
No, yeah, it's just syndicalism. Another streamer I watched playing Japan, and we saw Ireland defeating the Union of Britain 2 times when they landed.
Actually,
my very first Holy 4 campaign that I ever tried to play, I turned Ireland communist within a few months. It was an interesting achievement.
I believe so, yeah. Now then, this pocket is annoying because it has a fucking port. Which just makes it a bit of a pain in the ass to deal with, to be fair. And just deal with that.
Come on, lads. What seems to be the fucking holdup here?
Romania, you shall die a horrible death. He likes you. Okay. 3 divisions holding.
When you hate the crown so much, you become communist in months. Yeah?
Actually, I haven't really looked at the Iberian waifu in a while. How do you look like? Oh yeah, right. Red scarf,
In
red
my
beret.
timeline, the trouble starts in 1939.
2 more divisions trying to fight back. Well, Romania, you look mightily smaller than I remember. What a nice little queen.
Time to make a change. Well, no, actually, might be time to just change another division. Edit you.
Ah, fucking Christ. What happened?
What?
Treaty of Tirana.
God damn it!
Albania, Romania, Serbia. Ooh, I can make demands of Romania. Oh, that is tasty. Oh, you can see my original borders on this map. Isn't it great to see Ukraine so wholesome and stuff? Yeah, I think I'm just going to take some small areas.
All that hard work for Morocco. Right, I did all that hard work for Morocco and I don't even get the fucking peace treaty deal. Some bullshit.
I take all of that because Romania sucks ass. Now, as for Albania and Serbia,
you know, the Republic of Ireland was beginning to enjoy their independence, and suddenly everyone just randomly gets so much hate against the crown, they overthrow the government and establish communism. Yeah?
No, I take
But to be fair, you still have all your independence when communism's done correctly.
When has this ever worked out?
When I made Ireland communist, I stripped no rights.
That's what they all say. Well, you look at... God damn it.
I am no longer in sync.
Why do I need to
taking so goddamn long.
Look at my new Ukraine. My new Ukraine is better than the old Ukraine. It's an amazing new Ukraine.
I'm not sure, but I don't think syndicalists would take colonies. I don't have a colony. Morocco is not a colony of the Iberian Federation. It is a part of the Iberian. Look, I'll put it to you in American, all right? We don't got colonies. We have territories.
Just because you don't call it a colony doesn't make it any better.
It's not a colony. It is a part of Spain, and they are Spanish citizens.
Mm-hmm.
With all the rights and protections of any other Spaniard.
Or so you claim. I'm just happy that I have actually now some factories and stuff. That will help me a lot.
All class systems. Downside is that you move all class ranked, you have people in charge, they become a higher class rank by default. Well, yes.
Indeed. Because, no system actually works without a certain amount of classes.
Well, and here's the thing, like, whenever they originally were talking about, that's just a colony and a different name, not even steps, just name. That's not true!
No, that is precisely true. That's just American hubris.
You find me anyone who has treated their colony as if they were their citizens.
Uh-huh. Yes, I mean, we also claimed those Africans were basically Germans, apart from, some obvious little facts.
They are German.
Nope.
Then why is it German territory?
Because we have decided that territory...
You have colonies?
Because it's my colony, which is why it's very good colors.
That's the difference between me and you. I've accepted these people as part of my nation.
Yeah, that's what they all say. American hubris at its full. Also, why does it... I really want to know, how long can it take to load a fucking save game? It's not like the save file itself is kilobytes of memory serves for this game.
Apparently it takes a minute.
Yeah. At the very least.
Well, no,
it's amazing.
And in terms of the abolishment of the class systems in communism, it's not so much that the abolishment of class systems in a communist way doesn't mean nobody's in charge of nobody else. It's eliminating the economic classes. And that's the one.
But as
that's
soon as
the
we
classes
have
being
a
eliminated.
ruling class, there will be differences. Also, economical differences will come about with that. That's the problem. People are greedy.
Or is it more of a liberal socialist, democratic socialist and such?
Basically,
That's it,
communism
you know,
works
it's
in a
never-
world with only good people. As soon as there's one foul apple in that whole basket, you're fucked.
Well, I would argue that first off, and I know everybody that talks about communism in a defensive way says this, but I'm gonna say it anyways. We have yet to see communism implemented in the way it was intended.
Yes, in an ideal, in a utopian way.
And
if we could do that,
that's
but
also not true. That's also not true. There's a lot of small, I'll call them nobody nations that were able to implement communism as intended, and they did it successfully, and everybody saw their quality of life increase so dramatically. But again, these are very, very, very small nations, so...
And have they become big players? Have they come to fruition as many other countries?
I imagine that something like communism would just by its nature be much easier to implement on a smaller population.
That is true, yes. But populations, especially if you heighten the standard of life, people will multiply. It will grow. That is the problem. Because as soon as you have more people, the chances that it will attract the wrong sort of people is of course also higher.
Soviet Union was authoritarian. Exactly. Yeah, they were authoritarian. And communism, and too often, and it's happened because of decades upon decades of propaganda and misinformation, but everybody associates communism with authoritarianism. And that's just not necessarily how it's supposed to go. You can't have a communist authoritarian government.
Okay, can we start now? According to me, you have loaded. Is there a ready button for you?
There we go.
Oh, nice. I have a whole army now that is free to do and roam the world. Oh, this is so fucking tasty. I'm feeling good. Just this one win will change so much for my side.
I'll also argue that we shouldn't be upholding the Communist Manifesto as the means of this is how it should be done because of when it was written. I think that if you want to implement communism, you need to come up with new communism.
That's going to be difficult, to be fair.
I'm
not saying that the idea is not appealing, communism. The idea is appealing, that's the whole point.
And I would argue it's not that the idea itself of communism is not, even revamping it to fit a more modern way would not be all that difficult, simply because at its root, all communism is the ending of exploitation. It is the ending of making someone billions while you make hundreds.
Yeah, but I need more materials. Where's my German friends? German friends, give me stuff. Okay, we have more people, we have more of everything now.
It wasn't a guide to go.
Oh, I'm so happy.
Yeah. There should be capital, but every regulated the state to make sure the companies don't exploit us. Right. Okay. So, and then the thing, like I do believe to a degree in capitalism. Yes.
Yeah, you do need somewhat of a remarket in order to get
except that's not. Those people don't even. Those people are just dumb and lying or willfully ignorant.
We have more planes now.
I have a fuck ton of planes, dude. One of my armies has 118 bombers.
I wish I had that problem. I'm mobilizing like 6 2-strong wings at this point. Some noble exceptions, to be fair.
I'd actually forgot to set my bombers to doing any kind of a fucking job.
You go down there. Now, as soon as Germany delivers, we actually will have resources again. Oh, this helps so much. You can't imagine how much that little bit of land actually helps me.
There we go. Is that better, Venus?
Bam, 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 bam,
Communism,
bam,
communism,
bam.
you have to go from the communism. Right, and what's funny, well, you gotta understand until how you sell it. You know, I will never understand where people got on this the only good government is a tiny, tiny, ineffective government. I'll never understand where that came from.
Oh, that's easy, because bureaucracy is a pain in the ass.
As a permanent ideology, I should say. I never will understand where that came from, because it's flawed on its most surface level. I mean, I'm not for all the government all the time. I'm not. I'm just for practical common sense. And that practical common sense is easy, and it shows you that, hey, sometimes you need big government. Sometimes you don't. Some areas, some fields need big government all the time. Some don't ever need it, and some need it just when they need it. It should never be a one and I've always found it ironic. The very campaign promise of running for office for a position in government. Finally.
Talking about Sardinia now, that's interesting. Where the fuck in that list am I? I'm not even in this list. Okay, I guess I can just watch you.
You can just watch me say that, yeah, Italy can have Sardinia.
Damn it, we have to resync again. Every peace conference breaks the game.
I've always found it incredibly ironic. People running for positions in government on the campaign promises of getting the government to stop doing work. But then on that same shoe, you know, like especially here in America, big tech, right? Big tech is against the conservatives, and big tech censors anything it doesn't like. And well, I'm sorry, that's the free market, baby. But now you want to elect public representatives to come in, make laws, and get involved in the free market, don't you?
That's the problem. Once they grow big and have power, things are a pain in the ass to deal with, to be fair.
But also not too democratic, not too capitalistic, but also not too much socialism. And I don't know what too much socialism looks like.
If you put your socialism so far up that it ruins your economy, that is far too much socialism. But it might be because...
Can you give me some historical examples of this happening?
Well, you want to see examples of when people take it too far? You could probably find some.
But that's what I'm saying. It's not like you could. I'm sure you can.
I'm sure, yes.
Also, it will be on a smaller level. I'm sure. I'm equally sure it won't be any large nation.
Good question, actually. I never really looked that up specifically, to be fair.
Exactly.
That doesn't really say much. I mean, there are many things I haven't looked up. There's reasons that never had any question in that area.
I'd also like to encourage you, if you do decide to look into it, and you find these so-called failed socialist states, I want you to make sure, above all else, that you look at the bigger picture. Because I promise you, you'll probably come across like Venezuela as a failed socialist nation.
Yeah, it's one of the obvious examples for failed socialism that you will always get, to be fair.
Except it's not an example of failed socialism, it's an example of how a nation will fall when the United States stops your ability to get resources.
Well, I mean, Venezuela has oil.
Venezuela was doing fine and was on the uptick until United States sanctions started to hit hard.
Yes, that's the whole point of sanctions.
Which completely collapsed their economy. So the socialism didn't do them in. Sanctions on behalf of the United States not wanting the world to see a successful socialist nation was the problem.
Maybe that played a part too, to be fair. Probably not the only part though. It's not like socialism is the cure for cancer. It's not even for government.
No, socialism is quite literally the cure for cancer. Funnily enough, it's funny that you say that exact sentence, because that exact sentence is wrong. All medical research is nationally funded.
Not all of it, to be fair.
The overwhelming majority.
Not too sure how it is actually nowadays. I do know that in the past that was absolutely the case. Nowadays, a lot of companies are actually big enough to have their own apartments.
You wouldn't have this fucking video game. We wouldn't be talking. You wouldn't have a phone or a computer without socialism.
That is one hell of a statement that you would need to prove quite a lot.
I can easily prove it by simply showing you that these were all state-funded.
Yes, but most of those were actually not necessarily meant for, you know, peaceful applications.
No, you're moving the goalpost.
No, not really.
Because I'm showing you concrete.
You're saying it's made by
socialism.
national science. Okay, well, you know, let's agree at that point. Then I go like, yes, many major projects were, of course, handled by the state, but they weren't meant in a social mean. Not really, no. Authoritarian states do that too, after all. That way, we would have no distinction between socialism and more authoritarian governments now.
You can have both. I would argue you can have both. Yeah, but don't forget the polio strategy says the polio vaccine, socialist product. It was made and released to the people because the makers didn't do it for profit and wanted to aid cheap vaccination.
Yeah, I'm not saying there aren't any good people in any sort of system that actually just try to be good people. And if they get the help from the government that they need, that's all the better. See, I'm not saying that a good bit of socialism in a state is a bad thing. No, you need a certain amount of that. Just don't overdo it. That's the whole point.
I'm saying that the greatest breakthroughs of our history were only possible due to socialism.
Not just socialism would be then my point.
Oh, I mean, the people themselves, sure, had a great deal to play with it. But you don't get that progress without that funding. Which at the end of the day, this is all socialism is. Socialism is not, I go to the grocery store, I bag up my groceries of whatever the fuck I want, and I walk the fuck out. That isn't socialism. Socialism is part of my tax revenue has gone to fund food relief programs, so that way if I am if I live within the poverty means of income, I can go to these programs and get a bag of food that contains necessities, meats and breads and dairy products.
Wait a second, why is Sardinia still around? I'm pretty sure didn't we just have the peace conference?
Italy annexed them, yeah. Maybe they decided to release them.
Jesus fucking Christ, that's amazingly annoying.
They were really successful in the space race, to be honest. They did many accomplishments, but when the USA landed on the moon, they said they won while the Soviets did way more accomplishments. Part of that also comes from, honestly, a lot of that's the Soviet Union's fault. And if we're just being frank, a lot of that's the Soviet Union's fault.
Ooh, are we talking about a space race? That's
well, yeah, about how the space race, you know, how the Soviets weren't declared the victors in the space race, even though they were in space first.
They were. I mean, it started like, okay, first let's get shit into space, then it was like, okay, let's set another goal so we can have more race and spend millions and billions on that.
They also couldn't, but like the Russians could not properly capitalize on the bulk of the good PR it could have been, simply because the why are you fucks going down there?
What's going on?
Because they had to do a lot went wrong in the Russian space race.
Yeah.
And they did not want that coming out to public right then and there.
They did try to keep a lot under wraps, especially some of the accidents that happened that could really be a PR disaster. I remember that much.
And then
but it's not like the US hadn't had any, problems. Because getting people to space is surprisingly fucking difficult.
No, but we didn't have anybody burned to death on re-entry.
Well, to be fair, no, but there were quite a few accidents to otherwise
things. The government paid me so that I can be independent to fight my family heritage. Right. Right. And not to mention also in the space race, the Soviets were in the process of a lot of very secret R&D. They were trying to...
I mean, as I said, you know, in this case, it's a lot more... The space race too, a lot of the technology came actually directly from the military and was also further developed for military use. Which is really, really sad.
Just German.
I mean, yeah, there were some Germans involved in that on both sides. Now the scientists responsible for that whole rocketry program that we had were kind of gobbled up.
Jesus Christ, look at that huge chunk of territory I just fucking took.
Jesus Christ, you suddenly grow. And then he grows 3 sizes larger all of a sudden.
It's just open desert.
Yeah, there's quite literally nothing there, but it's yours now. You can paint your name on it.
I've been trying to stop a big chunk of the army from just marching through the Sahara.
And
No,
we
just finally said, fuck it, march, go on.
We have
You
still
guys
made
do
progress.
you.
Oh, God heaven, we made progress again.
The Russians did technically win because it was a race to space. First man in space.
Oh,
Yuri
fucking
Gagarin.
Bulgaria, Bulgaria declares war on me. Fucking Bulgaria.
Winners after landing on the moon. Didn't give a shit enough to actually
You
contest with all the shit
fucking
going on at the time. Also, the
asshole.
whole rocket engine thing.
I swear to fucking God.
If we take points for each accomplishment, Soviets absolutely beat them. All rocket engines since then. See, and when it comes to like the moon, we did that because
Need to
we were
put all
like,
the
hey, we want to go to the moon because fuck you. That's why we went to the moon. We had, like, at the time, sure, there was scientific reason. There's also a reason we just haven't gone to the moon a lot lately in the last 30 years.
I mean, it's a bit of a pricey endeavor to do that, to be fair. We need to have a good reason for that. Ah, now I need to pull my troops into the south again, because Bulgaria!
Fucking everybody just got called into war against me.
Nobody likes you. I mean, nobody likes me either, because I'm Ukraine, apparently. I didn't know Ukraine was that much hated. Because now even Bulgaria
I'm not
tries to take me.
answering these call to arms yet. Who the fuck called? What do you mean you've called Morocco in as an ally?
At this point, I just go into every war. You know, at this point, I just join every war. I'm just like, okay, yeah, I understand that the world is at war. I will be part of this. Fuck you. I get used to it.
I'm not joining every war simply because I'm getting a lot of call to arms that would cost me more than all my political power.
I mean, I'm at minus 21 at the moment. You know. You get
I
used to
still
it.
have shit to do.
Now then, I will push back Bulgaria. Because Bulgaria is a little bitch. Just as I was enjoying some minor territory gains against the Russians again, fucking Bulgaria declares its war on me. Yeah, it's just
Where the
fucking
fuck are you
amazing.
doing? What are you fighting? Look at that stream. It looks like I've got armies firing at each other from across the Sahara with rifles.
I mean, you know, maybe those are very special rifles. Now then,
The
Bulgaria.
space race was scientifically, and yet I agree. This space race isn't scientifically a great thing.
Okay, Bulgaria, for the moment you might have the upper hand, mostly because you were prepared for this war, we were not. But we will fight you. You will fucking suffer for that. Ah, fucking pain in my ass.
You gotta be shitting me. I've had that in. I must have accidentally moved it.
What happened?
Oh, my prep for the operation of going ahead and infiltrating the Pacific States government. But I guess I must have at some point moved my intelligence officer that was over there. I did not mean to accept that call to arms, but I am now in war with somebody.
Yeah, with me.
I
Nothing
thought I was
new
already
there.
at war with you.
There's nothing new there. I think we were at war already because of
Yeah,
some
now
of
I've
the
got
wars.
negative 41 fucking political power because of it.
What can I say? You kinda get used to it, and no.
Oh, I want to keep healthcare or free healthcare or something better aid to handicap. Well, in Germany we have that, but we haven't. See, strategy, I don't think Strat is an American.
Come on. It goes so well against the Russians sometimes. Other times it's just a slog, and now Bulgaria. Ugh, Bulgaria. Sure to God, once I have control over you, I will very harshly punish you for that. Now then, let's push those Bulgarians back. Because apparently those Bulgarians do not understand how the fucking world works. Which is very stupid.
Fucking mad lads, get in the fight.
Oh, have you been invaded again?
No, I'm still pushing back the initial.
Yeah. And it can take a while. Especially because they do like to spread as quickly as they can, basically.
Taking longer than I initially thought, I must say.
Oh yeah, those... Especially if they can spread somewhere inside the land, you will get some problems.
Did you ever change your game tag? Did you switch over categories?
Did I? Don't think I did. Should probably do that at some point.
You've just been sitting here streaming Hoy in the Divinity category?
Kinda did, didn't I? Let me change that quickly. Nice of you to remember. Ah, I completely forgot about it. Forgot that it actually was a thing, to be fair. You go away. March of Iron.
Stop trying to cross the fucking Sahara.
And that should save that. I need to change the title, but nah. Let's get people confused. Why don't we? Now, back to dealing with fucking Bulgaria, because, why not, I suppose.
Sounds like there's room for improvement. There is always room for improvement.
Now then, let's take slowly all of the lands of fucking Bulgaria. Such a fucking wrong pain in the
Okay,
ass.
the invasion force is surrounded.
It's only a matter of time then. Now then. And just as my second army had some free time and actually was supposed to be pushing north, they get called back south because of fucking Bulgaria, of all fucking things. Those are the sorts of things you really don't expect to happen. Especially not from a small country like Bulgaria. I mean, they saw what I did to Romania, which was factually speaking bigger than them. And apparently that did not ring any alarm bells in their little heads.
Come on, let them shoot their bullets over thousands of kilometers and possibly hit the enemy. They might. Fucking might.
I mean, you know, bullets can fly far.
No. I suppose they've got as good a chance as the French.
Look at that. Now then, how does it look construction-wise? Are we still... Yes, we're still trying to repair all of our roads. Now we have to probably repair a lot more things. Why am I not surprised? The list of things I need to repair grows ever fucking longer.
I don't want to hear it. I have to build roads across the Sahara Desert.
Yeah, but at least you can build something. I'm just repairing what I already had.
I've just decided to not. Okay? I'm just letting it repair in its own time. I'm not prioritizing any of it.
Yet will do horrible things to your logistics, though.
It must be great snipers shooting someone over the literal curve of the earth to hit them. I mean, to be fair, we've done it. We did it with artillery, but we've done it.
Yep. I did it with artillery, that is true.
Now, to order them to completely assault and annihilate the French Republic in Gibraltar, and then I will move my defensive army to help take out the French Republic.
That one army of mine, which is still pushing the Ruskies, is spread far too thin at this point. I really need some relief there. Also, I would need more manpower, which I can't get because, well, my manpower is going down the drain fighting fucking Bulgaria. God fucking damn Bulgaria, Joel. Means they will fucking lose, they just don't fucking know it, apparently.
You wanted to act broke? I'll fix you. Now let these gentlemen get into position.
Hey, it's going well. Bulgaria will fall at some point in the near future. I have no doubt in my mind that this will happen. Some new technology. We haven't had that in a while.
That's you, Spearhead.
Let's go for that. Gonna take forever, but it's gonna be worth it.
Denise. That will give us another... Oh. I don't know why you act like that, but okay. We'll see how that goes for you.
Slowly but surely. Because of the fact that we're still making small gains against the fucking rush bees.
No available land route. You motherfuckers, and I'd probably just don't. Okay, so my defensive force is... Is it staying a defensive force? No.
Fucking Bulgaria, I swear to God. You will rue the fucking day. Yeah, repair all of that, because I would like to have all of those capitulated.
God, what?
That's Sardinia again. Fuck's sake. And we need to resync again. I hate peace deals.
We Germans will probably have gas or energy shortages this winter.
I mean, considering how dependent we are on Russian gas, could be.
Build a fire.
Doesn't really worry me nearly as much as some others, honestly. God damn, that one bunker that looks ugly in my territory.
I don't war with these guys? I don't know. Are you at war with the United States of Greater Austria?
No, they are pretty much assuredly one of my allies.
Okay, so I'm at war with them.
Could be,
One
yeah.
thing, gotta redeem my jacks. Oh, but that means I gotta do stuff. Hold on. Bob. Go to here. Jax. You okay? Jax, come here, buddy. You okay? What? No, I just needed him. Oh. Oh. This is the boy.
Ooh,
This
where
is
is
the
he?
Dope King Jax.
Oh, look at it!
A little boy who's a
Children.
very derpy boy.
Oh.
And also gets very nervous when I bring him up on my lap.
Yeah.
It's not the most well balanced. Alright.
I'm not stable. I'm not stable.
Yeah, mother. Go. He is Doggo the derpiest of boys.
Oh, but he looks cute. That's all that matters.
He's super. He's daddy's little boy, but he's also like he's real derpy and a little bit on the dumb side. But we love him anyways.
I can imagine. I can imagine. And once again, it takes forever today to load the save game. Why, game?
And indeed,
I can send a kilobyte save game in like probably a millisecond over to you. But no, if the game tries to do the same thing, it's like, let me take 5 minutes to load this. I'm an old game, I can't run it fast.
I would definitely like to know how the fuck I lost my land route between Gibraltar and Morocco.
Technically speaking, there is no land route between Gibraltar and Morocco.
I kind of figured as much, and that's what the game tells me now, but I definitely didn't sail 2 whole armies over here. I can tell you for certain, I don't believe that's how I managed to get them here.
I mean, if you had them sit at the port, then they were probably just loaded into a fucking convoy and pushed over. As long as you controlled the strait, there's no reason why not.
But they can't now?
Which means you have no control of the strait. It's somebody else has control there.
The actual fucking water?
Yep.
Well, I'll just sail a boat through real fast. I didn't know that somebody could own the ocean.
But not, but they can just put a few ships there, and then your convoys will be like, nope, gonna sail over there. Like, I don't want to die yet. I would like to exist a little bit longer. Bulgaria would also like to exist a bit longer, but they will not. Bulgaria, foolish nation.
There, it has enough of a distance. People can technically swim. Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
I'm not
technically.
gonna try to send 5 armored divisions.
Also wouldn't really
over
try
there.
to, swim through the fucking ocean between Gibraltar and fucking Morocco. The ocean is a bit of a bitch to swim in, to put it mildly.
People have done it before.
They have, indeed. It's also one of the most important straits because, well, trade.
They're drowned by the weight of their armor and their gear.
Well, we can finally continue doing horrible things to our friends in Bulgaria. What a disgusting people the Bulgarians are. They have attacked us, and we were all but peaceful. Enemy is air superiority. Where? In Romania and in Iran. That's not good.
I'm over to there.
In order to make this a bit faster, what we will do is send those over here and send them to Romanian airspace to do a bit of help there, and then we're gonna send them back home. So I don't think Romania has enough fucking pilots to really annoy my troops. Now then, Bulgaria. Any last words?
Oh. Was that the moment guy talking? He was the talking. I didn't listen to what he was saying. And it still won't let me. Unless it is, and it's just going to take years.
Let's ignore that.
Whatever, they can just hold Gibraltar then.
Yeah.
While continuing to ensure our units.
Fucking Bulgaria. Nobody likes you. Being in Europe in this time frame is always such a pain. Also, the border with Germany and France has, in all of these years, not changed, I think, even one fucking single bit. That's saying something. Well, to be fair, Germany is involved in every war, so Germany has probably troops also on every bloody front, but still.
Come on, boys. Push it through.
Would kind of expect them to at some point at least get through.
I meant to click on that. Losing a naval battle. Getting my special forces trained.
Come on. Bulgaria. Just go home. Let me make you even smaller. While we continuously push. Ruski's back. Surprised this works so bloody damn well. Really fucking surprised. Although, to be fair, I'm reaching the point where my army is spread far too fucking thin. That's not good.
There we go. Draw on those good resupplies. And just hope I don't desperately need it. Talking about demons, you guys know Hell of a Boss. I've heard of that show. The YouTube show? I haven't seen it, but I've heard of it.
Can't say I've heard of it yet. At least, I'm not good with names anyway, so that is not saying much, but At least not according to my memory, no. Pushing, hooray.
Come on, keeping on.
Yeah, that's basically what I've been doing the whole fucking time. Keeping on, even more. It's great to be Ukraine. A great feeling to be Ukraine.
Why is there a bunch of Commune of France soldiers in Iberia? I do not understand what you're doing here. You have a massive front you're fighting.
Yeah, they have. I mean, the Germans are not really trying to push them hard, so I guess they were like, okay, we're getting bored here, we're just going to send some troops down now. To do something else for once.
Well, then tell them to fucking take out their other French counterpart.
Pretty sure they would really love to do that if they could. More reparations! Yay! Everything needs to be fucking repaired. And all of those train tracks that need to be changed to actually be usable. Ugh. I mean, it is logical, you know. There are different widths in train tracks. So yeah, you need to convert those. But still, fucking pain in the ass to do. Okay, I think I can ignore Bulgaria for a bit.
I've been meaning to watch it. Denmark has capitulated.
To what, for fuck's sake? Oh god, and with that Germany has another front that it needs to deal with. The Northern Front in this case.
I gotta say, Spain's really coming out on top here.
I mean, you're pretty much unchallenged for the moment, yeah.
And the CSA is wiping out the Pacific states.
Yeah, I mean, also you have no direct enemy as your neighbor, at the very least.
I am in every war you are in.
Yes, but you have no neighbor that is directly capable of attacking you on your main land.
Have both.
I have fucking Russia as my neighbor. I knew that would be a pain. I was right. It was a pain.
Yeah, it seems like you're making very slow gains.
That's a complete turnabout from what it was before, so I'm very happy with that, actually. Can just deal with the southern front, that would already serve me very well, and of course Bulgaria. Bulgaria needs to fucking die. I mean, it will die at some point. I mean, no question about that.
What the fuck are you lads doing?
Distribute those fucking resources a bit faster, please. Because pushing into their costs fucking a lot. And also I would really like to take a break from combat because, well, my manpower is at 0 for a long time.
I've still got 800,000 men I can field. And I'm trying to field all of them.
I mean, as long as I can actually restock them once they're on in combat, that's all nice and dandy. In my case, however, we're bleeding dry. That's because, you know, I do need to have some martial law going on, which also takes resources. Okay, first, let's beat back that one asshole there.
Starting to see a pattern in the pony mod. You play the communist ponies and Indians in Changeling. This time you're playing the syndicalists and see us again, the authoritarian team. It did not. This does not start that way. We did not start this on the opposite sides of the war.
You know, not really. Actually, we're pretty close aligned for a while.
We just got kind of fucking dragged into this because suddenly I was syndicalist.
Yeah, suddenly Iberia's started to become very syndicalist, and I was part of the Rice Pact, so, you know, bound to Germany. Couldn't really get away from that, so...
You could have, you just opted not to.
It's not that easy to go out of that, because I'm basically forced into it from the get-go. Okay, could you please just fucking push in and push those guys out? For the love of all that is good and holy.
And there, and then let you just do your preparations.
I do think that at some point in the near future, we might actually be able to finish up with the south of fucking the Soviet Union. Yeah, we're also pushing nice and deeply into Bulgaria again. They do try to break out. They recaptured one of their bunkers, but it ain't going to help them much. So nice and easily bleed them out. Do.
No, I did not wish to do that. Okay, so can't do that because I guess I just... Oh, do I not have enough transports? Is that what the issue really is?
That seems is justifying against me.
It's not always creepy. Most of the time, it's just metal.
Murder them all. Hey, my East European ally is still giving me stuff for free. That at least is very fucking helpful.
Let's get some better artillery.
God damn it, they managed to get one of us surrounded. That could actually cost me someone. God fucking damn it. Actually, yeah, training doesn't go well. Without any fucking troops. Without any fucking manpower.
So now they're en route.
The others could actually fucking help me for once. I could actually break through and save my poor little unit there, but I have some doubt that they will. Fucking cuntish AI. Once again, fucking cuntish of you.
I almost fucked up. You think Venus thinks I'm gonna win? Says that your alliance is on a two-front war. To be fair,
front? It's a fucking four-front war. But beg you. 2 fronts. We had 2 fronts. That was still good times. Still had fun back then. It's just survival. Might be getting away.
Okay, so that spearhead is going well. Why the fuck isn't this one?
Bulgaria. We're missing like 400,000 fucking manpower. To fulfill everything. Like you don't say, game. You don't say.
I'm just waiting on this. I've got a naval invasion en route to me. This music seems kind of not fitting, seeing as how there's a world war with millions of people dying happening. I think it's pretty fitting. Oh.
How many people actually have died? Can I see, you know?
Think of it as a lesson in the duality of man.
The summary of the worlds. 10 million losses, 7 million losses, so 10.8 million have died until now. Give or take.
Yeah, because according to my war summary, the enemy's lost almost 10 million, and we've lost almost 8.
Yeah, I said, a combined 18 million losses. Roundabout.
Give or take a few thousand.
I mean, at this point, who cares about a few more thousand, you know? We've reached numbers where we don't count in thousands any longer. I really all I really need is, technically speaking, just some fucking manpower. That would really make the difference here.
Come on, motherfuckers. I know you're planning on invading, so come on.
Yep, this is seriously the only thing that's stopping me from fucking wiping the floor with fucking Bulgaria. Fucking manpower. All fucking things. Basically my one and only weakness at this fucking point.
Oh fuck, did you guys finally stop trying to cross the goddamn Sahara on foot? Because that would have been... That's great. Thank you. Hoi 4 is a game where you don't want to live. Well, if you're in Switzerland, you'll be fine.
Well, yeah, to be fair, I think Switzerland is still okay. Yeah? It's just sitting there being
I think
Swiss.
Switzerland isn't Switzerland in this war too?
Is Switzerland actually in any war? Nope, Switzerland is still fucking usual, as usual. They're not doing anything. They're just sitting there being space. Space, space. All day long, there's nothing there.
We have infiltrated the civilian administration of the CSA.
God damn it, Bulgaria. I mean, technically speaking, Bulgaria chose a very wise point in time to attack me, because due to my manpower shortage, I'm actually not capable of just flying that many things around.
Yes, Venus, I have many spies everywhere. Unlike Incius, I took my time as a volunteer freedom fighter in the United States Civil War. I used that to essentially create the CIA.
Yes, coming from somebody who actually has the resources to do so.
Oh, I didn't. I just made sacrifices. And I had the luxury of being able to make those sacrifices.
Fair point. Fucking enemies. Fucking Bulgaria. Could you please die? That would be an amazing thing. So, you know, Germany gets slowly but surely pushed back by the French. It is a very slow process, though. Spying when you wish. Imagine so. Not that there's much to learn here, to be fair.
There is 7 divisions of you. Get the fuck in there.
Let's do that and let's push more, I suppose. The fight against Bulgaria. I wanna stop this. Let's put reinforcements on high priority so we can actually get something out of this. I mean, look at this. There is not really much left of fucking Bulgaria. We could win this easily if we were at normal strength, but we're not. That's basically all that's stopping me. I'll add in the fact that, you know, I need to continuously repair shit.
Get more steel. By the way, the title isn't true. You're literally fighting each other. It is still a cooperative day.
Indeed. We're still playing cooperatively to some degree. We're playing the same game.
I mean, we're not fighting each other.
Technically, that's true. I mean, we are at war.
Our factions are.
Yeah, I mean, our factions are at war with each other, but we haven't really fought each other yet. A bit difficult, you know? I'm fucking Ukraine and he's fucking Spain. We're not really neighbors, put mildly. Come on, game. Just go in there and fucking deal the killing blow to fucking Bulgaria. Because, for fuck's sake. Oh, no, actually, I don't want me to deal the finishing blow, because that means we have another peace conference. That means we need to resync again.
Right.
Happens after every peace conference at this point. How about my other army? I mean, they apparently lost 2 units at some point. They're actually not gonna come back. Well, you look at that. Ruski's actually pushing back again. And surprisingly enough, you know, Kiev is still safe and secure. I don't know how we managed to actually keep Kiev the whole time, but, well. Seems to be working rather well as far as I can say. God damn it, every little victory takes so fucking long at this point.
Are you going to let me know? Why are you not assigning divisions to it?
I want to change this to the heartlands of Bulgaria. Kinda.
That's fine. I'll just march on Venice.
Yeah, good enough. Good enough for government work. Quite literally in this case.
They're fighting. You can turn around and hit that.
My bloody allies would actually do more for me. That would be amazing, but... well, those hopes and dreams have not really helped me much now, have they?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Oop. Another piece of Bulgaria just swallowed up. Oh, then how much more repairs do we have to do? A lot. God, fucking
Naval
damn it.
invasion of Italy.
God fucking damn it.
Naval invasion of Jamaica.
Oh, you would assume that even fucking Bulgaria runs out of fucking people at some point. Don't they really have that many troops left? Yeah, what's their new capital city? Sofia. Isn't Sofia? Yeah, Sofia is the capital city, isn't it? Bucharest is Romania's capital city. I forgot. I took that. I enjoyed that. Oh, look, I have a positive political power again. That took a while.
Cooperatively shoot. Once the CSA won, all politicians will be Spanish for some reason. Actually, they were Spanish before the CSA won. But it honestly doesn't matter because they're going to capture a bunch of Spanish-specific states politicians too. Because I've infiltrated both.
That's gonna be fun. Okay, let's go for civilian oversight so we can get even more manpower freed up. Jesus fucking Christ. Bulgaria, Bulgaria, you little cuntish Bulgaria. Then we need to reorganize the army again. Soonish.
I call 1 moment.
Yeah, no problem.
Jimmy!
I really would like to do this a bit more tactically sound, but there just is not much of an opportunity to do that. This is just a slog. And it will be a slog for as long as this goes on. Actually, I think as far as my navy is concerned, since... No, the enemy probably still has ships in there somewhere, potentially. Ugh. Pain! But hey, you know, we can see the essence of this game. A map painting game. Oh, how late is it? Ah, shit. Daddy is not good. I'm actually running out of time, Jesus Christ. Can I? I can probably... half an hour or so. Probably. I can push this a bit further. That the EU is trying to make their own YouTube-like site. I am not gonna join that. Fuck that shit. As if I would trust the fucking EU to do a good job of that. Yeah, beat it out. But hey, let him try and fail. Yes, that would be the best result for all of us. They're once again trying to just reposition themselves. Oh, look, we have 5,000 manpower. It was a short endeavor. A very short fucking endeavor. We'll take another part.
I have returned.
Welcome back. Just looked at the clock and I came to the realization as I have like half an hour left of playtime, because you know, it's already 12.
I was just about to say that I needed to go in about a half an hour.
That is perfect.
I've got company inbound. Yay! I love that sound alert. The yeet sound alert's one of my favorites. It doesn't even sound like a good proper yeet. It's just... it sounds like somebody trying far too hard to yeet, and that's why I love it.
Hey, good timing. That means I can finish my little war with Bulgaria, hopefully, in that time frame, and then we'll see.
Yes, we desperately need to get you affiliated.
Yeah, all the time. It's not my main concern.
I know you don't care about the potential revenue, which, as somebody who has genuinely been trying for almost 2 years to turn this into a revenue stream, and I don't have enough for a tank of gas. Twitch, don't go into Twitch trying to make money. Not as your only means. That being said, I want you affiliated so that way I can fuck with you.
That's a fair point. Fair point. That actually motivates me.
And not just so I can fuck with you, so everybody. I want you to have sound alerts and channel redemptions, so that way I can do stuff to fuck with you.
I am looking forward to that, to be fair.
I've just been waiting for the day that you get affiliated and you just decide that you're gonna take that moment to be a fucking moron and make a hydration redeem for like 30 channel points with no limit. And then I'll do to you like I do to everybody. Come into your chat and spam 5 of them motherfuckers in a row and make you drink a bottle of water in one sin right there, right now.
Wait, to be fair, I'll probably do it. Okay, yeah, sure. Drinking, sounds good,
Fucking hydrate or drydrate, motherfucker. You could take sponsorship of Raid Shadow Legends. Look, man, I desperately want to make a living as a content creator, and I want it bad enough. I'd take the sponsorship.
Sponsorship? Yeah, I mean, I've seen some people doing it. From what I hear, they do pay nice amounts of money for that, so I get it. It's tempting.
For me, that's what it is. It's just like, I want this so badly. Yeah, sure, I'll sell out.
As long as you're upfront about it, I can actually accept that. Just be upfront, okay, I'm gonna do a sellout move here. I'm gonna be like, okay, yeah, sure.
Like, especially, well, okay, so here's my way to think. Like, It would all kind of depend. If people started approaching me for sponsorships on my YouTube channel, and I wasn't, and if they were to do it right now, absolutely, sure. What do you want me to talk about? Because I'm not monetized in any fashion whatsoever, and it would be another step in income. A big part of what's holding me back is a hardware issue, so I'm gonna take whatever I can to help.
Yeah, that's fair.
Now, if I were already monetized, it would honestly depend. I'm not like anti-sponsorship.
Really depends on what.
Right, that's a part of it. Is it depends on what. Even if I was already monetized on YouTube and I was making good money from it, like pay the bills money, I'm not going to sit here and tell you I would never take Raid as a sponsor. And I will only say that not because it's a money thing, it's a product thing. I've never played it. I did like everybody else did. I've seen the ads and I already know it's just another microtransaction laden bullshit.
Which it is.
Which it is.
Absolutely.
But you know what? You know what? It's also free to play, and I would tell you what. You want to sponsor me? Okay. Then let me try out your product. And look, if you pay me enough, I'll be neutral. I can be pretty neutral about just about anything.
Well, yeah, to be fair, neutral you can be about things. As long as they're not objectively fucking bad.
I could neutrally, promote Raid Shadow Legends in the standard commercial way, Don't put any real effort or love or emotion into it, just fucking, make a commercial, essentially. I am having the hardest fucking time.
Bulgaria's fighting back.
Okay.
Fucking Bulgaria. I'm gonna make this more difficult than it needs to be.
Let's try something new. That'll be your turf to cover. Let's take away this army's objectives entirely and just assault directly. Let me start this anti-aircraft research, and then let me go check on the baby. I'll be right back.
Yeah, even that. I'll just
Nice,
keep doing shit. And hopefully survive. Fucking Bulgaria. This one would have been over fucking years ago. Well, to be fair, maybe not years. We actually had the fucking manpower to keep going. But instead, we are bleeding fucking manpower every bloody where. But I'm fucking grateful for all of these things.
Banana. Decent money bag. It's very great. I'm not necessarily saying I would do it. I would never lie. I will not. Like my hypocrisy only goes so far.
I mean, yeah, you have to keep some decency alive at the very least.
At the end of the day, I would maintain my integrity and would not lie about a product.
Please just push in.
If I had to come up with something to say about it, like just right off the top of my head right now, having never played it, let's pretend I had. I would highlight what the game does right as a free-to-play, what the gameplay loop is, and then I would also make sure that it is known that there are microtransactions. Now, since I'm being paid to promote the product, I'm not going to, rail that. I'm not going to just sit there and talk about how disgusting microtransactions are, how predatory they are. They are all these things.
They are indeed, yes.
But if you're paying me to promote it, I will give you, when it's specifically something like Raid Shadow Legends as an example, I wouldn't sacrifice my integrity, I would be honest, but I still have bills to pay.
Yeah, you kind of have to find a good old-fashioned somewhere in between all of the extremes.
Besides, we all joke about Raid because they sponsor fucking everybody.
Hey,
There are
yeah.
people that I would love to be sponsored by, not just for the paycheck, but for the perks. The number one person I would love to be sponsored by, just for the perks, if they gave any, would be Audible. I love Audible.
Fair point. Very fair point.
I fucking love Audible, and I just can't afford the $30 a month for premium. If they wanted to give me like 6 months of free premium, you know what? You don't even gotta give me a paycheck.
You know, I would probably also be like, yeah, that would do. No problem.
I mean, I'm not one of. I know some people are like kind of iffy about audiobooks. Like my wife can't stand audiobooks. Hates them. She cannot stand someone else reading to her. But me, I'm just like, it's the modern era, baby.
Yeah, it depends on my mood, but yeah, I mean, I don't have a problem with audiobooks. Generally speaking, can be pretty nice.
Well, I mean, like, think about how much time you spend in the car, or in general, how much time you spend just listening to music nonchalantly.
Mm-hmm.
All those times you could be catching up on a book that you've wanted to read.
Indeed. I do kind of use it at precisely this.
Another person that I would love to be sponsored by, just because I want to try them, Skillshare. I would like to try Skillshare.
Also an interesting choice.
I just want to see if it. I just want to see if it. Hold on, child's crying.
Yeah. Do we have anything else? Like that, we have to stop the fucking Russian army. Probably not going to do wonders for me. All of that because of fucking Bulgaria, of all fucking things. Ugh. Fucking Bulgaria. I swear to God, they do not deserve my mercy. Also the fact that I now have fucking Soviets behind me too. Ugh. Look at that shit.
Oh, good. Oh, hush. Let's see if I can do this without you fucking it up. Oh, I'll bring my co-host in since she's not had a nap today and is just a cranky baby.
Naughty happy one.
I want to see if Skillshare is as good as it looks. You know? If it's as helpful as it seems, that would be cool. So Skillshare is one I would like. A sponsorship. Let's see. Oh, I didn't mean to delete all those. Let's see. There was another one actually. Give me a I would take that for sponsorship too.
Oh, you know the bad choice? Necessarily.
I know a YouTuber who had his daughter, which is like 4. Choose what focus. I know which one you're talking about. I cannot, for the life of me, pronounce his fucking name. He's a dude with a beard, right? And he, deep voice like mine. I watch him on TikTok all the time. Has a black wife. Married to a black woman. She's very pretty too. Very pretty woman. Like I've never seen somebody that has made me want to just be like, you are like, she is what I've just decided to coin as college girl pretty.
Oh, you dumb for, eh?
I mean, like she's conventionally attractive but looks like a college student.
Like, ah, yeah, so this is college student.
Like that's part of the aesthetic, and I know that sounds weird, but I don't know. Honestly, she's probably one of like 4 people I've ever seen in my life that I would say you look like a college student.
Interesting.
Because I've never understood that. I've never understood you look like a college student. What the fuck does a college student look like?
Oh, now you know.
It looks like a conventionally attractive married black woman.
Surprising how that works.
The more you learn.
Like, never really thought about it, but okay. It's something. Now then, let's see if we can get rid of the red menace behind me. Again.
For the coast, the day, the music. Has anyone else had like incredibly good classic songs ruined by Weird Al Yankovic?
Some, yes. I mean, you know, and how that works.
I can't hear the song American Pie without hearing Weird Al in the back of my head.
That's kind of how that goes, yeah.
I can't even listen to Pretty Fly for a White Guy by Offspring anymore.
Oh.
Because all I hear is a pretty fly for a rabbi. Like, God, and like I don't, and I'm not saying this to shit on Weird Al, because I fucking love him.
Yeah, I know that feeling. It's great, to be fair.
I fucking love Weird Al Yankovic. I've been listening to him since I was a fucking kid.
Come on, go in there. Beat back the Bulgarians again. Also, could you please finish up this down here, because this really need to be finished up.
Does anyone in my family also play Hoi 4? No, I am probably the gamerest gamer in my entire bloodline. And I might be the only PC gamer. My brother-in-law does a hefty amount of gaming. I don't think he PC games, and I don't think he has Hoi.
That's kind of saddening. I mean, come on, it's Hoi. You need to have at least
Honestly,
one fucking Paradox game in your library.
No, you ready for a real sad fact that I just realized?
Speak free.
I haven't played a video game with one of my family members in 15 years. At least.
Did I ever play video games with my family members? Don't think so, no.
Oh, that used to be like the biggest joy in my life, was getting to play video games with like my cousins.
I don't think I have anyone in my family who would actually play video games, even. At least not as far as I'm aware. Maybe even one of my cousins? At least not to the point where I would play with them. Let's say like that.
Nobody wants to hear what you have to say, Athena. Your input is not valid into this conversation. You don't know shit about gaming. Stop biting me. Yeah, don't bite me.
God fucking damn it. I wouldn't have nearly as much of a problem with this if I had a fucking manpower left, but I don't.
The lyrics of this song are literally... Yeah, have you not heard this, Venus? Think you'll find that the universe pretty much covers everything. Shut up, woman, get on my horse.
God fucking damn it.
You've never heard that? Oh my
Okay.
god, that is one of the look at my horse. My horse is amazing. Is like that is a meme from the olden days when memes took fucking work.
That is indeed very old. I don't remember that song. Catchy. That's fuck.
Back in my day, if you wanted to make a meme, you had to have sin for it.
Didn't even know what a meme was back then, but I do remember that song. Because
Yeah,
somebody
we
showed
didn't
it.
even call them. They weren't. We didn't know what it. Nobody did. They weren't called memes back then. It was just look at this bullshit I found.
Yep. Honey bullshit.
The first bullshit I found, and it was the Badger song. Badger, 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 mushroom, mushroom, snake, snake. Oh, it's a snake.
Ah, there's so much just random bullshit that you suddenly find.
Angry I made my mother with that song.
Probably quite often.
My mother didn't hate fucking Lamb Chop as much as she hated that song. For those of you too fucking young, Lamb Chop was a puppet on PBS, and the most annoying thing Lamb Chop ever contributed to society was the song that never ends.
Oh boy.
This is the song that never ends. Yes, it goes on and on, my friends. Somebody started singing it, not knowing what it was, and now we'll keep singing it forever just because this is the song that never ends. And it's that. That's it. Forever.
What a royal
The
pain he is.
motherfucking hated Lamb Chop. And I thought she was gonna ban PBS because of it.
Like, yes, understandable. Oh boy. Can I ask you for something? A little puppet?
Called Layla.
Forget more political power. I can't do something about this.
Hold the fucking phone. Let me play this song, Lynn Venus, and you tell me if this is the song you were just talking about. Let me find it. I have it here. It'll be easy. It'll be faster just to fucking search it. Here we go. Is this it?
Bulgaria, you just refuse to fall. You just fucking refuse to fall. For all the bloody things.
Science, I can't hear you over these sick guitar riffs.
Don't worry about it, I'm just complaining about Bulgaria again.
You don't think this is a song that you think it was in German? Well, I mean, I would assume that, and I say I would assume, I've always wondered how that worked. You think whenever, like the Beatles or fucking the Rolling Stones went on their first, like, worldwide tour, like, do you think that they were just like, how are we gonna do this? We don't speak German.
Yeah, not much of a problem, honestly. Worked pretty damn well as far as I'm aware.
Then that leads me to my next question. So you're a fan of the Beatles.
Mm-hmm.
All right. You love them.
Yep.
But you don't speak English. So how the fuck do you like the Beatles?
Just listen to the music. You don't need to understand the words to like a song. You know, that's not required.
This is.
That's really not required.
I would argue, okay, yes, you are correct. But to pay to see them.
Yep.
I wouldn't need. For me, I think it's always in the fact that, like, some albums have been translated. So there's clearly some kind of weird market for this, and I don't know. I always wondered why not do something similar to music like we do with movies.
Because, you know, most of those songs actually don't work that well if you try to translate them.
A big part of that problem might also be because, you know, nothing in English is going to translate into anything beautiful.
Just try the same thing with German, and it doesn't work that well if you try to directly translate those songs. In most cases. There's some exceptions where it's like, okay, yeah, this actually works somewhat, but those are rare.
Yeah, I guess it's also kind of like if you've ever watched an anime and the title song came on and it's got the subtitles for the lyrics at the bottom. And I know I'm not the only one that sat there reading those lyrics trying to sing a song that's like, this doesn't go!
Nope, doesn't work. But hey, you can still like the song itself without understanding the words, so, you know.
It's not a sweet-sounding English equivalent to Konikintankawa.
Probably not.
Does not, it doesn't fit. I promise the English equivalent doesn't flow as well in the song.
Oh no, it probably won't. Hey.
That leads me to the next question, like, when you find out what the songs are about, at that point, is it just like a moment of horror?
Sometimes, and for some people, most definitively it will be.
I can just see it now, some hyper-conservative German who's actually really into the Beatles finds out what Yellow Submarine's about, and it just fucks the whole world up.
Actually, it would, yes. Probably, but we're still holding on to Kiev. We're still holding on to Kiev. But I really haven't changed it here.
Is it just me, speaking of music, and this is an interesting topic, is it just me, or does it seem like it's, in this day and age, when it should be the easiest, it's harder to get music overseas, like to catch on overseas?
Sometimes kind of feels like it, yeah.
A second, I've got to put this baby down before she eats me. Stop it.
Fair point. Alright, how many more repairs do we have to do again? A lot. Getting sabotaged all over the place. I really can't do much about it. And now at the point where we have to completely change the front to the fucking south, fucking Bulgaria. I never thought I'd see the day. But the day has come. The day has come when we need to do this. And I hate my life. For that in particular. Shut up, Kitty. No, Kitty.
I'll go get her again after she falls. But it just seems like... Well, really, it seems... Honestly, now that I think about it, there's been... It seems like there's either been a lack of foreign bans worldwide, or... I don't know, they're just making a big deal, or any kind of a deal that it's like a new band from across the pond.
Well, maybe. I mean, I do get my daily influx of people going like, hey, have you heard of this nonsense or that nonsense? So it's not like there aren't any, but to really catch on with the bigger market, always has been difficult.
You'll see a lot of every once in a while. You'll see it happen where something just fucking catches on. At least here in America, I use America as a baseline, honestly, mostly just because of how, whether they want to admit it or not, generally anti-foreign everything Americans are. So something foreign catches on in America, at that point it's, you know, not that it wasn't worth noticing before. That was not sending spies into Ukraine, I sent spies into Warsaw. That's
Which is Poland, to be fair.
I already have spies in Ukraine.
I'm not surprised. It's not like I can actually do anything about it. I'm busy.
What are you gonna do? Counterintelligence?
Yeah, if I had the resources to build that up. I'm just hoping that I will actually get 150 political power so I can get, you know, more conscription, because fuck this shit. The only thing holding me and fucking Bulgaria on the other side alive is the simple fact that I can't, for the love of God, get enough people.
God! I've been doing all of this on a volunteer-only fighting force.
It kind of showcases how little losses you actually have, which means with little war you actually experience, son. There's a lot more war.
Yeah, but I have... Oh, hey, wonderful. I'm in your government now.
Let's actually take a look, shall we? Yeah, actually, no, let's make it my menu, why don't we? Mind war, there we are. We have almost 1 million men in losses, and on the other side, the Iberian Federation has, well, 600k losses. It's nothing.
Is this also for the... Yes.
God fucking name it. Fucking Bulgaria, I hate you. I have no idea how much I fucking hate you.
You're talking to me.
Ah, Bulgaria. Just Bulgaria. I hate Bulgaria. Bulgaria is a cunt.
I really do hope you survive this war.
I'll try my best. I mean, if I can get that 150 political power, that's...
Because if you survive this war long enough, I might have control of your whole fucking country.
Well, maybe at some point, yes. But then again, you know, it's not like Ukraine has any, easy times. ever since that Russia.
Now, truthfully, I don't know exactly what I can do with the intel bullshit. So I don't know but your government is now friendly towards me. And I don't know what to do with that. I'm just kind of hoping that if I infiltrate your government enough, you'll just stop being in the alliance you're in.
Don't actually know. I don't think the game can actually force me to do so. I mean, if I have an opportunity to get out of this war, I would take it.
Force you to leave, but that doesn't mean that I can't make your government so pro me that the head of your faction decides to tell you to just fuck all the way off.
I'm a monarchy. You do remember that, yes?
You're a monarchy that is in alliances.
I'm a monarchy, which means my ruler, which is me, makes all the decisions. I don't have any elections, so you know, it's not like any other party can get into power. And I don't want to be in power. Which is why I'm surprised how this is going to work. I'm gonna wait here and, you know, just watch it happen. See what comes of that.
Yeah, you being a monarchy or not, you being a monarchy wouldn't do anything to stop the German Empire from kicking you out of the Reichspakt if they so chose.
Well, no, that's true. Then again, you know, I think Germany has other troubles than kicking me out of the Reichspakt. They're getting fucked by France at this point.
This is like suddenly people in Ukraine are just like, man, I love the Spanish.
All of a sudden.
Dude, you're Spanish? Yeah, you also just came into power.
Bulgaria. If you annoy me any further.
Like I said, I don't know how well it will work. Because I don't know if I can piss off your faction leader by infiltrating your government and doing stuff to you. I don't know.
Yeah, as I said, you know, the question is how much effect that will actually... I mean, on an AI, of course that will have an effect, yes. Because the AI will just follow its protocol for that situation. I'm a human. I have choices, funnily enough.
And besides, just because you're a monarchy doesn't mean you don't have advisors.
I have, yes, but since I'm still the one making the final click, so, you know...
Now you've got... Yeah, well...
Even if someone starts talking Spanish to me like, hey, Spain, great.
Decisions with the army of Spanish advisors you just hired.
Doesn't really matter. If they're gonna start speaking Spanish, I'm just gonna ignore them and click like, no, 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 no.
They're not coming in speaking fucking Portuguese to you.
Why would they suddenly start speaking Portuguese? Right.
Well, I mean... Oh, wait, yeah, I'm Spain, not Brazil.
See?
Wait.
Don't even remember which faction he is.
Spain. Is it?
Hmm?
It's not...
It is Spanish in fucking Spain, yes. Would be a rather suspicious.
Okay, then it's the other one that's called... I always get it mixed up, because, like Hispanic, like Latin Spanish is different. Hey, Ruben. How you doing? Latin Spanish is called something different than Spain Spanish.
Yes.
And I always get them confused,
Spanish,
and then all
Portuguese.
of a sudden I just saw... And then all of a sudden I saw Portugal and was like, yeah, Portuguese, that's what they speak.
Yeah, it would be rather surprising. All of a sudden, wrong language. Pretty sure someone in Spain would be rather offended by that and go like, wait a second. Who said and why are they speaking such a strange language?
To be fair, it's kind of a shock that there's any one national language in Spain.
I mean, you know, why wouldn't it be?
Considering all the different languages that have had control of Spain in its lifetime.
Yeah, but the one that stayed to Spanish, it kind of worked out pretty damn well for them. They became a rather large power quite a while.
Yeah, Venus, you can laugh about me saying a Spanish-speaking Portuguese fuck up all you want, but it's not like it's unheard of.
No.
Brazil, people from Brazil don't speak fucking Brazilian.
That is true. And you know,
people from Brazil don't even speak the same language as literally every country connected to them.
You know, the Portuguese actually talk also Portuguese for some mystical reason. But most countries speak the actual, you know, original language. Then there's fucking Brazil.
That's because of Portugal.
Yes, but you know, not everybody is that strange.
Colonization history there.
Not everybody is that strange. Most countries actually just speak the fucking language associated with that
Not
country.
everybody is that strange, but
See?
they exist.
Yes, as a minority. Luckily enough, otherwise things would get really, really confusing.
I'm gonna just start picking random fucking countries and asking you. The Australian also don't speak Australian, but English. The word you were looking for, Venus, is that the statement you were looking for is that the Australians don't speak Aboriginal. Because that would be the native language of Australia. Just to point that out.
Could you just attack that place? I just want Bulgaria gone from this map.
I've been attacking the same fucking place repeatedly. I know, dogs. I need to walk, y'all. Alright, this half hour is almost over.
Yeah.
Actually, it is.
Is it?
Already,
Shit.
yeah.
It's so focused on just waiting out my little political power rising while watching this fucking war.
That's fine. I'll start making my final preparations.
Yep, me too. Just going to go through my pop-ups and finish it up.
The Australian population weren't native, mostly they were colonizers. Also incorrect. Australia, most of the English that were on Australia as quote-unquote colonizers weren't there as colonizers. They were there as prisoners.
Because that is a prison colony.
It was.
Indeed.
Now the only guards they have are the wildlife.
Which is a fucking amazing guard, to be fair.
So,
Whatever respect.
while and that's why Australia wasn't even called a British colony. It was called a penal colony. So, yeah, y'all want to come to me about languages? Let's fucking go.
Out of Munich, the commune seems unstoppable.
Phone call. Jimmy! What up, Jimmy?
Fucking damn it! We're getting pushed back again because we don't have enough fucking people sitting there and doing their job. I mean, we all knew it would come to this, and Germany's losing.
Now is the time to make the save, for I must go.
Okay, let me just do that before... Actually, let me pause the fucking game first. Save game. Civil War Fun and Dandy, that was the save game indeed.
And while you make the save, I'll go ahead and do my outro stuff. Everybody, thank you for coming. Sorry for the quick rush out. Company has arrived, and I need to tend to that. We will be live again, hopefully Wednesday, and if not sooner, depending on if Insia sends up with free time and I can convince him to just fuck his schedule. Other than that, we're gonna try to take this week and really kick into uploads on YouTube into high gear. Now that we've got past Bull Run, our next challenge will be the meat grinder that is Shiloh, and we're gonna do it, and we're gonna win it, and I'm gonna do it on the first fucking try.
Ooh, promises.
Indeed. But in the meantime, everybody, I appreciate you all, and I will see you next time. My stream has ended. And just I'm gonna go ahead and hop out of here as well, my friend.
You do that?
I will shoot you a message soon and catch you later.
Yep, I will do that. Bye.
Later.
No, now he's gone. Sad enough, but well. What about me? Well, it's 1 in the morning, and while I don't have the very early shift, I do need to get up in the morning to do some shopping for the store. So, I will excuse myself here as well. How long have we actually been going at this? Just a mildly 6 hours. Now, I do try to plan a bit more ahead so that on Sunday I actually don't have as much work, so that I can actually play more, so that we can get more often to, reasonable numbers like 6 hours, 8 hours streaming. Yeah. See indeed, little Venus. Is there anything else we could do? No, I don't think so. It's just not enough time left, honestly. I need to go to bed. It's the latest at 1. Because otherwise I will not even get, 5 hours of sleep. Going below that is really not a good idea. Going by my own experience. Now then. Since he has done his outro stuff, I shall do my usual outro stuff, because, I have a tendency to do that myself. So I shall beat you adieu for the moment. Have a good one, no of that. And let me just quickly see. On the right side we have no one. That makes it fucking easy. Oh, look at that. It's a cute one. Very cute one. I like it. So that we can, you know, easily see who we have. First things first, we had the William drop by. Being a bit on a trip. Not the one where you travel, apparently. Then we had the strategy member dropping by. For a bit, switching between the streams as he usually does when both of us are available. And the Venus doing the very same. Being here, on the Cronos side and everywhere, and spy. For the greater good, of course. Totally not being biased against the poor authoritarian Democrats of Ukraine. Of course not. Would never be against them. Trust, my friend. I have so much trust in you. You would betray me now, would you? Yeah, as for everybody else on the Moloch side, do feel appreciated too. Get your share on the shoulder for a job well done indeed. And well, even if nothing else, I will be back tomorrow with the usual things. We're probably gonna play some Yakuza. All your politicians are Spanish now. Yeah, kinda, but you know, it's still interesting, you know, because the spy system, I do think, well, it has some options. I don't think you can really change much as long as the player isn't cooperating. And you can force to endless degrees. But is the same thing true about a human? So yeah, I will actually point out, you know, this war is pretty much lost at this point. Germany has lost a lot of places to France already. Then, you know, this shit going on. And as Germany is basically the main defender of the Reichspakt, if Germany goes down, I go down. There's just nothing I can do to stop that as soon as that happens. Yeah, we want to have a nice little prophecy for what's to come. Ash campaign will probably end in my loss. There's just no way to stop this. So basically, you know, playing for time. Because, you know, I'm not a bad loser. I will play until the very last minute and I will fucking send every last fucking man, child and woman the Ukraine has to offer into this fucking bloody combat. This meat grinder. No questions asked. Can I do a job now? Which we are doing quite literally, because every fucking man that gets of age gets immediately thrown into the fucking meat grinder. Which is fair. But alas, it will most likely not change much. Also, I could probably just combine this, because I can't even afford one army at this point. The good thing is, my, you know, friends along this border here, they do keep the enemies away, but without me pushing, the AI is fucking too dumb to actually get shit done. So this, you know, will not really grow much. Instead, I think it will be enough to actually take out the fucking Russians, because let me take a look here. Divisions. Yeah. Let's assume that they have just 171 left. In which case, that's not good. The eye is the eye, indeed. Also, Little Venus, I do remember you mentioning playing some Victoria. How's that worked out for you? What did you play? Kinda lost track there for a bit. I think it's a good idea to do that before I end it. Gives me an opportunity to take a few more drags off my pape. I do love an excuse for that. No, quickly just the internet. Yeah. You lost your interest. Yeah, why did you lose your interest? It's a fucking paradox game. Takes a while. Decline. Well. To be fair, it's a very, very, very specific game, just like Hoi. Not really something that you easily grow into, let's just say. To be fair. Although, you know, have to keep it on the back burner whenever you have a bit of free time and, you know, really nothing you want to play. you can give it another try. Or even better, because that's what makes many of these things a lot better, is actually playing them in multiplayer. It helps a lot. Because then you can have fun with the other peoples. Nice. And so since you have to know, you're gonna play around with them as much as you can. I mean, you know, understandable. But some of those are pretty cool. Especially the one with the big hand just petting that thing. Gonna bup 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 bup. Amuses me greatly. So I don't know. Pushing that it's burps. I mean, I can kinda see it. Kinda. Maybe, potentially. Is that on my eyesight's going? But yes. The pipe is finished and it is precisely 3 minutes to 1, so I have achieved my goal very precisely. I do love that. Being on time. Very much a German thing. That we do love. Very much so. So, little Venus, I shall excuse myself at this point. Well, we'll see. Actually, I find myself with some extra free time. I will, well, A, try to talk with the Cronos to play some more, but B, if I find myself bored in the U2, we can actually try to play some Victoria together, because that is a lot more fun. I'll tell you that much. Generally speaking, games like this are a lot more fun if you play them with somebody else, to be fair. Single player is nice and all, and yeah, it needs to have... it has its moments, yes, but... multiplayer, especially with 3 or 4 people, that can be real fun to play. Basically the same thing as everything else, because, you know, my creativity is not really that great, so should be easy enough to find. If you have some problems, just, you know, contact me on the Discord thingy. Easy enough. I will probably answer. It could take a moment or two, depending if, you know, I'm at work, but generally speaking, you will hear from me. At least that, I can promise you. Then we'll see how that goes, but for the moment, I shall voidly excuse myself. Also, as I had said, I actually... Yeah, oh, yeah, right, I forgot you don't have these good. And just look it up on Steam, and it shouldn't be that hard to find me. It's the same name and everything, so... Can't really hide myself. I'm also not planning to hide myself, to be fair. Let me just quickly check. Yes, it is the same name, isn't it? Yeah, it is the same name and everything. Nothing has changed. Okay then, since I just realized that I'm sticky as fuck, because it's still too fucking warm in here, I think I will just quickly take a nice little shower again. At least cool down a bit before I go. And, you know, create a very sweaty bed, because that will be uncomfortable in the long run. You know, we will my profile picture. Hey, Green Griffin. I'm not surprised. Not at the least. Actually, my first thought would probably be like, oh, look at that. It's a Griffin thing. That's probably the Venus. You've been marked in my brain as the Griffin guy. Not the worst nomina I've ever given to people, so... Worse. Jesus Christ, though. I think if this continues, the Germany will actually fall before me. And that's... Yes, that's a goal I should probably keep in mind. But yeah, now without much further ado, let me just go over there and end it here. Once again, have a good one, especially little Venus. Also, go to bed. It's 1 in the morning, Jesus, guy. Don't you need to get up in the morning? If not, congratulations. I would a lot better to me, at least. But yes. I'll be back tomorrow with some fucking... probably Yakuza. I'm not gonna promise it, but I'm feeling a bit Yakuza-ish, so probably that. Otherwise, maybe something else. We'll see, we'll see. You're a lucky son of a gun. Ain't ya? But yeah. Then have some fun for me too, and enjoy your night. We'll be back at a reasonable time tomorrow. Probably even be on time, probably, because I can actually probably get away with closing shop a bit earlier tomorrow. Then again, I also do have a nice little visitor. Yeah, you know, instead of sitting around bored and doing nothing and ruining your sleep schedule, that's a good idea to actually go to bed. Yet much is true. But hey, you're old enough to make your own decisions, so, you know, go ahead and do what pleases you. Interesting enough, the French Republic is actually not neither my enemy nor my friend. But I'm very happy that I'm not the one having to fight here, because if you look at it, Brazil's fucking Amazons is... Amazonas is just ugly to fight, and there is quite literally no roads, there's no supplies, there's nothing there. You will die. Horrible death. While the Iberian Federation, I mean, you know, they make very slow gains, but they do make gains. Fucking Africa. Yet. But yeah, let me just quickly kick the button and, well, let's talk about everything else tomorrow. In the sunshine of the early evening.